This is the moment we rise.
He's got it! He's got it! Incredible base spinning by Queen Walkers.
Gets it just in time!
That is impressive stuff here. Klaus gets it done.
Hello and welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championship Qualifiers, where we're in the final day of stage number 3. And I have a fantastic desk of co-hosts, which is iTzu, Woody, and Eric joining us here for the first time. Welcome, iTzu. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, after yesterday's last match, we had just insane close matches, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully have more of those close matches today, because this is what I'm living for inside Clash of Clans. Those close matches, the last attack is deciding the entire match. Like, this is exactly the excitement I want to see it in today's matches. And, well, with every single match being super important, hopefully we're going to see exactly that. Woody, how do you feel today, sir?
Oh, I feel great because I am so energized and ready for battle. I know that last night when I went to sleep, there were 60 of the best Clashers around the world who set their alarms to wake them up when September ends, because they need a green day today. If they lose, it is elimination, but victory means that they are in the money and are moving on to stage 4. Eric, how are you?
I mean, after yesterday's wars, we had some crazy ones. If we even have half of the performance that we saw out of yesterday's teams, then we will see a crazy show today. And a lot of the teams that I saw today, I expected them to already make it through, and now we got some crazy matchups for today with a lot of big name teams.
Indeed, a lot of big name teams are trying to make their way to the World Championship Finals, because we already know 4 teams that already have golden tickets that are there. And who are they, iTzu?
Well, the first team is, I think everyone knows them. It's the fan favorites. It's Na'Vi. They have won the first golden ticket qualifier in this year. The second qualifier went to TWOB Gaming to claim their golden ticket, and the Chinese qualifier was won by Team Super. And the last golden ticket qualifier, which we just had recently, which was the Clash Masters, was won by Reported Gaming. But you can tell there's still 4 open slots. There's still 4 teams missing on this golden ticket winners list, and those 4 golden tickets are going to be given away over the next couple of weeks, and this is exactly what we're playing for, and Woody will explain you how the roadmap is looking like.
Well, gladly. The roadmap is a grueling 5-stage process that started out with an open ladder in which nearly 5,000 teams competed. But they were ranked according to the 40 wars that they were allowed to play, and we took the top 128 into a double elimination bracket last weekend. We only had 1/4 of those advance into the Swiss bracket this weekend, where teams are paired up based on their current rating, and we will have another Swiss bracket next weekend, leading into the final double elimination bracket of only just 8 teams, where 4 of them will get golden tickets for the World Finals. But tell us a little bit more about the process for today, Eric.
Absolutely. As the teams compete through the 5 stages, they have to do 5 versus 5 wars where each of the players are going to have 1 attack. So there's very little room for mistakes. You have to play at the top of the game here. And obviously, if you want to make it to the World Championship, you need to be able to take those wins. So 4 teams that ultimately advance through all 5 stages will advance into the World Championship, claim those golden tickets, and play on stage in Helsinki, Finland.
They are indeed going to try to play out in Helsinki, Finland for their share of the $1 million prize pool. And if you win first place, you're going to be taking home a lot of money, iTzu.
That's right. The first seed is getting $300,000. That is a lot of money. If you combine every single number on your screen, it is going to be the $1 million prize pool. And why is today so important? Because if you're making it to the next weekend, this means you're in the top 20, which guarantees you prize money. And this is important because we only see those 5 players of the team on screen attacking, but there's typically a really big group of players in the background building bases, testing bases, and they have to be paid as well. So overall, it is really important to win today's matches, but there's not only money on the line, Woody, there's even more on the line.
That's right, iTzu. We have the Clash of Clans World Championship Trophy to claim. There in Helsinki, Finland, the Queen Walker Stephanie grabbed it last year with their all-star performance, heating up the crowd and staying pretty hot themselves with all the pyrotechnics going off. A $300,000 check is a nice prize, but the bragging rights of being the best clan in the world and joining that elite squad of teams that can claim that same title is so impressive. I'm really looking forward to which team grabs it. But they've got a lot farther to go, Eric.
Absolutely, but to make it there, they have to survive stage 3. They're currently playing through a 32-team Swiss bracket. The goal here is to get 3 wins before you take 3 losses. And so far, we have 10 teams that have already secured their spots up top. 10 teams have been eliminated, and the rest of the teams are all in that last 2 and 2 block. If they win today, they advance to stage 4. If they lose, they are eliminated. There are no more second chances. You have to win this one here.
Yeah, the teams, like you said, 6 teams will be advancing today, and that is who we're going to try to find out who's going to be joining the 10 that advanced from yesterday, which include Clash Champs, Stars, Strut, United, Early Attacks, TPM Esports, Time to Throw, HS Esport, VNAce, and Dark Phoenix. They have all done fantastic yesterday. It's going to look to reset and play next weekend, so none of these teams here that you see that qualified already have to play today. They're able to take a breather and relax, getting ready for the final Swiss bracket, and then a double elimination that will be coming after that. But we've got an action-packed day today of 6 total matches going back to back to find who is going to be the 16 teams advancing, getting so much closer to that golden ticket. But we have some predictions that we've been making, so let's go ahead and take a look at them. We'll see, Eric, how you'll end up be doing today, so that's something to keep our eye on. But it looks like a lot of us are going with TWOB for the first match, but iTzu, you have selected NJ Flex.
I mean, they did really well yesterday. They were really close to already making it through, but then collected a couple of losses, which is just putting them into this current position. Overall, I think the match is going to be close, as most of those matches today will be. That would be my guess and hope at the same time. But I think NJ Flex they have the upper hand. But you guys think different. Woody, why did you go with TWOB?
Well, I mean, TWOB is one of the most well-experienced teams in this league. I'm sorry, I was just enjoying Eric. You really looked like you had slimmed down your figure a little bit.
I did. I've been, in the gym.
We picked the same predictions the whole way down, though. But yeah, TWOB. I mean, I don't know. Their fans are just giving me the inspiration that they'll take it again this year. There's been an Indian team reaching for the top every single time and just always coming a little bit short, but I think that TWOB has impressed a lot through their performance last year in the Snapdragon Pro Series and previously in Golden Ticket Qualifiers. So, yeah, I want to give them the tip of the hat this year, and I think Eric and I are almost on the same page the whole rest of the way down, aren't we? In fact, all 6 predictions.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close there, but yeah, I agree with TWOB. There's other Indian teams in the competition. Also, you got Cha-Cha Esports still in the contentions for today. So TWOB definitely is very strong. They had almost a perfect war yesterday in their potential elimination match, but they were able to clutch it. But NJ Flex was number 4 on the world ladder. So they actually are a very strong team. And on paper, I feel like NJ Flex takes it, but TWOB, I feel like that team has heart.
Well, we'll see. All these teams indeed here are going to be giving it their best. I think we'll take a look at the stats of this very first match to come to help break it down even more here, iTzu.
Yes, and it's overall, you can already tell it's really, really close between those 2 teams. A really small average percentage lead for NJ Flex. As Eric said, on paper, they have the slightly better stats, but then again, those stats do not matter in this one match. It all comes down to how you perform in this specific match. We had this yesterday a couple of times where teams just, when it came down to, okay, they might get eliminated, they just stepped it up just so much that they were really showing up and doing incredible. And Woody, I think we should take a look at the first lineup here for the first team.
It would be my pleasure. This is a team of guys that you have seen before, and look at those impressive stat lines for them all. Representing TWOB, we have Summit, Ijaz, Drago, Tayab, and Gohil. All of them, except Summit, have an over a 50% hit rate in the stages leading up to today. But every single one of them topping that 91%, in fact, destruction average in their attacks. Very strong hits from these guys. Although we only have a 12-star average from them in the wars, it's creeping up awfully close to 13. That is the standard that has been set in wars previous to really expect a team to have a great solid chance at winning. TWOB, a very solid team that's been together for a long time. And has performed once again very well this year, but still needs another win if they want to move on to stage 4, and they've got some tough opponents, Eric.
Absolutely, they do, and I feel like you do need to be pushing that 60% hit rate to be able to be super competitive at Worlds. And when you have players like Pepito and Paul onto NJ Flex that are pushing over 60%, they definitely can carry a team to victory. But obviously, every player has to bring their A game here, and they got to play best on the day there. So, I mean, NJ Flex, like I said, they have a 4th place position on the open ladder when they played through the 40 wars in stage 1. They survived through stage 2. They made it here. They just need to take 1 win today, and then it's a full reset if you make it into stage 4. You don't have to worry about the losses that you had there. You go to the next Swiss stage and you start back over, and you only have a couple less teams to be able to fight. So I think NJ Flex definitely can take this win today, but I am kind of leaning towards TWOB, but I think it's going to be extremely close here, Carbon.
It's going to be extremely close indeed. These teams have been giving it their all, trying to get ready now for their... could be their last match if they lose, right? Everything comes down to here. Clash of Clans Esports, eventually narrowing it down to the final 4 teams, getting that golden ticket to join the other 4 teams who already are in Worlds, are just kicking back, relaxing, don't have to compete through this qualifier stage. So much on the line here. We've seen our predictions. We've seen the stats of this. So is there anything in this upcoming war, iTzu, that you're maybe expecting, or do you think of some of these teams, what do you think essentially would be what the team would have to do to kind of get the win, or is there maybe a secret strategy that you think they may have to bring?
I mean, I just hope it's going to be a really close one overall, and I think we are going to cast this. So I feel like Woody, Eric, for you guys, maybe your last couple of thoughts, as the timer is ticking low, so I think the match is going to start any second now. So Woody, Eric, what are your last thoughts before we start off the first match?
It very well could. I'm not going to be casting this next one, and I know there's going to be a lot of excellent action ahead, but I just want to ask if we can throw this predictions back up one more time, because we've got some other awesome matches ahead for the rest of the day. It's going to be a full day of teams with a 2-2 record. We saw All Exceed perform exceedingly well yesterday with a surprise pickup win on their defense in the last round, taking a 1-star defense. But it's going to be a really difficult Millis versus Millis match in match number 3. You're not getting to see either of their opponents in those second or third matches, because we've already predicted all across the board who's going to take the win there. But it's going to be ETX Titans in match number 2 going up against them, and Millis SG facing off against Millis MG in the match number 3. Match number 6, the last one of today, will have Bad Zinger going up against No Limit, another excellent team. So lots of excitement throughout the entire day today.
Absolutely, and I expected, when I looked at the initial list of teams there, that we would have Bad Zinger and Millis. I thought they were going to be shoe-ins to be able to just go all the way across the top, but then they collided with each other. They ran into some hiccups. They have now landed in that 2-2 bracket and now facing elimination. Like, that's wild to me. I thought that for sure they were going to go ahead and at minimum go to 3-1 and make it through, but now here they stand in elimination. So like, it's pretty insane here. But I mean, there's so many good teams right here. The competition is absolutely ramped up to the next level.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this, as we're going to say goodbye to Woody and Eric, but we're going to see you very shortly in the upcoming wars, and where iTzu and I will take this very first match here. And we've split. I mean, it was me, Woody, and Eric have picked TWB. You're picking NJ Flex. Think everyone at home, the viewers, been able to provide the prediction, so you not only can do it in the voting, in the poll, but you can let us know in the chat who you think is going to win. So maybe you're just joining this stream. Let us know who you think is going to win this next match. And yeah, I'm excited, because every single match here, iTzu, is all about eliminations. You lose, you are out. You win, you advance. There is nothing that is going to come in between these players and trying to get that golden ticket.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the golden ticket is like the big goal for all of those teams, but considering that this one match is deciding between you get nothing out of all of this preparation, all of that work you have put in to get to this stage of the tournament. Or if you win, you're already guaranteed at least $5,000 as prize pool. Like, this one win is deciding about like $5,000. That's pretty much how it works. Like, every single match today. And we have the first attacker getting ready for NJ Flex. Paul is going to go in, and he is actually already in with this super Barbarians. I was about to say Super Archer Blimp, but instead it's some lightnings versus this interesting looking base from Goheel.
Yeah, with the early lightning spells, with that Warden ability, protecting that Blimp, wants to make his way over not only to grab the Town Hall with the Blimp, but these early balloons to try to move in and grab that multi-target Inferno. Town Hall has been secured, and the multi-target Inferno, the balloons somehow are pathing around it. The Warden can snipe it with the owl. Yes, the Warden finally does just grab it.
Yeah, now you can really tell, like, this entire base has kind of turned into like a little ring base to some degree, and especially with all of those open corners, you can tell, like, those troops can walk now from the 9 o'clock side all the way up to the bottom side, enter into the scatter compartment, enter into the next scatter compartment, and enter into the multi-fern tower compartment without having to invest a single wall break. This is massive, but at the same time though, when you're playing this strategy, you typically try to use the separate Titan or like some super Barbarians to handle the clan castle, because all of this right now is costing a lot of time. And remember, you're kind of walking around this base as it would be a ring base, and troops without a rage spell, they're not as quick with the dealing damage. So 1 minute 40, we have to make sure that time is not going to be an issue on this one.
Yeah, you have to keep that in mind as the heroes are making their way slowly around this space. A minute 30 seconds now, with 23 Super Barbarians still to utilize a Skeleton spell, which typically would be used there. But that's already gone. The Lightning was able to remove that. As the Super Barbarians are being used to pick off these defenses on the outside, but the Queen, she steps her way directly into the core of the space. With an ability, she can go grab the defensive Eagle, but there is a rage spell on the backside.
Yeah, and with those two multi-fern towers, that can be a really big problem. Maybe the Queen can trigger that rage tower early on. Even if she's going down, that would be massive for him. But time is ticking. 55 seconds at this point. Queen taking down the Eagle, maybe even triggering the rage tower. Then all of this would be worth it if she can trigger the rage tower, and no, she can't. And this means the two multi-fern towers are going to wreck those back-end troops, maybe, depending on if he uses those spells perfectly for the Royal Champion.
Oh, he does. Decides, okay, this now gets raged up. There's the freeze, so the rage is not doing anything right now as the Super Barbarians are running around. Another freeze is down, has the Royal Champion ability. A Headhunter with the cleanup, running his way around, and it's looking good as long as the Royal Champion can get towards that storage in time with the ability. Oh, wait. The Archer Towers gets skipped through. Down goes the Expo. And now the King, though. The King's on the wall. 10 seconds. The storage, the Dark Elixir.
No way. 5 seconds. How many hit points? It has full hit points.
No!
Oh, no way. No way. And by the way, he already used the new Royal Champion skin of like the new skin set for the Halloween heroes. What is your opinion about those? I feel like they're like by far the coolest skins like getting added to Clash, right? Like they are looking insane.
Yeah, the animations, the effects in the skins that are coming out and everything nowadays, it's so cool to see. And if you want to get yourself the skin, it's in the Go Pass. Take a look at it. It's the very first item there. Go into your Go Pass right now, and you can check it out. It's the Royal Champion. So you'll have to have Channel 13. And if you're like, well, I'm only Channel 11 or 12, I can't use it. Well, it will go to your account. The moment you become a Channel 13, you'll be able to use it as a Royal Champion. So it's not like it goes away. You'll have it if you do unlock it. So keep that in mind once you do become a Town Hall 13. As we are now seeing Drago coming in with a Zap Lalo. Okay, not Super Barbarians here with 29 balloons. King is down to the top side. 6 lightning spells. He can look maybe to grab an Expo. Yes, an Expo and a multi-target Inferno.
Yes, the Rage Tower is still untouched, and we all know it can really be a big difference maker. And there's even a Poison Tower right behind as the Log Launcher is getting deployed to get into that multi-Inferno Tower section. Can maybe even with the Logs take down the Sweeper or the Poison Tower. Let's see how that's going to turn out. But the Queen for now is charging with her Unicorn into the multi-Inferno Tower and tanks the Expo, at least for now.
Yeah, he waits as long as possible to have to pop that ability because the Expo was on his Queen. If he pops ability, it will instantly go off the Queen onto the Log Launcher. So he kind of almost saved the Log Launcher health to get a little bit more by not popping that Queen ability as early as now the Lalo's coming into the left side. King's ability went off and it's coming in straight across into the Mile, and then eventually with a Ward and a Eternal Tome to protect everything, making his way to that Town Hall.
Yeah, this looks really good, especially with how the Unicorn survived, and now the Yetis are tanking for that Queen. They even have went through the wall. The Queen now is able to get out of those buildings inside the middle of the base. Even the Tesla is now gone, and this might be really important as the Tesla itself, it does not deal that much damage, but there might be traps which are now not getting triggered because those balloons will never pass there. And take a look at how many troops there are still left. And the Royal Champion is taking as well with 2 more freezes. This was an incredible way to start off this match for his team.
Brilliant attack here with the RC ability that will skip across, and you always want to keep in mind time, so you don't want to swag anything that would help speed up your attacks. So like a Royal Champion ability can skip and hit these final buildings. Definitely make sure you use it to help speed up your finish, because if it comes down to the time, you want to have the advantages. It's all tied up here. 3 stars apiece, and that was a pretty quick attack.
Yes, pretty quick attack and even better execution right there. And now it's back to NJ Flex. And well, they have gotten really close to the 3-star as well, but they have not gotten that 3-star. Now they need this 1 building more.
Yeah, I was actually saying 3-star apiece. It's not, because it was 99, right? They came so close. I was remembering it was as a 3-star in the first one. So, but what will NJ Flex do? They need to get that extra building. They can't get another 99, as TWOB started off with that 3-star with a bunch of rocket loons in here with a blimp behind and is deciding not to invest. Oh, he has pushed back a little bit. And Sweeper shot here. Is he gonna land? Okay, he does. He lands early, so he's able to not only take out this compartment, which includes the multi, but pulls out the clan castle so the Queen can deal with it on the outside of this base.
Yes, but did you see it? He just concentrated on the... I mean, even the Eagle went down. Like, this blimp value is insane. But the only thing which I'm not a fan of is he could have deployed his Queen during all of this opening. He delayed the Queen until the blimp has landed inside that compartment. And as long as I'm not missing anything, there was no reason for it. They already have a time fail. They are already now 50 seconds into the attack and only at 13%. So this... If this attack is going to time fail, well, he can only blame himself for that, as this might be a big difference maker depending on how quick he can really push towards that tunnel with his Queen.
Yeah, with that key ability going off, he's running up and around. The Queen is pathing her way into the scatter shot. Gonna try to get this Queen with a jump cell into the Town Hall. The pathing's looking pretty good as long as the Queen can stay inside. Yes, there you go, with a jump now giving access to the Air Expo and then to the Town Hall.
Yeah, there goes the jump. The Queen moving in slowly as she's taking down the Expo. The Rage was really... I think he could have placed it more aggressively, because the Queen by now, as she's attacking the Town Hall, is not inside the Rage anymore. And you can really feel that. You need to really get through those Town Hall hit points quickly, as the Hawks are now getting started at 1 minute and 15 seconds. So, well, let's see if this is going to be enough power for all of those raged up defenses and the bomb tower.
Yeah, with an early Warden ability to protect these Hogs as he continues to make his way through. No heal spell to heal them back up, so it's all about just overwhelming and pushing through as the Queen now gets locked down by the Mila, forcing her ability. But he does have another freeze at Rage. They rage this Queen up, keeps her going. And you talked about it, time is going to be the biggest question mark. Is he going to have enough of it as the Queen's trying to make her way through the defensive King? No longer has her ability, so the Monolith may just take her down here.
Oh, is she going to win this? The rage effect is still on those healers. She might get it down, and yes, indeed. And now it's coming down to time. We have said if this is going to time fail, he can only blame himself with how the attack has been started. The queen is dropping dangerous low. Can she stay alive? That would be massive, as every single damage point is important. Roach abilities can still be used. There's one more loon he could use for cleanup. There goes the Roach ability. When is he going to deploy the loon? It's 8 seconds, and I think it should be enough. And thank goodness it's not a time fail.
Wow.
We have a match. Both teams with 3 stars.
Well done there. Very nice. Getting that queen, charging her way onto that town hall, taking all that value, and then the hogs completely used on the other side to move through that base. And it's just crazy to think that not even using a heal spell for hogs. You're like, oh, yeah, no. You would think hogs, yeah, of course, you got to bring a heal to heal them up. No, it's just overwhelming, pushing through, and it's all about that warden ability, timing, keeping that queen alive, getting the value. But here we go, as now Summit with TWOB looking to bring in the Hydra with 6 lightning spells, taking out the Monolith and the Invisibility spell tower to start.
Yeah, good value again early on. But we have not seen that many successful attacks with those Dragon and Dragon Riders. So let's see if Summit can be one of the first ones to get this 3-star in with this approach, with this strategy, as he's trying to create the pathing, set up the funnel, and get those dragons into the base. And then, most likely, blimp that Town Hall, as there is the Expo and the Town Hall with the air defense close by. One ability should go off any second now.
Yeah, with that warden ability protecting these dragons and that blimp raging it up to help secure the town hall, as the defensive rage in this base is activated, pulls out super minions. Town hall goes down as he's looking to then push these dragons continually more in towards that core, as his heroes are placed to the bottom side to continue to run all the way down around. But this Eagle artillery shots are doing so much. You got to get through as fast as possible.
Yeah, they're flying through this core of the base. King and Queen are funneling perfectly. The Expo is going down, which is huge for him, as this means less damage on the Queen, and the Queen can get healed up again with that Unicorn in play. The King walking around the outside, and the Queen is walking in now. Is that a problem? Wow. Because those dragons just disappeared.
Yeah, those dragons just vanished. He does have Queen ability, Raw Champion still to utilize, but unfortunately the dragons were not able to push their way through the core of this base. He did use that warden ability to protect the dragons very early to make sure that the blimp made it at Town Hall, but if he had that warden ability for the deep in the core, that's where he was able to potentially keep the dragons alive, as now a Tassel Farm pops on the backside as the Queen has to get through some walls, as this is going to be a lower percentage here, as there is way too much left for this Royal Champion to be able to run through.
Yeah, the Royal Champion will try her best to collect up a couple of more percentages, but this is not going to be enough to get close to the 99% which NJ Flex had earlier in this match, so they should take the lead after 2 attacks each. But I mean, anything can still happen, and if I've seen this correctly, I think we have seen most of the top hitters of NJ Flex so far in the beginning, hit rate wise. So let's see if this is going to have an impact on the next couple of attacks, and if those players then now can step it up for NJ Flex to really make sure that those next attacks are looking good as well.
Yeah, it's all about momentum. Will that first attack be able to carry you for the rest of the war, or will it start to have more and more pressure on your attacks? And you gotta deliver. A lot of these matches with these pro players and teams is coming in with 13, some even 14 stars. So you have to put up the stars to be able to compete, and it gets harder and harder through the later stages of this World Championship qualifiers, as we're seeing the Hydra unfortunately not able to get it the lowest percent here, which is going to make TWOB have to start to think about getting those 3 stars and really maybe take some risk in terms of having to go all out from the opposite side of the town hall if it comes down to it.
Yeah, but NJ Flex is first, and they can really set the tone now of this match. If they 3-star it again, this would mean a lot of pressure down on the other team. If they 2-star, this would be a little bit more than relaxed. And we see actually the Super Dragons now instead of the regular Dragons, which we have just seen from the other team. So How does this work? We have the bats in, and he just tries to snipe down the eagle, it looks like, with this one Dragon Rider.
Yeah, the Dragon Rider is going to move its way in towards the eagle. Couple balloons to snipe the Archer Tower as well. The bat spell provided a beautiful distraction. Oh, look at these balloons pulling some Seeking Air Mines. And the defensive rage goes off, but this Dragon Rider is not going to be getting hit just yet, as he's working onto the Eagle Artillery. It does have the rage of Tesla.
Oh, no.
Slowly. Uh-oh, and now it's in range of the Expo. Uh-oh. That's Sweeper.
The
Wow.
Rage Spitter Hut. The Rage Spitter Hut is repairing the Eagle non-stop. At this moment, it means it's back on full HP again. And this is not what they were hoping for. This Eagle was supposed to be down. Vulnerability goes up, and we have another blimp directly going for the tower. Is there a tornado trap is the question. Or can this blimp easily take... Oh no, the tornado trap is right there.
Oh, wow. That blimp was supposed to land on the tunnel, but the tornado jab was perfectly placed to pull that blimp away. And he's not able to get the tunnel. It's not even activated, which is kind of not a bad thing because it would be doing damage. But these Super Dragons have completely split. This Eagle Artillery was supposed to go down. The Town Hall was supposed to go down. These Super Dragons were supposed to path their way directly into that core by the multi-target Inferno. But now he has to recover and save the 2-star and get his heroes into the Town Hall here.
I mean, that is just crazy. This tornado trap, everything, they just perfectly predicted that entry, and especially that blimp, so really nicely done. But those heroes, they have to make it work now. We have the ground expo. We have actually a couple of expos. We have a rage, though. This rage is going to be used... Wait, is that rage still in range for the Royal Champion, or is she out of range? She has not the longest range. Oh, no! He misdropped the range, but there's still a couple of spells, so he should be fine getting the Town Hall. And the percentage are climbing higher as well, way higher actually than what I would have expected.
Yeah, with that Royal Champion securing the Town Hall, now the Queen's continuing her way up. He's got a freeze. He didn't use it on the Royal Champion, so that Queen's going to continue to make her way into the scatter shot. Approaching into the 80s, makes the Queen invisible. Going to be able to grab this compartment up here, and from what it was looking like a potential 1-star, but into the 80s, mid-80s. Oh, well, okay. He froze the multi, the Air Expo. I was going to say it wasn't in range, so it really didn't do much there. But he's approaching almost into a 90%. He couldn't even get a 90 once that Queen gets the other army camp. That was impressive.
How did you turn that around? I mean, those open corner walls, again, we're talking about them just so much, most of the time in combination with the Super Barbarians. But the Queen being able to reach into the compartment, even reach into the next compartment right there, is somehow making this possible to save an attack where the blimp was baited perfectly to a 92% 2-star. So really good recovery right there and a solid percentage. But it's a 2-star, so yes, the percentage is heavily in favor of NJ Flex. But if on the other side now we see a 3-star, then the percentage do not matter because they would have the star lead. So let's see what is going to happen next.
Yeah, the star lead is what you need. That's what you're focused on at the end of the day, because if it's tied, then it will come down to percentage. But you don't have to have the percentage lead if you get just a 1-star victory, which we've seen so many times indeed. As we now see the next attack, which is going to be maybe a Blizzard Lala with a 4 invis here. He does have a blimp selected. Both sweepers pointing over the Eagle, and he sends the Hound over this Grand Warden. Blimp's coming through. If this blimp lands, he can grab a Ground Expo, multi-target Inferno, the Town Hall as well, and oh, there's a lot of red air bombs near the Town Hall, which means that there won't be the red air bombs anywhere else for the Lalo.
I mean, this was just so risky. I mean, if there would have been giant bombs with the latest changes during the summer update to the blimp, and like how the the new system of releasing the troops in the siege machine works, if that would have been trapped, those goblins inside the Super Wizard blimp would not mean anything. That would just get triggered by the goblins, and the wizards are there too quick and they would go down. So this blimp was taking a huge risk, as this could have been pretty much 0 beatings going down from this with the Lava invested as well. But he's taking the risk, it's paying off, and he's now playing another Lalo attack, which already was the first 3-star for his team.
And now with that Lalo coming into the top side, the Queen is able to go into the core and take out that multi-target Inferno with her ability and more, as the Warden ability can be used perfectly. Protects. Look at that Hound flying all the way across. That is why it was a perfect Warden. You want to try to pair the Warden ability with one Hound at least so it can pull traps and make it across the base to protect the pathing of the balloons all the way around.
And again, like, they're really showcasing how good they are with their Lalo attacks. Just so impressive. And somehow, I mean, the Queen survived until this point. Can she even take down that Expo for the troops? That would be... I mean, she even takes down the Expo. Are you kidding me? And even the King is surviving. I don't know how he does it, but that is another incredible attack. And now they are in the lead. They have, I think, still lower percentage, but they have the star lead. And this is what it's coming down to. Having more stars than your opponent is the most important thing, and this is exactly what they have after 3 attacks from each team.
Well done there as the RC ability skips across, takes out these final buildings, and a 3-star for TWOB means that they have the 1-star advantage in this match. Great attack right there.
Yeah, really nicely done. Getting the Blizzard Lalo, and I just think it's really cool that we don't see it that often anymore, but we still see from time to time some super wizard blimps, and they're just so good if they work. I mean, they're just incredible in getting a lot of value, and when the other team is not expecting that type of blimp and there are no giant bombs, this blimp is just getting incredible value. But we are back to NJ Flex, and yes, they have done really good at recovering attacks and getting high percentage, but they need 3 stars if they want to have a chance of really making sure that they are getting into the next stage and getting this $5,000 prize pool at least.
They're trying to win that money indeed, as we have lightning spells taking out the Monolith, Builder Hut, and the Sweeper, as we're going to do a Warden ability blimp to go for the Town Hall and the multi-target Inferno. We've seen an attack just like this work just before. Let's see if this one as well can be successful. The Town Hall goes down quick with the Yetis. The multi goes down with the balloons, and he's able to lure out this Clan Castle and even activate the Tornado and a couple red air bomb.
Yeah, that value looks really solid, but again, we have seen already how close those attacks are on time. Actually, it was, I think, the 99% attack for them with the Dark Elixir storage, I think, survived. So he needs to make sure that he's speeding things up and getting this attack in. This time, though, which is good for him, there is no Ice Golem Clan Castle. The Ice Golem Clan Castle was the last time the difference maker with making sure it's causing a time fail. This time, it's a Clan Castle which is not having that many hit points. It's dealing a lot of damage, but not delaying things as the other Clan Castle would have done.
Yeah, with now the Super Barbarians going to be able to be used into the bomb tower to help protect, make sure the King doesn't go over there as they continue their way through. Even the Ground Expo will go down to the Super Barbarians as they slowly will make their way around. All these openings in the walls can make it annoying for a lot of different, like, Queen Charge type attacks. So you don't know where the Queen's going to go, but an attack like this, where you can just slowly drop the Super Barbarians around and help your heroes continue their way through. But we have a defensive rate, but the Eagle Artillery is still raining fire.
Yeah, there goes the freeze, just making sure that the Rage Tower is not going off too early. When is he going to add the Royal Champ? There she goes, having the new skin as well. The Queen is following along, going into this compartment for the Multi-Inferno Tower. He has still 2 more freezes, a lot of spells, but at this point, only 1 minute left. The Royal Champion dropping really low, and that's a lot of damage. And he has only this 1 Super Barbarian left, Carbon.
Yeah, all the Super Barbarians are gone. Because he left that Eagle Artillery up till the very end, then it was just raining fire down. He was losing all of his health of his troops, and you don't want to leave that Eagle up, and it's looking like it's falling short here for Kevin of NJ Flex, as the Queen will go through another set of walls. No longer has the Queen ability. She's going to continue to try to... She does have the Unicorn to get healed up, but this Warden's going to hit like crazy. She might not even be able to make it through it. No, she won't. Oh, she actually barely hangs on. But still, not going to be enough time anyways, as it's going to be another 2-star for NJ Flex.
Yeah, the Super Barbarians are just not working for them. They have now 2 stars with them, and this is not what they need. They have to collect some 3 stars to stand a chance. versus those 3-stars from TWOB. And this is, again, a solid percentage, but it's just not the 3-star. With only one 3-star so far, it's going to be really hard to clutch this match. Well, if TWOB will get another 3-star now, it's not looking good for an NJ Flex whatsoever. But if there's a 2-star happening, this match can be still turned around really easily. So this next attack is going to decide a lot.
It is indeed. You have every single attack is an opportunity in a match like this. You got to keep focused and make sure you're pulling in those 3-stars. You never know. A 1-star could happen, but you just can't count of it. It just could be, hey, you know, you'll take it if it happens on the defensive side. But we're seeing now the next attack is going to be, it looks to be another Blizzard Lalo, as the blimp is going to be going over. Lands early. Giant bomb is here. Looking to grab the multi, the Eagle Artillery, a Ground Expo, Wizard Tower. There's a lot of value. Yes, even the other Ground Expo, Grand Warden Altar too. Very nice value to start.
Yeah, and it's always the thing, right? Like, if you're having a giant bomb somewhere, you need to have a small bomb there as well to take down super wizards. But then again, like, not that many teams are using this strategy. So it's like people tend to use then the small bomb somewhere different, and this is really enabling this super wizard blimp. And you can tell it's getting a lot of value if played right, and if the defender is not trying to defend it whatsoever. And this opening so far is looking incredible with the queen. I think she should close in really quickly on this defensive multi-fern tower if she's going around that corner.
Ooh, that multi-target Inferno is going to force the Queen ability. No, the Barbarians tanked all the Inferno beams. Does now lure out the final super minions here to invest the poison spell. That Queen needs to make her way into the Ground Expo. She does. Ability goes off, but the Queen does die. But one of the super minions has gone out of the poison, so it won't go down to the poison, as the Lalo is now starting over this Town Hall.
Nano is starting indeed, but the Town Hall is not activated just yet. It's at 43%. The loons are going around the Town Hall, and only at 50% is getting activated. Or some lava pups are going to activate it. Loons are flying across, but the Royal Champion has not been placed just yet. Can the Royal Champion get the Town Hall, or the loons pathing backwards?
And the Tesla farm is over near, or at least a couple Teslas, looking to be over by that Queen. The Town Hall explodes. These balloons go down. Does have 7 more loons to use with a defensive king and a queen that's less than half health. And that defensive super minion is doing work here. But a 2-star, like you said, now still keeps NJ Flex in this here. It's only put TWOB to 10 stars. And with a 3-star from NJ Flex, anything can happen in the final attack.
Yeah, the percentage is trying to get pushed higher, but we can already see that the percentage, I think, is not going to be in favor of TWOB, if it might finish in a tie match when it comes down to a star. So everything is relying now on this next attack. If NJ Flex can 3-star, this would be a massive swing in their favor, as this would force TWOB to 3-star as well in their attack, since the percentage would be in their favor. So I mean, this match is getting really close as we're progressing deeper and deeper into it, and there's only one attack each for each of those two teams.
Yeah, 77% 2-star here for TWOB. Unfortunately, not able to get it with the Blizzard Lalo. Is there a reason why you think this attack kind of fell short? Do you think he needed to get more value with that blimp, or more value with the heroes combination of those two, iTzu?
Sorry, what?
Do you think there's a reason why the attack failed? Did he needed to get more value with the blimp, or with the heroes combination of both of those maybe?
I feel like the pathing with the loons around the town was not optimal. I think he would have needed to have some way to work around it. And having a lot of loons backtrack is never a good thing to happen.
Yeah.
But this one is not going to be a Lalo. Instead, it's going to be a Super Dragon attack with the Record spell and the Flame Flinger. Where's that place? On the far right? No, at the bottom side. That's where we can see already the first couple of shots coming in. Queen is most likely getting redirected towards the top side to clear out the top side compartment. Or maybe somewhere different, as at the top side, that's where the monolith is located, as this is like a not symmetrical base. So what exactly is going to be the plan? Is he trying to charge the town hall? I don't know.
Well, this queen is making her way slowly. He can pull this queen back with a recall spell. The flame flinger is slowly working down to the bottom side. He does have a hog. He could drop the hog for the flame flinger. Why? To pull out any traps in front of it, giant bombs, things like that, to try to help protect the flame flinger as it moves his way through. Now the queen is up to the top side of this space, and both sweepers are pointing down towards the eagle artillery. So it looks like a super dragons are going to come right in towards that top side multi.
Yes, but he needs an answer for that monolith for sure, as it's targeting now that queen. The frost and skeleton spell are making sure that there is not as much damage. A nice wall break, as he expected the Tesla being in that compartment, because otherwise the wall break would have not targeted that wall right there. Vulnerability is perfect. The super dragons can now leave the town hall poison quickly again, and this attack is looking really solid depending on what this backhand looks like, with the two raised up expos being a different task to get through when the king is getting added as well.
Yeah, that rage spell is going to rage up 2 Infernos, Eagle, 2 Expos, so much stuff down here. It's going to be very difficult to charge through, but he's got some spells, a Rage and an Invis. King is down as well to help, and the Royal Champion yet to be deployed. While the Super Dragon down south is finally now going down, which came out of that Flame Flinger, takes out the Grand Warden Altar as well, and some Fire Spares. I think the Flame Flinger might just grab that bot to the left side scatter shot. Yes!
Yeah, there goes the wall break. You said it perfectly placed to get that queen further into the base, get her access to all of those defenses, but the time Carbon is ticking again. He might have to rage up the Royal Champion, as she can just jump over all of those walls. That's exactly what he's doing. And 30 seconds now to really make sure that every single building is going down. This is going to be a race against the clock, but there's not much left on the left side though.
He's got to move. That queen's going to grab the builder hut. He's got the RC ability to skip through with 1 invis. If there's ground skeletons that pop up, you can make the skellies invisible technically, as he's running through. Only 1 building left, and he's able to get this one done with the hog, and it's a 3-star, which, if you take a look at the percentage, they are by far in the lead with percentage. So at 2-star from TWOB, it is not going to be enough. So they must 3-star just to win this one on a star count.
This is good. I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping for when we kind of introduced all of the different matches. That it's going to be close matches. We want to have the last attack matters. The last attack is going to decide that match, and that is exactly happening right now. Perfect finish for the first match, but let's see how this finish looks like, and which team is actually going to make it to the next stage, is going to have guaranteed $5,000 prize pool.
Wow.
And which team is out of this World Championship, and there's no second chances.
No second chances here, as we're seeing a blimp going in here, gonna try to help take out this town. Invis is down. No pressure here, but it all comes down to this. Trying to then take out the town hall. The invis was activated. Oh no! Hold on. They need to go for the town hall. Yes, they do. He's out of spells. Super wizards. They gotta take it down. One no!
Oh no! I mean, this is now going to be really rough. I mean, with the percentage on the right side, you can see a 3-star would give your team 20%. This means they can get the higher... Oh, and the queen ability is gone versus the headhunter.
No.
This is going from bad to worse for the attacker. But what I want to say, 20% is the max you can add with 1 attack, and that could even only go to 90%. So they have to 3-star this attack if they want to win this match. And so far, it's not looking like this is going to happen. Otherwise, this might be the craziest recovery. We don't know. The town hall's down at least.
Yeah, at least he secured the town hall here. It does have 3 hounds, 28 balloons. This is going to be a long way to go. Here comes the Lalo over to the right. He could send the World Champion in towards the Air Expo to try to path her way into the multi-sweeper, but he decides to send that Royal Champion right under the Lalo. We can drop another Hound, some Headhunters potentially, if he has any. I don't see, unless they were already deployed. He pops that Warden Billy. Yeah, okay, there. You deploy them straight into the Royal Champion. But there is a Milo and a multi to the top side that is still up, and luckily the Royal Champ does path their way up there as the Lalo is continuing its way over the Eagle.
Yeah, just keep going around that Eagle, and the good news is that he does not need a quick Lalo at this point, as the Eagle is down, the Royal Champ has taken down the core, and the path is pretty much set and clear for those loons. But there's still a lot of back-end with this defending Queen, the Expo, and the Scatter. But he's making this really close.
He is. He's got that freeze onto the scatter shot as he needs to overwhelm this Queen because it's picking off his balloons. Is the Owl? No, he doesn't have an Owl on the ward. He's got the Frosty, which he's trying to make his way in. Oh, that enemy Queen is so low health. The balloons are all going down. Minions up and around. The Ward is trying to help take out the scatter, but the Frosty is now gone. And we still have an air defense left in this base. And that Blimp not able to grab that Town Hall. He wanted that Queen to grab that Air Expo and more value up to the top side. Remember, this had to be a 3-star in order to win this match. And this was a match between teams that are both 2-2 in the Swiss bracket, which means if you lose this, you will then have 3 losses and you will be eliminated from the Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers. And unfortunately, that is the end of the row for TWOB, and NJ Flex is going to be victorious based on percentage. They had the more percentage, and they will be victorious. Moving on. And unfortunately, the lower attacks for TWOB was not able to be high enough to have that victory.
Yep. This match was back and forth. TWOB had the lead in the middle of the match with the stars, but then in the end, we were not able to finish this and push through this over the finish line. And overall, the average percentage sometimes can be a really big deciding factor between two teams which are so close. And it was actually for this match. And those couple of percentage decided over $5,000. That is a lot of money just because of a couple of biddings more going down for one of the teams.
Indeed, that is crazy. $5,000 a thing that you're able to get into the prize pool there. But let's go to welcome back Woody and Eric here to the desk. Welcome back, guys. What was your thoughts on that last match? We'll start with you, Woody.
Mind blown. Such an incredibly close war that goes down to the very end, the final attack, and that is exactly what we love to see between these two really tightly contested teams. Let's take another look at some of the best attacks there, and you'll see exactly why NJ Flex managed to push on to the end when TWOB were falling just short. So many super razor thin margins of victory that we've seen in the Clash of Clans World Championship, and yet again NJ Flex is going to be on the upper end, grabbing some really tight 2-star 99% hits, but also being able to pull off the 3 stars when it mattered the most to keep their stars even with TWB. I mean, they fell apart kind of in the early to mid war, but held onto their cool, kept the percentage high, and ultimately, are going to be taking it because of that. A few more buildings destroyed, no more stars to their name. But NJ Flex will survive and will get a reset as they move into stage 4 with at least $5,000 and potentially the World Championship title if they can keep this great performance up.
Absolutely. I was a bit surprised in this war here how much they decided to use the Super Wizard Blimp. Like, you just don't see that attack a lot. Like, it's insane. They can be easily taken out by traps, and there's a lot of bases that are actually seeing this attack come into a little bit of a resurgence. So, like, it's kind of crazy, but they did some fantastic work there with the Blimp protecting the Yeti bomb to the Town Hall with lightning. That was a cool thing. Like, there were some really, really cool attacks during this war. I was actually really impressed with this team, and it's not really a surprise after seeing them play a bit more why they made it up to number 4 on the overall season, or I guess phase 1 leaderboards there. So they performed very, very well, and taking out TWB is a very big obstacle right there, and they made it through, and that means they are going on to stage 4 to go out of the next Swiss stage and be the top 16. So very, very strong performance from them, and unfortunately for TWB, they're out. So we'll I guess so they're not gonna see them at Worlds. Unfortunate, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, if you're eliminated from this Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers, all your opportunities of getting a golden ticket are unfortunately for 2023 are gone, because this is the last opportunity to do it. And NJ Flex getting it done there at 95.8%, and that is a really high average that you're able to get, and comes down to wars where it is a tie on percentage, or tie on stars. Percentage is where it makes the difference. That's why we always talking about you want to be as high in the 90s as possible and get that value in your attacks. Every single building matters. And then, you know, if it came down to TWB getting that very last triple in the end, and then Paul would have been the 99, that would have been devastating to have come so close. And I mean, iTzu, you've got your fair share of 99s, right?
Wow, you really had to say that, right? Like, I mean, come on. But yeah, like 99s are never a good thing, but it's good when your team has your back, right, and can actually 3-star, as it happened right here at NJ Flex. It did not cost them in the end with the 99. They had really good recoveries. I just remember the Super Dragon attack, which somehow got turned around after an incredible bait with the Trainer Trap. So they did really, really good. I think overall they deserved that win. And, well, guys, you have to maybe rethink your predictions a little bit, because they were not right.
No.
You were right about that, iTzu. We were wrong about this one, but in our defense, it was a very close war. And I think that is exactly what we're going to be expecting to see all day long. You might have been right in this case, but if you could give any clan the opportunity to take a win, if all they got to do is put 1 3-star up on the board, I think that most of them would take that deal. TWOB, a very hard-fought team that just barely didn't manage to advance this time around. But the first war is now done and dusted. It's in the history books, and we are going to be seeing them moving on. But also moving on will be the next match today, where we will get to see All Exceed facing off against ETX Titans. And this is going to be a very tight one as well, because although we do see a percentage advantage in ETX Titans' favor, and in fact, a hit rate advantage there with 13 stars against All Exceed's 12, I believe that all 4 of us picked All Exceed to take the win in this one. And I think that that bears a little bit of further exploration, because that is not at all what I expected to see. I was expecting to see maybe even a 2-2 split on the caster lineup between the predictions for this war. Let's go ahead and read off the rosters, though, and I'll toss it off to Eric in a second to continue that conversation. For All Exceed, we have Kazu, Arazi, Kazuma, Luca, and Hamu. A very solid lineup that had a little bit of difficulty in the early portion of Stage 3. They picked up only 11 stars in their first 2 wars, getting a percentage tiebreaker victory over SWAT, and then falling against Fia and Ace. But Eric, why don't you go ahead and take the Titans next?
Over with Titans, they've been putting up some crazy scores. Look at their hit rates here: Sykander, Alcadar, Dark on top, Ran, and Shakira. This team is stacked, but the fact that every single player on the team is hitting above a 50% hit rate, like, this is world class right now. This is where you want to be. If you're averaging 13 stars, and that's just your average, then you're hitting some above, some below. Like, this is wild. But guys, we're about ready to start, so let's get ready for this war to kick off here. We are into the game. Dark on top, and kick us off here for Imperium Titans. X-Titans. I guess they have Titans twice in their name there for some reason. But they are diving in with Dark on top with a Queen Charge into Hogminer Hybrid, which I've been saying, I don't see a lot of people using Queen Charge Hogminer Hybrid lately, but the people that are still breaking out there are exceptionally good at it, and Dark on top is no exception to that, Woody.
Well, Kazu definitely must be expecting an attack from over on this right side corner. Putting your Eagle artillery all the way outside the walls is about the best bait that you can offer to an early stab out here. I wonder what sort of tricks he's got with the trap setup inside the base to try to deny value for a player like Dark on top, who is clearly very happy to take that easy win early on, gets the CC pull even, thanks to some great positioning here from the Archer Queen, grabs a Lava Hound, and with just a couple of Expos firing away at her, I think that she should be fine with the healers here. Pops a Rage just to keep her topped off even more, and even without a poison spell, that's going to be an easy CC kill to set up for Dark on Top's next stage for minor heavy hybrid push.
Absolutely, but the thing you've got to think about here is, like you're saying, this is looking like it should be a bait, and so if he doesn't get the balloons to be able to go and clear the traps that could take out the healers there, then it could be trouble. But he does actually only lose one healer on the way in, so he gets the multi-info down. The hybrid going to the top of the base there, since the Queen is very north. Well, there goes another healer, is going to end up forcing the Queen back to loop over to the other multi, which I think she can actually reach there over the walls from the inside of the base there, so she has some really good access if she can stay alive, and she's claiming all the targets he's hoping for. But now pushing a Hog Miner hybrid through the town hall can get a little bit dicey, and he has to wait on the ward building until he actually engages and takes the town hall down. So he has to freeze it on the approach here and then hold the ward ability till about right now. Looks good. He's got ground scaling stalled him up here. He has to delay it. He has to delay it. He has to delay it. And there we go. Pop it as the warden goes off as the town hall goes down. So he's in a very, very good spot here, Woody.
Didn't fire until he could see the whites of their eyes, but it has paid off. Those Hogs are still looking pretty healthy on the other side now, and they have another heal spell to keep them topped off even further. That Monolith has just been raining down so much heavy damage this entire raid, and finally the Archer Queen's going to be destroyed. But I think she has done enough work now as we're pathing into the final compartment on the bottom side. A few more Hogs are going to get sprung out by traps, but they eliminate the last scatter shot. There's nothing left in terms of big defenses now, and it is going to be a march to the very end with the Royal Champion shield ready to be tossed out. 15 seconds for the cleanup, and I think he's got it. Dark on Top is going to be starting off with a triple for the ETX Titans.
Fantastic attack right there, and making the hybrid look easy. Dark on Top. I mean, that was clean. That was clean. We like to see that attack there. We love to see how tight they can get the funnel, and it is kind of risky when you push the hybrid through the town hall there, but he managed it very, very well. But usually we're trying to either charge the town hall or the Eagle Artillery during the Queen charge phase attack there, and he made it look like it was textbook right there. So now returning fire, looks like Hamu getting ready for Alex Seed. Alex Seed, team out of Japan. They are definitely, I don't know why there's so many highly talented team that comes out of Japan. Like they just generate talent like no other country in the world, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Germany is right there along with them in terms of being able to just, you know, push out extremely talented squads year after year. But definitely would agree with you. I mean, especially having the reigning champions now with the Queen Walker Stephanie. This is definitely a region that has got a lot of skills brought to bear. So Hamu's going to be moving in next for All Exceed, and I'll just give a little bit more background as we're watching this attack get set up. All Exceed was very consistent in stage 2 on their defense. It's just they weren't putting out a whole lot of offensive firepower. With 11, and then 10 stars in their first 3 wars, they are doing well, but not really surprising to the top side in terms of their hit rates. So I'm expecting All Exceed, if they get the win here, it's going to be off of a very tight war where they managed to eke out on a percentage victory against Titans just by putting up really solid defenses. That's not what we saw in that first attack, though, with the Titans grabbing the 3-star, and it's starting to make me question the prediction that I had earlier on. If Titans win, it's going to be because they just come in over the top with some really risky plays that grab a lot of stars, Eric.
Nice freezes in the core of the base there. Those dragons just trying to hang on as long as they could, fighting the CC, fighting the monolith, but they're able to power through. And there's now 3 dragons still alive. The Queen still has her ability. The Royal Champion has ability, but most importantly, all the defensive heroes have been taken out on the base here. So the Royal Champion has a much easier time going to be able to push her way through. So she gets the scatter shot down, makes her way out to the Teslas, and loop around here. The Expos are the biggest threat left on the base here, and I guess the King's still standing. He's hiding up there in the very top of the base, so he could intercept if he doesn't get him dealt with, but I guess the Queen ability can take him. But I'm worried about the Expos more than anything on this, because the Queen's not going to have clear access to them and the defensive King.
Well, this attack was just rapid fast and knocked out most of the space before I could even finish the preface for this hit, but it does look like this is going to be coming in pretty strong along the backside here. Archer Queen still is very high on her hit points and has Thankfully, a unicorn, Diggy, and even a Phoenix flying around to help her out. She's got that ability yet to be used, and without having to get through any walls, she just has to worry about getting the damage dumped into these storages, while the little bit of damage from these defenses is going to be firing away. Expect her to pop that ability as soon as she gets a lock from the king there, but with all 3 of these big long-range defenses firing away, it's going to be a difficult run to the end. Pops him down though, and with that additional damage boost, she needs to get through as quick as possible.
Nope.
It's going to happen, Eric. A 2-star 96% for Alexide is going to leave them just short by 4% against the Titans, but a star down now puts the Titans in a very strong spot.
Yeah, tough. It's always a little bit of a gamble. I feel like when you use Super Dragons, like you're tossing them into just broadside the base, and if they don't path exactly how you expected them to and get to the core, like he did get the value out of the core there, which is surprising that he ended up missing that. So like I'm actually surprised that didn't go through, because he got the town hall down, he kept the hero safe, he got the core wiped out, his spell placement was very nice, and he actually managed it very well. So I'm surprised that didn't go through, but it came very close. But now with the lead established, Alcador getting ready for Titans for the next attack here, and I mean, if they can now sustain their lead here with, like you're saying, the history between the two teams here, we saw that Titans was averaging 13 stars, Alexide only 12. So with the lead already established out of the gate here, look at this. Whoa, Woody, look at this. He's breaking out a mass Yeti super wizard and bat attack. I've seen people try to use this before, but I've seen a lot of people end up with 1 stars when they try to break this attack. So this makes me a little bit worried right at the gate here. And I guess we'll see what it can do, Woody.
Cowabunga it is! Bring on the wave of destruction! Yeti Mites are just going to be infesting this base. Log launcher to roll through straight toward that town hall and get a bunch of these walls down and make the entry point even better for him. Royal Champion right off the bat knocks out a multi-inferno up on the top side that had been raged up, and Alcadir's going to have to also deal with a big ol' CC Lava Hound coming on out to try to slow down this Archer Queen, but not distracting the ground troops at all. Knock apart that Eagle Artillery, which had, interestingly, a tornado trap to try to protect it up there on the top side, and we are once again seeing an extremely quick attack, just dismantling this base. But will it run out of steam before it makes it to the backside, just like in our previous hit as well? Grand Warden watering up to the top, not really doing a whole lot except trying to protect the Royal Champion, I guess, and pretty much all the troops are dead at this point. Just have to rely on the heroes and the Bat Bomb dropping it hot up top, Eric.
Absolutely, but the Warden may end up following the bats here, but he does get the splash damage defenses over there. The bats are going to start to build into a swarm. If they clump up and start one-shotting defenses, there's going to be very little that can stop them. The Queen almost gets that last Wizard Tower down. It's one shot. He's very, very close, but he's got 3 freezes left on standby. He's got the cleanup moving. Warden survived to do cleanup up top. The Bat Wave is unstoppable now.
No red bomberinos. No red bombs. Come on.
Red
Keep
bombs
it up
can't
just
pull
a little
it.
longer.
Red bombs can't hit bats. Bats don't trigger traps.
God,
Only
you're right,
other
you're right.
troops next to them can actually cause the bats to go down. So he's going to have the bat wave move through unimpeded and will work backwards. He's absolutely got the triple locked in. And that's 2 on the board here for Titans.
Yeah, great read there. I'm just thinking about anything that could possibly stop this wave, but it is Batman till the end, and Al-Qadir is going to keep the Titans up ahead once again. Another 3-star performance and being able to swag this little headhunter at the end, I guess, not having to worry about the enemy Royal Champion at all. She is just lost, dazed and confused, just wondering where the rest of the defenses went on this base. As he collapses in on the final segment here with 30 seconds left, still plenty of time, and he is just going to kick back and relax, Eric.
Yeah, you don't want to put the headhunter here, because I don't know if you ever found the tornado trap. And there might be ground scalers around the Royal Champion, so like if you do put the headhunter in, it could end up pulling traps. He does drop it in now where it can stand safely on the outside of the base there without going all the way in and potentially triggering traps. But it'll take the Royal Champion down, get him through a little bit faster. She drops and he can turn it back around and get the storage down. Nicely done. That attack makes me nervous. That attack makes me nervous every time I see it. But when it works, and he's able to get the triple. That was huge right there. Definitely a fun way to take a base down as well.
Very nice. You know, it started off really quick and it seemed like time wasn't going to be much of an issue at all, but it actually turned out to be a 2-minute and 50-second attack coming down a little bit scary at the end there, but the Titans going to keep their solid strike up so far. 6 stars to their name as they get first 2 hits in. Luca gonna have to return fire now and try to get this thing back into the win column for Alexi, but just really having a lot of difficulty so far. Gonna be a bit more of a standard orthodox entry point though for 2 lavas in this La Lune, but no healers this time for Luca. Instead, gonna have a little bit of a hero dive with an ice golem out in front to block. Starts off with the battle blimp going straight for the town hall and does not encounter any tornado traps. Super minions pop on out with invis and rage. They are gonna be blasting away, Eric. Kaboom! Town hall goes down for the first star, and with additional invisibility spells, they are just gonna be wrecking havoc inside this base. They do kind of wander outside the spell support range and don't get everything down. That air defense sticking up is going to be kind of a little bit of a sad point, I think, for Alex in this early strike.
Yeah, I think he got everything he's looking for, though. Town Hall, Inferno, and Expo going down were the primary targets. The air defense is not too big of a problem on the backside of the base there because, I mean, looking at the rest of the base here, we have 2 air defenses up in the very top of the base there, then the one at the bottom. So I'm not even sure where you anchor your house. There's one over to the far left side of the base by the Eagle Artillery as well. So I guess you start into the Eagle Artillery side with Lala most likely and charge the Rage Tower area first. So we'll see how the Hounds actually cooperate there with that extra air defense staying standing as an alternate path for them to go to. But up top, the heroes are going to make their way in, and using the blimp to get the funnel form for the heroes is always a good plan, but a lot of times if you can get the blimp to pull at the CAC, that's even better. But when you're running that full air blimp with only super minions inside, you don't pull the clan castle, so the heroes still get intercepted. They still have to fight it while they're under the threat of the defenses, and it can slow them down a little bit. That's why a lot of players used to always prefer the super whizzes, and we are seeing a resurgence of that attack a little bit there, but people are still putting their trust in super minions. But look at this, he does put in Lalo at the very bottom of the base instead of going into the Eagle Artillery first, so he's got to take a lot of Eagle strikes as he makes his way through here, Woody.
Gutsy push, but he pops that Eternal Tome right before that first layer of Eagle shots rains down. He used the Royal Champion to take down that bottom right side air defense, and he's got the last Lava Hound up on the top left side ready to soak shots for the final one. A few balloons to pop it down, and this is going to be a balloon parade through the back end of the base, and the only thing he's going to be worried about at this point is that multi-target Inferno drops a haste spell right on top of it, but there's not going to be any troops inside of it just yet. That was a little bit aggressive on the placement, I think, Eric.
Yeah, I needed to get the haste to get into it in the first place. There, he takes a lot of damage on the approach there. Lots of balloons are dying, but he does get the strikes, and he takes it down! He just needs to get the Expo. He's working on it with some. There's 2 Expos. He's throwing in extra troops to the right side. He's got an extra giant, a wizard, a minion, a headhunter. They're all swarming it, and they got the punch. They're gonna take it. It's a triple for Alexine, and Luca gets it done.
Very well done. Collapses on the clan castle as the last building to knock down, and with just under 10 seconds left, once again we see another attack getting a little bit close here in the end. Not dominating performances so far, but it's going to be a 3-star nonetheless, and that is going to keep Alexide in this war. 6 stars against their own 5 means that they still have a little bit of ground left to cover if they want to make up that deficit, but this is going to be an exciting mid-war to watch now, as we have an opportunity now for both of these teams to lay claim to that upper spot. Shikari King trying to keep Alexei just at bay now as the Titans seek to maintain their perfect performance so far. I'm wondering what was going through Alexeid's mind when they set up that last base, though. Just the aerial attacks have been so strong in this meta that to dump 3 air defenses kind of all on one side of the base is really just like setting up an easy target for their attackers to go up against. Claimed the 3-star that time, and we'll see if the Titans can justify that sort of setup as they move in with another air attack of their own. La Lune coming in again with an Ice Hound this time, Eric.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna use he's got a double clone for this one here. He's got the invisibility. He's got to be getting ready to set up a big blimp here. So he just invests a ton of balloons into the opener, able to not get them super well protected, unfortunately. So a lot of them went down early, but he popped the ward ability. They'll get more protected there. He sends the blimp into the core of the base, and he needs to get tons and tons and tons of blimp value here. It's gonna be super minion bomb. He's got the invisibility. He goes ahead and clones it twice to try to wipe out the core, but the area around the top of the base there that he invested all those balloons into with the ward ability did not get the monolith down, and so that's a bit of a problem. He never got the scatter shot down up there as well. So while he did get a lot of value in the core of the base there, he missed some critical targets up top, although he did get the headhunters in to go get the defensive queen out of the way there while he had the ward ability active. So he got some value, but I'm not sure if it's enough here. This might be the opening for Alex Seed unless Shikari King can find a way to pull this back.
Well, it looks like Shikari King's been playing a little bit of brawl because he just brought the rocket rain up into the middle of that base with so many super minions just obliterating the core. Decent value, but you are right that he spent a lot to make it happen and has got to follow up very quickly to justify that big investment early on. Still holds on to that Ice Hound, but I'm trying to get a sense of the rest of the space with that scatter shot still up. He's got to do a lot of work to take that down. Baby Dragon is going to be soaking fire from it while it tries to get a few burp shots off. I guess it's going to get a few more hits in, but is eliminated. And he needs to do something about that scatter if he wants these loons to have any shot at all.
Yeah, he puts in 2 balloons, splits them up there. He's just kind of multitasking here. He's got cleanup work on the left side of the base there, getting that going. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to have the king separated so much from the queen like that, but the queen is sustaining. She's under low enough damage. The unicorn is keeping her top off. The split balloons were able to get the scatter shot down. He's got 6 more balloons on standby. He's got a headhunter. He's got an ice hound. He goes ahead and throws them in while he can potentially take the road champion. The queen circling out of the base. Their ability still intact. She can come in and save it at the end here if he has the balloons get enough. But the ice hound doing work here. Needs to get the defensive road champion. Here comes the headhunters. Gotta get the lock on. The Expo is ticking off his headhunters right now. His queen circling in. It's very close here, Woody. I'm not sure if he's got it yet, though.
It is not going to be with a bang, but with a whimper that the defenses are finally going to wither away. Shikari King has just been pounding this entire raid, and with 15 seconds left, still holding onto that queen ability and an invisibility spell that he might even just be able to swag at this point. It looks like he's going to have it after all. A few seconds left, and the monolith falls for the 3-star by Shikari King. ETX Titans with the tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row to start, are just so powerful. And it's looking like the predictions are gonna shatter because the Titans just cannot be stopped, stomping through the competition and denying Alex Seed any possibility of a defense yet, Eric.
Absolutely, but they're still hot at their tail there. So if Kazuma can get a triple here, then they can still be right behind him. Get the pressure on. Maybe they can force a defense there. That's what you need to do. You can't let him get 2 stars ahead. That would be very difficult to recover from. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. But Titans is playing very strong right now and living up to the 60% hit rate that they had going. Remember, all of their players are hitting above a 50%, a lot of them in the 60s there. So their offense is through the roof right now, and Alex Seed cannot hold them back, but they have to match them offense for offense as we see a Skelly Donut going after the Monolith, going after the CC. No. He misses the CC building. He has no poison. He misses the Expo as well. He only got 1 target for that investment, and that is going to be a very big problem.
That is ball game right there. You cannot 3-star this base. You cannot keep pace against the Titans. They just won it. With the failure of that Skelly Donut in the center, the CC is going to stand. Oh, okay, it's a Lava Hound.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's still going to be a big distraction for whatever cleanup is going to happen later on in. At least the balloons are not going to be stopped short there. The 1st star is claimed by Kazuma, but it is going to be an extremely impressive follow-up if he manages to salvage a 3-star out of this attack. He's still going to be making a valiant effort, though, because with the Town Hall down, he doesn't have to worry about repositioning his troops. It's still going to be plan A for him, with the Queen on the far outside to engage that Lava Hound early. Let's give him his fair due. Lots of elite Barbarians to move around these edges, but the walls are going to be a little bit tricky to deal with here, Eric.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Electro Titan went down right before the Lava Hound popped, so it can't burn up all the pubs, so the Queen stays distracted, and as she stays distracted, the King runs away from her. This is why you don't want the CC to go out and engage. That's why you need the Skelly Donut to take it down, but he's actually recovering it pretty decently right now. I mean, kudos to him to hold it together there after a little bit of a hiccup, but that Expo that was left behind as well under Rage that was supposed to be down for the Skelly Donut is just hammering away at the King there, forces him to Phoenix. He ends up Going invincible for a little bit there, providing some tanky while the rage tower stays active. He does go and freeze as soon as the king goes down and the invincibility wears off, steps his way through, takes out the expo. Okay, he's actually managing this very, very well, but there's still a ton of base left to go, and he's slowly dwindling on resources.
Finishes off the multi with the shield toss from the Royal Champion there, and with the Archer Queen also still alive, it's going to utilize these spells. A little bit of a spinning action here as the Tornado Trap catches the Royal Champion, and she is going to be taken down by an Archer Tower. Archer Queen herself still is holding on to that ability, but giant bombs going off in her face are going to force it now. She's trying to move away to the backside now where there's still just a single target Inferno to try to deny her. But look at that, still has 2 freeze spells left to deploy. Nothing to heal up this Archer Queen. She's getting awfully low, needs as much firepower directly. No!
Yes!
Can't freeze both, but the archers are going to block for her as long as that Archer...
Come on, Queen. Come on, Queen. Come on, Queen. She stays alive. The super bombs take out the wizard tower. And he pulls it back, Woody. That was insane.
Oh man, I'm taking it from iTzu here. He says, how did this happen? Barb's OP, but the commander deserves the glory, and the positive jinx coming in for Kazuma to keep them alive. Alex C have got another 3-star thanks to a miracle that he was able to pull off there, missing the CC and the Skelly Donut to begin with, but hey, the best laid plans, even when they fall apart, can still be salvaged by a brilliant general. Kazuma has done it, Eric.
That was wild. I can't believe he's able to pull that back. It looked like it was over. But they are now within 4 buildings of Titans. If they can pick up a defense and get another triple on the board here, they still are in this war. This is insane. The fact that we've gone through 6 attacks so far, and we've had 1 attack leave 4 buildings on the board. That's wild to me that they're playing this offensively at Town Hall 15, which is not easy to do. Like we're saying, the world-class team, the teams that we expect to be in the World Championship are pushing about a 60% hit rate, and they are, which means they are definitely at that caliber, and they can definitely be a team that goes the entire distance. They can keep this up here, but both teams playing fantastic here. Radin gonna be pushing in with a wall break down the line here. Can't wall break at the corner there, but he quickly deals with the monolith and then walks over to the right, then circles in Town Hall. Keep an eye on the Town Hall radius there, because you got to make sure that the Town Hall does not target the healers there. They are going to target. He needs to get a freeze. He needs to get a freeze. He goes invisible. That works as well, Woody. And he will secure the Town Hall takedown while that Flamethrower has been doing some good work on the left side.
Titans have less than a 1% lead in this war, holding on to that single star advantage, but Ran wants to keep it going further and needs to get a good setup for this dual Hog Rider push. He's got the Super Hogs ready to commit in here and a lot of walls to hop over. Not bringing very many spells to help him out, only just a Rage and a Poison to boost his chances here. Enemy Rage Tower is going to be souping up 2 Multi-Infernos as well as the Eagle Artillery as soon as any troops get close enough to activate. And Ran with an Archer Queen just getting pummeled in the top compartment of this base is going to have a difficult time. She is still alive, though, getting slowed down by Ice Golems on approach. And man, that is going to be a lot of spells that he has already dumped early in on. Grand Warden going to be supporting the Hogs now as they make their way in from the bottom side of the base. Can they get rid of this multifaceted core with multi-Infernos firing away on him, Eric?
Queen's out of rage. There uses his last freeze to keep the Queen alive, to take those backside defenses off. But the ward ability has to carry these Hogs through. Queen takes the multi-steps to the scatter shot. The Queen's done her job. The Queen's done everything that she could do, but she invested every single one of those spells to get through. So the Hogs have to clear the multis, or at a minimum, they have to clear the way for the Royal Champion to go in there and take it. Where is she? I'm looking for the Royal Champion. I'm not seeing her. Is she still alive? Or wait, did he use her earlier? Yeah, she's gone. I mean, the Hogs are still trying, though. The Queen's gonna break a wall there, and she can reach the right side multi with the wall that she broke. And so look at all the riders on foot there working the Warden. If they take that multi, he's got a chance. He does. He gets it. There is a little bit of life left in this Woody.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of an awkward cleanup, but I guess she can wander around toward the outer edge and won't have to worry too much about that. Hogs are hopping over the walls, and even with the giant bomb going off, that is not going to be enough to stop him. Diggy pops up for a little bit of extra damage here. There's still a builder hut in the core of the base that the Hog Riders are hammering away at. She should have access. No, she has to pop a wall first.
She does. Look at the Warden. Look at the Warden. Look at the Warden. Watch the Warden. Warden for the long bomb. 1 second. Woody.
The warden retargets to the wall to help the queen when one single shot would have been enough.
He took one shot too. He took one shot, and then the queen wandered in. Some of the other troops there died in front of him. There were other troops there that directed his target to the battle builder, but when the battle builder cleared those troops, he has to follow the stack of troops there that has the higher troop space. And once a couple troops got cleared, that next target was the queen's target, which was the wall. He abandons the final strike there, and he takes the wall instead. And that was wild. I can't believe that just happened, Woody.
I am still here, although I guess you saw I got a little bit dumbstruck right there. Let me try to hop back in.
Oh boy. Well, that was insane. That was absolutely insane here. However, that just opened the door here for Alexi. Now, it doesn't really change the picture that much because they were able to get the percentage so high. Because the percentage went to a 99%, we're still going to see a percentage advantage into Titan's favor. And so it's going to be basically the same situation that they were already in, where they still hold advantage. And Alexi is just going to have to triple now to be able to tie up the stars. But if they miss here, they got to keep the percentage high because they're going to need a miss from Titans regardless. So we'll see what happens here as iTzu drops in. Looks like he's going for the super minion bomb, dropping right on top of the rage tower. Go ahead and clone it up there and go invisible, rage it up, wipe out that entire top quadrant of the base there, taking out the CC in the process. I don't know if he pulled any CC troops out there. I guess there's something standing there. It looks like a rocket balloon. Not much for defensive CC troops there, chilling on the area, but they're completely dealt with now, and the heroes can now wrap around. Everything that he could have wanted in that area was taken down, other than maybe the monolith would have been an extra target that would have been extremely valuable as he pushes his way forward.
Electro Titan set
back, Woody?
Push now. Yeah, I'm back with y'all now. Sorry for the
Woody, I think we lost Woody there for a second there. Woody, if you're back, just say something there and we'll get you back in. But iTzu's gonna keep on pushing it from the right side with the heroes. There we go. Woody's back. All right, talk us through this.
Yeah, here we go. Hopping in over on the right side corner now. The Electro Titans are looking for a clear entry point to the space, but without any jump spells or anything to crack through these outer walls. They're just going to have to rely on elite Barbarians to get them a little bit more leeway to move on in. Going to be taking a lot of damage now from the monolith, firing away at some really crucial targets, but popping that down, he is going to be going in super hard and fast now. iTzu is engaging the Town Hall and will get that down as well as 50% with a second star back to back. Elite Barb's ready to collapse along the edge as there's a lot of vulnerable buildings out there grabbing defenses left and right, but I'm still noticing that single target Inferno in the bottom corner might require some tricky play here from iTzu here.
Gotta be careful here. Need to get all the Barbarians to swarm to that area. If the World Champion gets locked onto, then he's gonna be in a very troublesome spot here. But the heroes ended up pathing through the Town Hall poison, which is, I'm not even sure if that's the way he intended to path. Like, he was dropping in wall breakers at the top there, and he ultimately ended up breaking a wall with the King ability. And so he does get through it. But look at that. The Diggy takes the stun onto the single Inferno, doesn't take it. Guys, this is gonna end up as a miss. And we have to look at the percentage split there between the teams. We were looking at a 3 building split there if this tripled. So this sets the bar for Titans. They control the war. I think that their threshold to to win the war here is going to be a 71% for the tie, 72% for the win right now, if my quick math is correct. So they definitely have set the bar quite low for Titans, and now if they triple, that's a minimum of a $5,000 payout and potentially can continue their path all the way to the World Championship.
Yeah, we just saw some really spicy action over the past couple of attacks. Kazuma, the Clutch King, pulling off a 3-star even when the Skelly Donut fails. And then the Troll Warden of the Year retargeting to deny the 3-star there for the Titans. Still holding on to their star advantage. But 79.8% means they've only missed one single building so far in this entire war. Sikander looking to close out strong, and as you mentioned, they're only needing a 2-star with a high 72% strike to finish it off. It's going to move in hot and quick with that battle blimp. Gets some troops there right into the core, and it looks like with some invisibility spells, he's going to be popping off mighty quick with those super archers, looking for that geometry to get the damage in. First star going to be claimed from the Town Hall and won't have to do a whole lot of work to finish off the rest of it, Eric.
Yeah, looking very, very good right now, and going for the Town Hall right out of the gate there with the Super Archer Bomb is a smart way to go, because you get the Town Hall down early. Now you don't have to stress over it. You just got to gather up the percentage. You know that your team's already in a very strong position, and obviously this is a way that you can triple base there quite easy as well. It's a big part of the meta. The Super Barch is one of the strongest attacks in the game right now, and there are very few bases that are able to be built to stop this. So a lot of people are leading on this attack here hard, but they didn't need to lead on it to get a triple here unless we had Alexid triple, which they did not, and they set that bar pretty low, and that's going to make it a walk in the park here as the Electro Titan burns up the Lava Hound up top. So CC's dealt with, and the heroes can just wrap around the bottom. But I'm kind of surprised there, Woody, that he decided to go in at the bottom side of the base there with the heroes. I would typically only put the heroes in the bottom if we had the Town Hall still sitting on the side. I would generally say charge the Eagle Artillery first. It seems like the Eagle Artillery firing down is a much bigger threat when it stays standing for that long.
Yeah, this is a really awkward C shape that he still has left. Eagle Artillery up at that 11 o'clock position is also going to be protected by a scatter at Ground Expo and 2 Teslas that popped up in the top compartment. Sikander does know that he only has to get that middling 70% though, and with the Super Barbarians ready to just kind of move around the edges and grab buildings wherever he notices any vulnerability, I think he's going to be cleared for a landing to reach that point. He's got the 2 stars already and is pushing higher and higher. The overall damage creeping from 69 up to 70% now, and that is going to be enough. ETX Titans will be winning this war with an impressive final finish. Can they close out strong for the near perfect war and get that 3-star though? Sikander will do his best to make it happen.
Still have that Rage Tower active. The Queen's working on the Eagle Artillery. Phoenix is assisting her. Super Barb swarming to the defensive King up top there. Get him out of the way there, but there's no headhunters, I believe, to be able to get the defensive King completely taken down. But the World Champion gets over there and will work on... Oh no, she gets past him. The King is trying to chase her down right now. She already popped her ability. He's getting the percentage up very, very high, but he's running out of steam here as the Queen will get sniped off right there, and time expires. At 94%, more than enough for the win. Still, they had 3 stars, 3 triples out of the gate, and that set them up perfectly. And all they had to do from that performance was just coast. So they do sustain their 60% hit rate, and you can see the Sikander, even though he missed here, he still has a 65% hit rate overall. So this entire team is completely stacked, and they have the win. And now we get to see Alexid make their final attack, and unfortunately for them, it'll be the last one on their road to the World Championship, as they will be eliminated.
Well, a chance to go out in style for Arazi. He's bringing the 7 Electro Dragons for a lightning fast finish, perhaps. Trying to get that chain value through the base. I'm noticing that there's a couple little alleyways that have been constructed here by Dark on top on defense. Little compartments that don't have any buildings that we can see. Maybe a Tesla trap in there. That could cause some pathing problems for the Electro Dragons. So we'll just have to see where Arazi chooses to go on this. Wow, massive chain lightning value up on the top side, though. Just obliterating a lot of those base outer structures and providing some good funneling here for these loons. Now checking around for some black bombs, not catching any, but will get to eliminate that Eagle Artillery early on, and Arazi setting up for the rest of the attack here.
Some good chains here, good chains. He's gonna get that Eagle Artillery down, which a lot of attackers who like to use the Electro Dragons, they generally would just go in these small strike squads to go get the Eagle Artillery down and use the Eagle Artillery as a funneling point there. But just a small investment to go in there and take that down goes a long way, so you're not taking the strikes all the way through the base there. But the fact that it funnels at the same time and then the heroes can go do the other side of the funnel is a very smart way to take a phase down, and a very smart way to break out Electro Dragons. But he does kind of need the super minions to get a lot of value here. He's got radar bombs going off the core of the base there, taking out a bunch of the super minions that are going to the Town Hall, but they do survive. He freezes the Town Hall, tries to stop the damage, and it's just enough to take it down. But on top of that, Woody, he destroys the CC building as well. So now, if there was any ground targeting troops only in there, like a Lava Hound or Ice Golems or Rockabos or anything like that, that was still standing inside of that building, then they can no longer deploy. So always very, very important that we avoid the Clan Castle area until after we're able to clear that building and make sure that no ground troops wander inside of the range right there. And he handled it perfectly. And he's actually set up pretty nicely with the heroes continue to wrap around here. Now the Road Champion just now joining.
Yeah, I'm just questioning why he didn't dump the Royal Champion earlier to try to take down some of these defenses. Like the air defense on the outside is just going to obliterate this poor Electro Dragon, who would otherwise have gotten a little bit more value, but he's playing very cautiously and just keeping an eye closely. Nice, freezes both the multi and the Barbarian King at the same time there. Will shut that down, and there's not going to be any defenses left. Just a king to try to defend his crown, but Arazi is going to have none of it with 3 heroes of his own. The enemy king is going to be knocked out, and without even having to use the Royal Champion's ability, he'll pop it off just for fun to say goodbye, and that will be it. A 3-star from Alex Seed will bring them up to 13 stars total, but they are going to be short on percentage, and the Titans will prevail.
Very, very strong performance from Alex. They did exceed their average hit rate there. They played very, very well today. But that one attack, the one low percentage attack there is ultimately what is going to cause them loss. But you got to admit that Titans played extremely well. They had very high percentages on all their misses. They played exceptional today, and they deserve that win. They outclassed Alex Seed, even though Alex Seed still put up a 60% hit rate themselves, but just a couple of low percentages is all it takes there to swing a war.
Yeah, not even a couple percentage. One single building denied with a troll warden that couldn't get the final shot off. He was just too helpful. He wanted to help out his queen. He was simping for the queen and couldn't get the targeting down just right. But I know Carbon and iTzu have got some insights to share with us as well. Carbon, we'll go to you first, man. What are you thinking about this last war?
I'm just thinking some of the craziest endings and attacks, especially this whole weekend, but right there that we saw was wild. And the chat was reacting like crazy. Indeed, totally deserved. But ETX Titans, wow, what a performance, getting it done, and they delivered it, keeping their hopes alive to try to eventually get a golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping for close matches on this day, and I feel like so far every single match has delivered, with coming down to one of the last attacks, like either the last or like the second last attack. So I think everything right now, the matches, the players are just doing an incredible job. I feel like with the pressure, most of those teams we have watched so far are even better under pressure, which is really impressive. So even the teams who might have had lower hit rates on average so far are stepping things up and getting incredible 3-star hit rates. It's just a pleasure to watch and really, really nice. And I mean, this bad attack was just incredible with you two guys going crazy about Woody.
We were going crazy because that is what the action was given us. Very happy to report on things as it's unfolding and make sure that everyone is keeping their eye on the action. But yeah, this was it, man. 12 seconds left, and the only building left standing was a builder hut in the very center of the base. Hogs hopping in, but oh man, we didn't get to see the final seconds. But that was
insane.
A decisive one, Eric.
Yeah. I still can't believe that Warden turned back and attacked the wall. Oh man, that's one of those moments that you will never forget. You know, like when you are that close to get a triple in this big of a competition with this many people watching, and the Warden just turns around and just loses the target on the last building. And I mean, that's very, very unfortunate, but that's the way it works. But there we go. There's the final hit rates there for the player. The 99%, the 94%. Just a really, really impressive performance here out of Titans all the way around.
Yeah, just incredible job. 13 to 13. What a high percentage. 98.6 to a 94. Thinking you put up 13 stars and a 94% is not enough to win a war. That just shows the caliber of the competition here. And you just have to bring it. You have to continue to bring 13 stars, or maybe even the eventual 14s against some teams, because they're just going to get harder and harder matches as you eventually. Next stage will be another Swiss bracket, which will be next Saturday and Sunday. And then the week after that will be a double elimination where 4 golden tickets will be given away. Out of the double elimination, 8 teams will be able to make it to that. So half of them will get golden tickets. It's just wild to think about it, too.
Yeah, it's just crazy. But I mean, yes, the golden tickets are in the end like what all those teams are going for. But I mean, with winning those matches today, they're already guaranteed at least $5,000 of prize money, which is already a huge deal, because those matches today are deciding between you're getting experience out of this tournament, which is it is something, or you're getting $5,000, which I think a lot of people would prefer overall. So yeah, those matches are having quite a bit of impact. As I'm saying this, I'm noticing that, yeah, I think a lot of people would decide going for the money. But yeah, $5,000 is quite a bit of money right there for just winning this, well, how it feels like winning this one match.
Well, we're calling it $5,000, but it's a $5,000 minimum for moving on to stage 4 and a $300,000 possibility if they continue to advance from stage 4 into 5. Grab that ticket and make it to the main stage. But let's go ahead and queue up our next match because that last one was an absolute doozy, but we have got a really big amount of drama ahead for you next. It is going to be brother fighting brother as the same org is going to be queued up against each other. A Millis team is guaranteed to advance, but will it be MG or SG? The A team here, MG, has got a higher average destruction at 95.8% against SG's 91.1%. And the hit rates are coming in stronger too. 13 stars against the 12 that SG has put up so far, but they have had a very tricky run. And there's a lot to say about the teams that they've gone up against and the hit differentials. Let's go ahead and look at MG's lineup though. It's got Kingsman, Almwalin, Tryhard, Arium, and the new addition Spray to try to win the day. Who have SG brought, Eric?
First of all, can I quickly point out Spray's hit rate? 86.7%. That is absolutely mind-blowing. That is wildly high. But Millis SG, their sister team, has Sammy, Babas. We have Ultra, Simon, and Isma gonna be representing the red squad right there for the Millis organization. But yeah, their hit rates are also very strong right there. But the 12 on average for one team and the 13 on average for the other team, I think a lot of people expect to see Millis MG make it to the Worlds, and SG, I don't think I've seen quite as much of them, so I don't really know what to expect. I don't know what they use specifically, but they feel like a little bit of a wild card in this match here, Carbon.
Yeah, you never know what you can expect, but the thing is, all the teams that made it here have a chance. And this is a one-war opportunity now at this stage, where it's 2 wins, 2 losses for each one of these. So let's take a look at the predictions of who we think is going to take this one. Millis MG across the board from us casters. But all of you at home, make sure to let us know in the chat who you believe are going to win this match. And because it's a kind of a family war coming in between here, but according to my predictions in the first one, I'm 0 for 2. Is that going to continue? We would all be wrong? I guess I don't know what's going to happen. Well, we're going to be saying goodbye to iTzu and Eric. We'll be seeing you guys very soon as we are getting ready for this next match here. Woody, what are you most excited about this to come?
I mean, the drama cannot be higher for 2 teams from the same org getting a chance to battle it out. Obviously, Millis saw a lot in all 10 of these players and recruited them because they wanted to represent the best that they had to offer. There will be a Millis team going on to stage 4, but only one of them can survive at this point. They both have a 2-2 record. Wow. It looks like the fans are agreeing with the casters, though. We've got a 75% fan vote for Millis MG, excuse me, against SG with 25%. Has a solid chance of making it on. You know, it's not going to be a decisive win, I don't think, but Millis MG has just got so much more experience on the big stage fighting for those huge titles. Haven't yet advanced all the way to a grand finals in the past couple of years, but I know a lot of players on this team have got a lot of big experience in Worlds events. So let's go watch Isma first for SG and give him all credit due for this dual Hog Rider attack. Gonna be moving in as well with a Queen charge, but it's the battle blimp to start things off, Carbon.
Yeah, the blimp landing early here. We've got a... Oh, well, landing early, not because he did it on purpose, because of the seeking arrow mines that were just placed there on Amwalan's base as a Queen charge. Oh, wait. Unless he landed early, he wanted to grab that multi. Well, I'm kind of thinking about this. The multi's there. Typically, if you send that blimp in towards that town hall, you're going to want to either take the town hall down, pull the tank castle out, or take out that multi-target Inferno. But he does still have the Queen and our healers at this point, so she can make her way into grabbing the town hall as the King is now off to the right.
SG have been playing very consistently, putting up 11 or 12 stars in most of their wars, picking up 13 against Cloud Esports to get the win in the second round of this third stage. We're watching Isma try to get a good setup against this Town Hall on the bottom with the CC troops pulled out. That is going to be one less thing for these Hogs to have to worry about. Queen's kind of pathing around to the outer edge and is not going directly in as quickly as he might have hoped, but this is going to be a little bit of a roundabout way to get the first star claimed. Poison trap is going to be triggered off on the balloon over the far side, and that's pretty decent news for the Queen. She won't have to worry about it coming to hit her healers herself.
Exactly, that poison spell is very nice, so it does not hit the healers, but the freeze is forced. Now keeping the Queen alive through this rage as Hogs are now down, moving through, but I don't think his healers are going to last much longer because there's probably a bunch of red air bombs coming in for these healers.
No, you called it. They're still alive. They're hanging on, and the Town Hall poison has withered away. They need another spell to keep that Queen alive, though. No, it's going to force the ability instead. She is just hanging on for dear life, and as more red air bombs go off, the healers are now finally down. Isma up on the top side has popped that Grand Warden ability, protecting the Hogs as best he can as they move along the top side of the base. The Queen finishes off the multi-inferno, and that is really good news for Isma. Can he finish off this enemy Queen on the left compartment, though, and knock down the scatter? It is a lot still left. Has got that Royal Champion left to commit to the action.
That Queen got so much value after the healers were basically gone, as the Royal Champion still has her ability to skip through here. And this was not looking too pretty after the Queen kind of losing her healers, and the Hogs were kind of pushing their way through, but this one is going to deliver here. The Royal Champ's ability goes off, getting these final buildings, and well, now he's got it. There's not too many buildings. It's a 3-star indeed. Storage going down, and Millis MG getting the first 3-star here.
Millis SG fell to early attacks in the first round of stage 3, a 3-star deficit. That was their biggest loss so far, and taken out by a team that has already now moved on. They have got to be said to be on the upward trajectory now. They picked up a win right after that against Cloud Esports and had a tough fight against AO Valor, only eking out the win by 1 single star. They also lost later, though, to Time to Throw, another team that has now advanced onward to stage 4. So they have had a solid run thus far. Millis MG, on the other hand, saw Spray attacking first in the last match that we watched between them. Spray missing on stream is looking now to redeem himself with a strong heavy hit, but it's going to be dropping him pretty hot and heavy with 8 Electro Dragons just going to be spread out along this base. Here they come, like a big pancake slap in the bottom left side, and an early Warden to protect. I don't know quite what to say about the heavy-handed hit that Spray is delivering right now, but he has got to have his fingers crossed and hope that that CC is not going to be too difficult for him. Poison is out to try to shut it down.
Yeah, with these Heat Dragons trying to path their way now in towards this monolith, but a lot of them are just going straight to that Town Hall poison. They're taking so much unnecessary damage here, as the Queen's going to go into this multi-target inferno, trying to get these chains for these Heat Dragons into the core, while the King works his way up to the top side scatter shot. These Heat Dragons are pathing their way to the bottom side. Royal Champion now needs to move in towards the Eagle, but there is a defensive rage. Both scatters, Expo's raged up. His RC is going to die so quick.
This is just really difficult to watch because you know he had a great plan in mind with these E-Drags, but they're just being clumped up so much, giving lots of value to the multis to try to burn them down. It's not quite over yet as we get a freeze in there to shut down the scatter for a little bit longer, trying to get the Barb King to move in close enough, but not this time. Arch Queen on the edge. It's got Diggy trying to get through a wall, but that scatter shot's going to get splash damage on that whole clump. And it looks like this one is just coming up short. CarbonFin. Spray is going to miss yet again. Eric was really...
One E-Drag.
Too.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, how much health does that E-Dragon have? And unfortunately, an 85% 2-star. It was a very, very quick attack there with these E-Dragons, but unfortunately a lot of them just pathed their way over the Town Hall poison and took so much damage.
Tough follow-up there from Spray, one of the highest hit rate players from Millis MG, but just missing it again on that last one. And seems like we're gonna have to switch things back now and try to get Another response now from SG, who already have a 3-star and ready to rock it again now. Simon coming back in with those dual hogs.
Yeah, with these twin hogs here, we have a golem, an ice golem. We've got a couple skelly spells. Are we gonna go with a skelly donut? It looks like it. He's gonna try to take out the monolith, the clan castle. Can he take it down one at a time? We've seen some other attacks earlier today that it's not successful, but this one is indeed. That goes down. When you don't have to deal with the clan castle and a monolith in an attack to push your way through, it is huge. As the blimp is going to be pushing its way, flying straight to that town hall, raging up with a defensive rage there as well, but the town hall is secured.
Yeah, easy drop there, nothing to worry about as the 1st star is on lock now. Simon didn't have to be afraid of any 1-star fails at this point. He's moving in next now with Queen up top side and Golem to protect his heroes and an Ice Golem. Add it on in for a rocky, icy avalanche this time. SG is going to be clearing the path for these super hogs coming in shortly thereafter, and just taking a look at the rest of the space. We've got a difficult spot out on the far left with that scatter shot protected by a royal champion. On the bottom side, the Eagle artillery is going to be a juicy target to go for, but protected also by 2 multi-target rages with that, multi-target infernos with a rage tower right next to them. Simon's going to have his work cut up for him over on the right side corner, but with the heroes getting the collapse in there to take down the enemy queen and getting that scatter shot as well, I think he will be cleared to path in for the second stage of this hit. Holding on to that heal spell and 2 freezes. Carbon, he is going to make his way down south first.
Oh, wait a
It's
second.
a little wonky. Hold on.
Yeah, you wanted to go in towards that Eagle artillery to take that down as quick as possible, but unfortunately now the hogs are going to the top, so he's forced to drop a heal up there because he's going to go straight into a bomb tower. But now this is all raged up. He freezes, but the Eagle artillery shots are coming in, and remember, the Eagle shots are also raged up.
I think they're going to get close enough, though, that the second blast from this Eagle is not going to be able to hit most of the hogs. They finish it off just in time, and there is not going to be another salvo. Simon is losing a lot of hogs, though, because this is just a really awkward pathing for him to try to enter in. Nice adaptation using that heal spell to try to protect the hogs as they were in the middle of the base there. We still have a multi-inferno burning up these 2 heroes. He's already popped the Royal Champion's ability, and there's still quite a few defenses left. Warden goes down, and next will be the champion, as the Inferno Tower is just too hot to handle.
Yeah, that Diggy unfortunately did go down, and that's where the Diggy would come in clutch for the Royal Champion. And that's why putting the Diggy on your Royal Champion is typically always the best call. You can switch up Poison Lizard, Frosty, things like that on your Warden, but usually Diggy always goes with the Royal Champion. Usually is not even any better choice. Unicorn always usually on the Queen. Those are the 2 pets that typically always go with those 2 heroes. They just tend to work the best, as Simon does fall short there. But you know, if you are going to fall short, you want to start to be approaching into that 90%.
It's a good tech check on the pets. I see a lot of Electro Owls paired with the Grand Warden as well. But yeah, it seems like the Barbarian King, he can kind of roll with the punches and, switch up his pets as needed. Let's check back in with Almwalin next, as MG will have a chance to return fire and to try to get back on the board with a 3-star of their own against an SG squad that has so far taken an early lead. A 3-star here would bring Millis MG up to the 5 stars that SG has already claimed, but with still just a 37% destruction, they'd still be behind even with a triple Carbon.
Yeah, well, you got to get a triple just to tie it up on star count. That is the most important thing to do at this point here, is that Almwalin charging this queen to the left side. He can do 3 wall breaker investment for this queen charge, with the first one coming down, opening the storage. Now he can open up the multi-target Inferno, but you have to use those balloons to help protect those healers, as the queen's going to eventually slowly charge in. One other wall break. And where would the 3rd one go, as he can then reach? Oh, look at the defensive rage spell tower. Wants to get activated, but it doesn't. Comes back.
And it's going to be popping off now for that scatter shot. Not able to get much value for the Eagle artillery. Now it's getting activated, But it looks like the Eagle is not even benefiting from that Rage Tower, so I guess a little bit slower on the shots there in the core. Almalin's trying to make its way through these walls, but it is just like terrifyingly slow for this Queen trying to path on in and finish off those key defenses.
Queen, no!
Changing direction now.
Oh,
What the
no.
heck is with this Queen?
Queen, you were going for the right wall. You could have then stepped into the multi-target Inferno from there, but now you're going into a compartment that is not able to even reach the Eagle from here. As the Hogs are coming down to the left side, Flame Flinger is about to open up with super minions coming out. Their shots are kind of being wasted on the archers. Now they're going for the Royal Champ as an early Warden build. He's investing everything as the Town Hall is so far away. Woody, don't tell me this is going to be a...
Don't say it.
Oh,
Don't
no,
you
sneaky,
jinx it
sneaky,
this
sneaky,
soon.
sneakies. I didn't see that he had sneaky goblins. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. The Town Hall will go down. Town Hall goes down. Whew.
First and second star claimed. The Archer Queen is just going back to the bench to reconfigure. She's in triage care right now as the healers are going to try to top her back off. But still seeing a Monolith and an enemy Archer Queen in that right side compartment. That's going to be a lot to work on. Royal Champion, it's got her ability left to use though, and with the last couple free spells tossed out, all the defenses have been eliminated except for that Monolith. Balloon makes it over on top, and with the shots from the Royal Champion, the enemy Queen goes down, the King is finished, and that is a 3-star strike for Almalin, bringing MG back into the race. Carbon just 1% behind their opponents now.
To think that we were... That's a 1-star. That's a 1-star. He's going all out. It's a 1-star.
Yeah, you were the one who was calling that.
But it turns into a 3-star. I didn't see the sneaky goblins until they were deployed there. I wasn't paying attention to that, but securing the Town Hall with them, clutch, gets it done. It was nerve-wracking, but that's exactly what Millis MG needed to do against Millis SG. Oh, the family rivalry going in now.
Babas will be coming in to kick some Babas next. Trying to get the drop in there with a bit of a mixture in this army. He's mostly super barbarians, but he's got quite a few balloons, almost a dozen, to try to grab some key defenses along the outer edge. Keep those troops on task. I wonder how he's going to be starting this one off. He's got 2 clone spells, so look for a battle blimp to charge on in early. Just sniping a few buildings along the edge and doing a little bit of poking and prodding thus far. That's actually quite a few balloons that he's committing here now with this battle blimp to move in from the bottom left side. Should be able to make it all the way to the Town Hall. A little early on the Eternal Tome. But unless there's something big to stop this blimp, I think he'll make it close enough. Yep, drops right into the compartment he was looking for, I think.
There was a giant bomb that's there, but he is able to still keep the super archers alive. Another giant bomb! Oh, but he's got some of them still alive there. Now trying to get the Town Hall. We have the Monolith. How many left? How many super archers does he have left? Because if there's not too many...
Yeah, they're shooting at walls right now, not focused on the Town Hall at all.
He's out. He's out. Oh, no.
Well, he is going to be able to pivot now because that was the first stage of the hit. He can reconfigure now and maybe go to plan B. This is still a possibility for a triple. We've seen salvages for hits like this before, but it is pretty tough to have to commit a lot of troops early on to take down the Town Hall next. CC was finished off. He didn't quite get that multi-target Inferno Carbon. What are his chances of clearing a triple here?
It's going to be very unlikely because he's sending his King and Queen through the Town Hall poison, which means that your heroes are pretty much not going to get much after that, as that will secure a second star, yes, but now the heroes were supposed to make their way to the Eagle and continue to get so much more as the super barbarians are supposed to be used all the way around to help protect them and distract. And now he's only got 4 super barbs left. RC ability is Force, getting a little bit more percentage, but this one looks like it's going to be just a mid 70, maybe approach 80, depends on the percentage that you can get with the final buildings.
Yeah, this did not turn out to be pretty at all. Managed to find the second star here, but SG have just hit a huge roadblock on Arium's base here. Excellent base design by Millis MG. I wonder maybe if the battle blimp had a slightly better entry point a little bit further north, or if the Grand Warden had given it a little bit more protection, if it could have gotten a little bit further to get those super archers closer to the Town Hall for the early stab. would that have been enough to clear the rest of the 20% of the base?
Well, it all comes down to where that blimp landed. The traps. They probably tested that over and over again, and they were successful in baiting it. The super archers got picked off, not able to get all the value, including the town hall. You know, when you build these bases and you do a bunch of testing, you have to test against that specific attack strategy from literally every single angle in the base. And you never know. You're like, oh, it's impossible that they could fly from behind double sweepers. No, people can find ways to sneak past the sweepers if they time it right with the freezes and everything, or even just lightning them out if it's worth the investment. But we'll have to see what Tryhard can do in his next attack, and it's their opportunity to take the lead in this one in terms of the momentum as well.
Well, we'll find out soon if that winning smile can also be turned into a winning strategy, as Tryhard has a chance now with a triple to put Millis MG in the lead for the first time in this war. The mid-war swinging violently back and forth without either team yet able to claim a decisive lead. Tryhard's bringing in a Laloon army with 5 healers ready to drop on a heavy hit up top. 5 lightning spells as well, and an earthquake to shatter some of the defenses on the interior. Looks like he's going to get a multi-target inferno, an air sweeper, the Grand Warden statue, and didn't get a whole lot else besides that, but trying to chip away a little bit of damage to the enemy Archer Queen. Looks like he might have been able to get a little bit more damage onto her if he had timed that lightning.
Oh, the rage up back. Oh no. When that scatter shot gets raged up, it does so much damage. You have to worry about losing your queen through ability even. But there is a defensive queen. He decided not to take her down, or in terms of damage, he wouldn't have been able to take her down with the lightning. But the multi going down allows this queen to stay protected, and he can still reach this enemy queen. He's gonna have to use a phrase, barely keeping his queen up.
Oh man, just a sliver of hit points, and she is eliminated.
Oh, no.
The rage is too late, and Tryhard is out of luck. Has to pivot those healers off onto the Barbarian King just to try to get a little bit more value out of them, but this is gonna be a loss for Tryhard now, as the Queen was absolutely pivotal in ensuring the success of this attack, and without her, I do not know what he could possibly do to try to salvage here. Flameflinger at the bottom corner is going to get a few buildings here to try to get that percentage pushed even higher, and the Loons will be able to make their way into the Town Hall to grab that second star. But a 3-star is going to be out of the picture, with an Eagle Artillery just pounding away from the left side compartment that is going to be far and away out of his reach.
And we have a lot of archers, super minions, coming out of this defensive clan castle, trying to push this Lalo through the Town Hall with a freeze. Got a Warden Eternal Tome to protect as they do lock onto the Town Hall. A couple red arrows. Pops the ability now through the Town Hall explosion. And you gotta get as much percentage as possible now. And the healers can transfer to the RC. But the Ice Golem is there. He'll take care of that. But these balloons are going down so fast over that Town Hall.
Yeah, those super minions were just explosive on defense, popping down every single balloon. And still one super minion even managed to survive. Air defenses, as the battle for the skies has gone in Simon's favor, and Tryhard will be left way short with this second attempt to make an attack materialize here. He's pushing that percentage higher and is just ever closer to creeping up toward Millis, but it looks like with 54% by Millis and just 37 by MG, that is a 17% deficit, which would require an 85% by Tryhard here to tie it up. He comes short at just 78%, and it will still be a percentage lead for SG.
Yeah, the few building lead, and that's what it's going to be in this match. It's going back and forth, and it could be anyone's war at the very end. You know, that's what we love to see when it comes down to the very last attack, which is going to determine a match, and I think that's going to be the case here.
Next strike from Ultra, still in the winner's position. If SG can put a triple up here, it is going to be really difficult for MG to make a response. Millis fans are fighting for their preferred lineup to advance onto stage 4, but we are still looking for a winner, as Ultra is going to be setting up over in this right side. Free cannon to be claimed. Committed 2 balloons, but really only would have needed 1. Gonna catch a couple of Teslas popping up. Oh, it's a whole Tesla farm, in fact, in that right side.
Yep, a whole Tesla farm here as he does a couple wall breaks. Is the queen gonna get pulled that way? Maybe that's the plan of the base builder for Kingsman here. Or she might go to the can where, okay, he's gonna use a couple more balloons, but I don't, oh, balloon's gonna come over the top. He's gonna have to think of a plan now. Maybe the queen was not supposed to go that way.
I don't know. Yeah, pulled out there from Skelly's as well. Oh, he
no.
busies the gold mines to try to retarget, but it does not work. And the queen is eliminated. Healers are marching to their own death in the middle of the base now, and Ultra's attack has fallen apart even worse than Tryhard's before it.
What is happening in this match? The queen just keep getting picked off left and right. They both are doing it. As now we have the Twin Hogs that still come through. He did lock up the town hall, but the Hogs, where are they going to path to with the Eagle Artillery of the bombs at this point? It's again about how much percentage can you get, but the CC is now finally getting lured out with a Lava Hound that's coming out, and that's going to slow down his World Champion when she gets locked onto it.
Oh man, just minimal value for this Grand Warden doing his best to keep these troops on target, but the CC is just hammering away at him now, and he doesn't really have much of a response for them at all. Lots of distraction on the interior side now as these Hogs are just getting flung apart, burnt to a crisp, shattered and shocked by that enemy scatter shot. He's keeping his head on straight, but hasn't even passed the 50% mark yet, with most of this army just falling apart. Scattershot is taken down, but those pups in the skies are just more than a nuisance. Bring a fly swatter next time, Ultra, because this is not gonna be what you needed for a ground attack to find any success at all. This might in fact be the lowest percentage hit that we have seen all day, maybe even all week, as we haven't even crossed 60% for Ultra, and only a few more troops are left to try to get him there. A free building or 2 or 3 out on the left side should get him past that mark, but still a third of the base is standing, Carbon.
Yeah, in the 60s, this is going to be a very low percent here, which means that Millis MG, they are going to be looking to get a 2-star high percent to then take the lead on percentage, but they're going to obviously go for a 3-star. As this is an elimination match. If you're just joining, wondering where are we? Well, this is day 2 of stage 3. And if you win this match, you're able to advance to next weekend on Saturday. But if you lose, you are completely eliminated. As you win this match, you are in the prizing, and you have a chance, and you will be at least able to win $5,000. So technically, think about it like this. This match is worth $5,000 part of the prize pool. That's crazy to think about.
2-star, 66% for Ultra leaves a lot on the table, and SG's hopes have just fallen apart. A clever smile from Kingsman, and we know that that brain is ticking right now, thinking of all the possibilities that lay before him. This is an open field now, as Millis MG will get a chance to not just take a punch on the chin, but to swing back even harder. This is a pretty low bar set now for an opportunity to move ahead on percentage and possibly even get a star advantage now, as Kingsman, one of the strongest attackers in the game, is bringing his Electro Titans to bear on this base. It's going to be a charge out the left side with a Warden Walk to start things off. Some long-range action, sniping down a few easy buildings. 6 lightning spells brought by Kingsman to knock apart the middle of that base, taking out a Rage Tower. And what is to come next, Carbon?
Well, Flame Flinger's down, and the Lightning was there to help not only take out buildings around the Town Hall, but also protect the Flame Flinger so it could go for the Town Hall, as the Warden, through a Queen, forced the freeze. Okay, drops the Headhunter, but this Warden needs to grab the multi so that he can then set up the Electro Titan attack to the bottom side.
Nice snipe there with a Headhunter, shuts down the enemy Archer Queen so that the Warden can continue his walk. Flame Flinger going to give a little bit more firepower out to the left side corner, as well as a Baby Dragon stacked on top. And this is basically a kitchen sink shot from Kingsman, utilizing every troop to the perfect spot that he can. getting lots of damage in over on this bottom left side and setting up these Titans to charge in now. He's going to get the CC pull, and they should go down pretty quickly thanks to all those Titans stacked up and clumped, ready to get jumped into the base. It looks like it's going to be some archers coming out first and a little bit of additional firepower to follow up. Actually, it's a lot of archers, followed by some ice golems to try to put the freeze on this action, but that is not going to work. I'm thinking Kingsman is still looking very strong to move on in even deeper, Carbon.
Yeah, those Electro Titans from the offensive side absolutely crushed through those archers as he continues to push through, able to take out the monolith, no worries here. But that Flame Flinger is now finally going to potentially lock onto this Town Hall after this whole attack is still pushing through. The Flame Flinger doesn't have too much health left, and the Town Hall needs to go down, obviously, to have a chance to get in that 3-star as the Royal Champions making their way around behind this King. But it looks like the Queen's ability was now forced, and no more Electro Titans are up in this attack.
Builder Hut is eliminated thanks to the Queen, and the Flame Flinger should be enough to burn down that Town Hall without any resistance at all. As we approach the 73% mark, that would be all that Kingsman needed to tie up this war. And with 74 now on the 2-star, Millis MG are in the lead going into the final wave of attacks. Possibility to close this out even stronger as the Grand Warden still walking along the outer edge with 2 more heroes out in front of him to try to get some more shots in. It's going to be super minions for the long bomb, but it's a multi-target Inferno burning them up as they're distracted by that Dark Elixir storage. Going in a little bit slow for this final shot at the top side of the base, Carbon.
With the super minions taking out the multi, we only have 17 seconds. He got through the King, taking out these vital buildings. This will be huge if this 3-stars World Champion. No! Ground skeletons popping up, slowing him down. And it's going to be a time fail here for Kingsman, which means we have a tie war, 9-9, but Millis MG are going to have the lead. So no matter what, if they triple, that is Millis MG, if they 3-star, they will win this match. They will be the last attacker. We'll see Millis MSG be attacking next. Looks like he's taking on Tryhard's base. So if he 3-stars, he's gonna force MG to have to 3-star. But if he doesn't, then it will come down to a percentage game, and you have to hit a certain 2-star percentage in order to win.
Look, we saw a situation very similar to that yesterday where All Exceed managed to hold on. Alexei getting that defense in the very last attack of the day yesterday, despite seeming to be extremely far behind. So I want to say SG needs a 3-star here, but it would be possible for him to hold on just barely.
He found a tornado trap. This could be baited right through here. Oh no, he's not gonna make it to the Town Hall and take that out.
Super Archers crashing quite a bit early. That is a pretty tricky compartment for them to land in there. They're going to get quite a bit of damage. Maybe not going for the Town Hall, but are able to take down a scatter, bring in that Royal Champion awfully low as well. Lots of geometrical shots going off here. So not a low value hit, but probably going to have to force him to switch off to a plan B to figure out how he wants to follow up here.
I mean, that value was not bad. That's a pretty nice value, to be honest there. But look at his heroes to the top side. Why is he coming to the top side? Because he knows, well, we got a 3-star. So he's going all out. You might as well end on a Town Hall if it's the case like this, because you never want to push through a Town Hall and have to go through the Town Hall poison. You'll lose everything. So you might as well just end on it, and you don't have to then continue through other defenses after you take it down.
Especially for an attack that requires a 3-star. A 2-star is basically going to be way too short here because Millis SG are behind 23% on average destruction. So it would really be a big miss from MG to follow up for them to still have a chance to win on percentage. Sammy is definitely looking for the triple or bust at this point. 2 abilities left to pop with the Queen and the Royal Champion still charging into that bottom compartment. They should be able to take down the Town Hall. And there's not a whole lot to clean up after that, Carbon.
There's one building to the far right side. There's an army camp. Did any of his teammates, his clanmates, say that there's a building out there? Don't. Okay, no, the Electro Titan goes over there. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Oh, there's an archer there. He's good. as we got super barbs coming around. He's saving that queen ability. Town Hall goes down. Oh, the explosion!
Oh no, why would you do that?
The explosion, hold on, in 50 seconds. Look at the unicorn coming to save the Electro Titan. Heal the Electro Titan up. The Town Hall exploded and killed the queen.
No, but he popped his ability before the Town Hall blew up, so that killed the queen. If the explosion had triggered the ability, then wouldn't his queen still be alive right now? No. Okay.
Well, it's just the queen can die many times through. Oh, wait, that's a very low health archer.
Oh, Joe, the miner!
Yeah, the miner, he snuck in from the top side, and Sammy gets the 3-star after we were thinking hey, it could have been a completely baited blimp, but it worked. You know, he made it work. He ended that tunnel. He took the risk. The miner OP coming in, sneaking to snipe that archer tower, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to this final attack for Millis MG. If they do not 3-star, Arium, if you don't 3-star, you lose. And many people would has picked this team to get a golden ticket through this qualifiers. So this would be a huge, shocking upset here to many people watching. And here we go. It is time for Arium to come in with the final attack. It must be a 3-star. If you don't, you'll lose.
With their future in his hands, Arium knows that this is the time to strike. Even last time we saw Millis MG on the stream, they were losing and guaranteed to lose with Arium's final hit, but he delivered a 3-star nonetheless. This is a player who operates well under pressure, can take down that clan castle, and will get all the value he needs from that Skelly.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, maybe I'm speaking too soon. The multi-target.
Oh, no! Okay. No, he wasn't going for the Town Hall. I think he was just going for, this multi. But
the
that multi
survived that donut.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that Skelly donut was supposed to take out that multi. This blimp was supposed to get what it got, so it wasn't supposed to go to the Town Hall there. As we have that
Viz on the multi.
Yeah, in the very first one, he made that multi-target in Viz at first, so he unfortunately had to wait and be delayed with the skeleton. As we see the king coming off to the right, taking out that scatter shot. Now the queen is supposed to then be responsible for taking out that Town Hall, following behind this golem. As that multi in the core that was supposed to go off from the Skelly Donut. Let's see how big of an impact it's going to play.
Queen should be able to path on in there, as there's not a whole lot to distract her. Giant is going to start taking some fire for her as well. She's trying to march on in with the unicorn to pop off as well, and the ability is used to get the 1-star claim. Arium now refocusing onto the top side as he's getting the rest of his troops lined up. Hogs are streaming on in. It's going to be a raged attack now, trying to knock down these multis as quickly as possible to deny that damage coming on in. Arium is on fire as he makes his way to the top side of the base. Now the multis have all been eliminated, so the splash damage is really just going to be coming in from that scatter shot in the left side corner. Still has to focus down an enemy archer queen though, and that could be a difficulty for these hogs.
The giant bombs, the ground skeletons doing so much work. It's going to come down to the Royal Champion following behind, takes out the enemy queen. That's huge. With the monolith, he needs that monolith to go down. He cannot lock onto his Royal Champion. If it locks onto his RC, it's going to be damage. But the dig, he stuns it. The warden helps. He's got the RC ability. He's got to time this freeze perfectly with this RC. Hurry up, Arium. You got to keep that Royal Champion alive.
She was spun around, but she will keep it up. Keep your head on straight, girl. Get the final shot off. Giant bomb goes off. It's going to be some skeletons popping out to try to slow and distract her. Hogs up the top side are going to be moving in against the last cannon. She is so low on health. Carbon makes her shot and stands strong. She is eliminated by the cannon, but there still is a chance. Warden is firing away. Finishes off the cannon. Still have only 2 defenses left at 94%. Arium is coming up short in the end, and Millis MG are eliminated!
I am speechless. Oh my. Arium falls short. Millis MG, not enough to be able to advance into the Clash of Clans or even the 4th stage. They're out at stage 3. Just completely shocked there. And I mean, I guess it's my jinxing. I am predicting. I think I'm going the opposite. That's my excuse. That's what I was trying to pick all the teams that were not going to win in my predictions. So I'm 3 for 3 in that sense.
Well, great job so far, Carbon. You have done a great job predicting the losers every single match. And this is just such a face-shattering, melting experience to watch one of the most experienced teams lose in Stage 3. Let's bring back our other two casters right now, because I am just basically at a loss for words seeing a team that has moved onto the semifinals before, a squad that is so deeply experienced now losing to their B team in Stage 3. An early drop. And Eric, what do you have to say for that?
I mean, can you call them the B team after that? I mean, they played well. There were a couple of attacks there that were a bit shaky, some low percentages. But when it came time to clutch, they clutched, and I mean, MMG wasn't able to. So the fact that specifically happened was insane. But this attack right here, the super minion bomb that landed right on top of the void space filled with giant bombs and took out some of them. There's just little things where he missed the town hall. And I thought at this point here that they were going to be in a lot of trouble when the percentages end up relatively low. 2 attacks from Millis MG that ended up with lower percentages, and I thought they were done. I really did. I mean, how do you feel about it, iTzu?
I mean, to me, it's just really crazy to think about that we won't see those players at Clash Worlds later this year playing. I mean, most of those players have been part of the competitive scene for so long. It's really crazy to know that they won't be playing in the top 8 this year, and this to me is just the most shocking thing. Whenever you see those big teams I don't know, Strut for example, Millis MG for example, Flash M for example, you're kind of in yourself, you're kind of expecting them to somehow turn things around. There's going to be this miracle attack, they're making it to the big stage, but in the end, this was not the miracle which happened for Millis MG. Instead, it happened for what do you call them, the B team, now turning into the A team and somehow turning this match around. And this means with this last 3-star, they're just making it work and getting to the next stage next weekend, Woody.
Millis MG are in the dustbin for 2023. SG has superbly summited the Millis Summit, and will I don't know, you can clearly tell that my words are failing me now to describe my surprise. This was a unanimous caster pick for MG. This was a 75% fan pick among the viewers, thinking that MG was going to take it, and yet SG, even short on percentage, have kept that hit rate high. Only Almualin able to get a 3-star for Millis MG at this point, and it was because of the 3-star strikes from Sammy and Isma that we were now going to see Millis SG carrying the flag into Stage 4. They are in the money now, will earn at least $5,000 and a chance to push that even higher, as they will get a reset to all their losses with a new Swiss stage next week. Millis SG have got to be one of the biggest names in the community right now for having taken down such a giant in their sister clan.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's crazy that somebody finally got a defense against Spray. Remember, he was pushing almost 90% hit rate, and to be able to get the holds that they did and hold that team to 11 stars is just mind-blowing, that they're able to stage that kind of a defense there against a team of that caliber. So they came prepared. It clearly showed right there, and they just kind of shut them down every step of the way there and wouldn't let them have anything. So that's a very impressive preparation step right there. And then they came out and they pushed up 40% hit rate, and that's all it took there to take the win today, Carbon.
Yeah, that's all it took. And Spray, unfortunately, the attack before this one, I remember seeing a 1-star. Definitely was not. It was so strong before, such a high hit rate, and then this one falling short as well. But not just him, everyone else, but only 1 3-star, and that's just not going to be enough, and you have to be able to deliver. And unfortunately, it is a Swiss stage, which means you have to be consistent. And if you get eliminated, you lose 3 matches, means you weren't consistent. So Millis MG not consistent in this one. We're seeing SG advance, and also winning $5,000. Not necessarily just $5,000. They can win more higher place they go in this Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers. So just been an incredible day so far, and we have plenty of more, a couple more matches to come here, iTzu.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like at this point we're like halfway through. We have done 3 matches and 3 more matches are going to come, and every single match so far was a nail biter. Like, it was really coming down to the last couple of attacks, which is always the most exciting matches you want to see and want to witness. And I'm still shocked a little bit because, like, I've played against some of those players already, like from Millis MG, and like to me it's also always somehow expected. Like, it was like, okay, the script somehow will turn this around. Eric and me were like joking around about the script in the chat, but like it was like always in the back of my mind, okay, like something is going to happen. That will work out, but it did really not. And I don't know, for me this is really big surprise, one of the biggest upsets, not seeing this team on the world stage. And well, 3 more matches to go, as we said, and I don't know if we should take a look at the predictions at some point, because I think we're not looking that good at the moment. We are 1 out of a lot.
1 of 12.
I'm 1 for 3.
You're winning.
It's doing the best.
So
the good news is, with the next match, with the match number 4, at least 2 of us are going to be right. We're going to do great with the next match. I think that we're going to have at least 50%, or like we're going to have guaranteed 50% success rate. Except those 2 teams agreed to do a tie or something, so we're yet again wrong. But otherwise, we should be good to go, Woody.
Yeah. Well, I'll say once again that Millis MG had some tough opponents leading up into this round. They were eliminated because of not just this loss to SG, but also were defeated by Bad Zinger on a 10-13 scoreline. So missed that one by a big margin. Also defeated by VN Ace on round 4. But yeah, coming up for match number 4, there is a split among the casters. The first and only war where we have a 2-2 split between these 2 teams. Very equally skilled and well positioned on each of them. So we'll finally get a chance for a tight war to be decided on the battlefield, where casters on both sides have got high hopes for both of these 2 teams. Difficult run earlier today for TWOB, so we're going to see if their compatriots Cha-Cha Esports are going to have a chance to defeat VN Esporting, another squad that we've been watching quite a bit in the background, and we'll have another chance now to prove their mettle on the battlefield.
There we go. Here's our stats for the teams here. You can see that on paper, VN Esporting is going to be at an average of 13 stars compared to Cha-Cha's 12, higher percentages on average as well. And VN Esporting is a very good team. I think in like the power rankings across all the community tournaments, they're one of the top 10 teams in the world right now, and I don't think Cha-Cha actually lands in that top 10 right now. So on paper, VN Esporting wins, but Cha-Cha has been swinging pretty well there as they've been playing their way through the qualifiers, and I'm kind of, like I said in my prediction there, I am kind of leaning towards VN Esporting. But I mean, they're a stacked team. Both of these teams could take it, and you just saw, I feel like every single war that we've seen so far, every single one of them have been upsets, and like our predictions have been completely off the rails there, Carbon. It's crazy that we have been so wrong, and that just means that every single team that we expect to be the winner is ended up just outperforming and able to get it done.
Yeah, and for VN Esporting, we have Demo, iPro, Exodanny, Alec, and a Hawk. And I already know that VN Esports is going to win, because I predicted I'm going to be wrong in all my predictions today, right? So I picked Cha-Cha Esports, which means that VN Esports has to win, right? Because I'm going to go completely wrong for currently how I'm doing today. So, but I'm looking at Exodanny's hit rate, 87.5%. We are seeing like Spray was up there as well in terms of the 3-star rate, but Spray hasn't been delivering in his latest attacks. So I'm going to keep my eye on Exodanny to see how he's going to be doing in this match right here, where elimination is on the line here, iTzu.
Yeah, we already some of the Zinger guys asking if we could change the prediction for the last match since we all went with Zinger, which is not a good sign for them at all. But hey, with this match, we are split up, and I'm sorry the predictions won't be changed. You will have to just overpower that. We trust in you, which I'm not sure if it's a good thing. But we have TWOB Esports on the screen right now, and they are really, really close to each other with having nearly all 50%, with one standout player, Dig, having a 76% hit rate over those first 2 stages of this qualifier, which is really impressive. The question though now, with having so many different teams now today already, and the stats, it feels like getting completely, I don't know, like everyone forgot about the stats because they just play completely different with having the last match, for example. I feel like those stats, it's more about like who can handle the pressure best, Woody.
We will very shortly find out. A 2-2 record for both of these teams moving into the final round 5 in this 3rd stage event. As we've said before, every single match today is going to be a bubble round match between teams that are just one more win away from advancing onto stage 4, but also one loss away from being completely eliminated. I'm keeping a close eye on chat now to see which team the fans out there are going to be rooting for, because the prediction among everyone who's watching has played out not always perfectly, but hey, here we go. A very tight spread here this time. 59% for VN Esporting against 41% for TWOB. A little bit tipped toward VN Esporting, we can say, but not necessarily a decisive finish on that poll. I think we've got some updated numbers here coming on in. Oh, actually, it was the other way around.
They faked us out there.
Yeah, with a fake out. Thanks for that one, production. 59% on TWOB Esports against VN Esporting for the 41. So I'll guess just everything I said, take that, flip it, and reverse it now. Eric, what do you make of the numbers?
I'm kind of surprised that we see the fan vote there inside of TWOB, especially after we saw the stat line there, because VN Esporting had like the lowest hit rate player on their team was hitting 60%, and so the fact that they are hitting that strong and people are voting against them is just kind of mind-blowing to me. But then again, they did have 2 losses, and that's why they're in this position in the first place there, and I would have expected them to make it through in the top bracket, maybe going to 3-1 or maybe 3-0 if they actually performed at the higher level there. But I would say that they are clearly within like the top 6 teams in the world right now. I think there are very, very few teams that can actually match up to the skill of VN Esporting, and TWOB is definitely going to have the work cut out for him today. I think VN Esporting is a monster, but we've seen so many big teams already fall. We just saw Millis MG fall, so there's no way that we can tell what's going to happen here, and it only takes one mistake or one string of mistakes there, and it can end it all.
Yeah, it can end it all just like that. In a matter of one match, one mistake, you drop the blimp wrong in one tile, you don't hit the warden ability to protect it, goes down, and that's all it takes for a team to go down, because you advance here, you move on to the next weekend, you get that much closer of trying to get a golden ticket, which then invites you out to the Clash of Clans World Championship Finals out in Helsinki, Finland in November. The end of November is the kind of the key date to keep in mind, but they're focused on now. They're keeping their cool. Don't let it get too much pressure, even though, you know, if you have to take the risks, you might just have to. TWOB Esports might just have to go all out for maybe some risky attacks, because they, in terms of the fan voting, is thinking that they could be favored here. We're split between the desk here, but at least I'm glad that half of us will be right in at least this match.
Yeah, we should have tried this approach from the beginning, right? I mean, being 1 out of 12, this is insane. We definitely know what we're talking about, by the way. So, yeah, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try for this next match. But overall, I think this is going to be an exciting one. As well, I feel like, as we have said, with the latest couple of matches, stats, I feel like, do not really matter. Everything is coming down. Who can handle the pressure the best? Who has maybe this little tiny bit of luck on their side as well, as we have seen a ton of close attacks over this, last day of this 3rd stage. And this is, I mean, so far with the attacks, it's really hard to predict what is about to happen, Woody.
Well, I know that we did see Cha-Cha Esports win their first round hit. It was a loss for VN Esporting, which actually fell to Agnistars, another team that moved on very much at the top of this stage 3. So I think that the fact that actually VN Esporting was 0-2 and then has now won 2 wars in a row, got something to say for them in terms of momentum. I know that Carbon really loves to build up the momentum that a team is able to generate when predicting who's going to win the next match. VN Esporting would be ascendant on that metric anyways, whereas Cha-Cha has had a bit more of a choppy performance, kind of sliding up and down against teams that are quite strongly positioned, but they haven't really had a dominating, hammer dropped either way. I think that VN Esports might be the more indecisive team in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to put up that strong performance. Aren't always consistent, but they've had tough opponents, so it's a tough read. I can clearly see why it was a 2-2 split on the caster predictions and why the community vote was also relatively close. We're going to be hopping out soon, though. Eric, you got any last words?
I should ask you the same thing there, because me and iTzu are going to take over this next match, so we'll see Carbon and Woody later. And I mean, iTzu, I'm looking at the stat line there from VN Esporting, and when I see offense at the level that they're playing at, and then I still see losses on their board there for them, like, I gotta wonder, like, I'd have to go see the defensive stats they've been playing, because, like, I wonder if their bases are not able to stop the opponents, and that's why they're still taking losses there, because that's really surprising to me that they're hitting that high and they're down in this position right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're for sure right. The offense and defense, you always need to have both underlined. If you always get those 14 stars, which is super impressive, but always receive 14 stars, it's not really getting you anywhere. So it's all about the defense, and I think we can witness the defense of VN Esporting really early on, because Cha-Cha Esports is going to attack first. And what is the strategy they're going in with? It's the Super Archer Blink with the Super Barbarians. Let's see where he's going to try to land. He might be able to land in the dead zone next to the monolith, as he should be able to reach that tunnel from there, but it seems like he's going from the top side, so he has to land on top of the monolith, otherwise he cannot reach that town hall.
Seen bases very similar to this, like put the tornado trap right behind the Eagle Artillery. We'll see if it's there, but he does take a couple black air bombs as he passes through, absorbed by the ward ability. Does land right next to the mount. There's the tornado trap, double black air bomb, but I think he's in a safe spot to drop right there. Is it close enough to take the town hall down? I don't know that it is, but he should be able to get close enough to a lot of the defenses in the core of the base there to take him out, and maybe it's enough value here, iTzu. I'm not sure if he can get that town hall, though. I'm kind of skeptical on that.
Oh, he tried to clone into the monolith, but there were no super archers. The one clone was completely swagged because of that, and he's not getting the value in the beginning. Like, you can clone aggressively over a wall, which is possible, but you need to clone some troops, or like you need to hit the clone on some of the troops you're trying to clone. So this Super Archer Blimp did not get what he wanted. I think he was looking for the town hall as well. But I mean, Super Barbarians, especially with those open corners, they have the option of moving in, moving out of the base really freely. So with this strategy, anything can happen.
Just need to clear out this right side compartment. Got to deal with the defensive CZ, but going to be taking scatter shot fire while he does that. Over the left side of the base there, Barbarians swarming all across the entire bottom left edge of the base. Able to clear all the perimeter buildings, but I feel like that might be early, but he does get the rage tower pre-triggered, which is definitely a big deal. So it was worth it to get the rage tower triggered, although a lot of times you try to drop those in while the heroes are arriving so you can get some cross tanking. He wall breaks, but the wall breaker doesn't have anything that can target. There's no enclosed buildings in any of those compartments. All the walls are open, so the wall breaker may have been swagged right there, but it's hard to say if that is the case or not. Maybe the heroes would not have stepped through if he didn't do that, but I think he's okay either way. If he takes the talent down with the rage tower pre-triggered, he has no incoming damage right there. He's able to quickly overpower, and now he's got to deal with this bottom area, and he's got to get past the defensive queen, but he's got 3 headhunters to get through that, iTzu. But we're seeing Tesla farm pop down there, and when I see Tesla farm, I think ground skellies.
Yeah, ground skellies defending that queen would be really bad for him. There goes the Headhunter's invisibility spell to make sure that the defending queen is going to pop within seconds. And remember, he has his own queen ability still as well. Another wall break just targeting an outside wall because there are no closed compartments. And this means those wall breaks have not gotten him in any value whatsoever. And the hit points are dropping and dropping, and it seems like the Super Archer Blimp did not get the value he was looking for with closing in on 80%. But I mean, he wanted to get way more than that for sure.
Yeah, I think if he would have got the multi-inferno and expo, because you can see where the flag for the blimp drop is in the core of the base there, and it's not far away from the multi-inferno and this expo here. So like if he could have got that, he could have had a little bit better chance on the backside of the base here. But you're right, he needed to get more value out of the super archers, and that was the biggest thing there. And if he swagged a clone, obviously you're gonna lose a lot of value just from that alone. But at 86% is gonna be, I mean, it's a workable percentage, but it's a miss against a team that hits over 60% hit rate on every single one of their players. So this is a little bit of a problem there if they were expecting to be able to get high offense and maybe rely on the other team's defenses maybe being weak.
Yeah, and especially yesterday, we have seen a lot of matches which were really having early leads, and they were snowballed into a lot of big star leads. So let's hope that this is not going to happen today, since we had the pleasure of so far having every single match being really close. But with having the first attack now for Foreign Esporting in, it's a Queen Charge Lalo attack from the far side, and then most likely a Lalo into the town hall, just based on how those sweepers are set up.
Just need to protect himself through the monolith here. He has a blimp select at the moment, and he will go ahead and drop in. I assume a Yeti bomb will be inside of that blimp there to go take down, hitting a black air bomb on the way in. Falls a little bit short, but it's on the outside. But is there an opening? Yeah, there is. There's an opening. They can walk right through. And oh no, the healers, they're trying to switch over to the Yetis. He needs to keep them under control here, but he needs the Yetis to just die, so the healers go back to the Queen. He'll lose one or two, but looks like he's got it back under control, and it goes to ability. This is getting dicey real quick, iTzu.
Yeah, at least the scatter is taken care of, which is good news for him. But this multi-phone tower right job is going to be a problem. The wall break is going down within seconds. Another wall break is trying to reinforce and get that Queen into that compartment as the skeleton trap is popping up. The King now trying to go for the second scatter shot, as those are just such important defenses. But Eric, right now, the Queen is completely avoiding that multi-phone tower.
Yeah, and you're going to try to cut the Queen back by sending the Lalo from the right side. Maybe the Queen will run out of targets if the defenses are cleared and take the turn back over the multi-inferno. She's distracted by the headhunters, so that gives them a little bit more time to work. I think he's cleared. I think she'll turn back as long as she doesn't chase the lava pups there. Those are offensive lava pups. He's okay. It's super minis on defense. He's got the poison on him. He's got the push to the town hall, but he needs the road champion to take it. She's on foot. She's right there, but she gets distracted off over to the super minions, but turns back, takes it to the side of the town hall, and takes it down. But that did use up a lot of her value right there, and a lot of blues died in the process. I don't think he's going to have a chance to pull through on this one.
No, this one was falling short, with the Queen having some problems to have the same way or the same pathing in mind as the attacker. The minions are going to collect some more percentages though to get him closer to the 80% mark. 79, I think, with the army camp going down, this should be for sure the 80% with 40 seconds, and the Queen about to run to the Zinger phone tower. I think though this percentage is going to stay as it is, and this means it's an 80% 2-star for Foreign Esporting and the first defense for Cha-Cha Esports.
Very, very impressive defense there. I mean, the stop Exo Daddy is a very big deal right there. But then to start off this war with a miss and then get the defense right afterwards and get up by 6 buildings. So Cha-Cha Esports on top to start us off here, and it's a defensive start here. That was that got real dicey really quick though. Like, that was a very challenging charge, and you gotta hand it to him. Like, he held it under control for a very long time, but it took him a lot of time to get the Queen back under control, and it kind of forced the Lalo early when the Queen was wandering off. And I wonder if he was able to have the Queen go to the multi right away, if he could have then concentrated fully on the Lalo and be able to get a little through better. But that's the way it goes sometimes. And now we're gonna see a sniper coming in for Cha-Cha Esports, and he's gonna be sending in the Queen Charge Twin Hog, and it looks like he's also gonna be breaking out a blimp. Maybe the blimp will be used in the same fashion that we just saw, to go in there and take out the Expo and the multi, so the Queen can round around it. But the extra advantage of a blimp right there is it also pulls the defensive CC troops, so the Queen can fight it in safety on the outside of the base there, which is massively beneficial.
And I feel like another thing, which by now is just super important as well, is you are able to trigger the Rage Tower early on. Like, with it being with Rage Tower being the strongest spell tower right now, being able to trigger that before you actually go into it with their Queen Charge or even close it, that's always a massive thing. And he wasn't able to take that out completely with this Yeti blimp in the beginning. So really good start for him. Beginning has worked out perfectly as he's trying to then path his Queen further to the town, and I think he wants to wall break where the clan castle and the monolith is, so he's trying to charge behind the town hall, which we all know those wall breaks sometimes are interesting. So let's hope that his wall breaks are the smartest wall breaks of entire Clash of Clans.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky here, but yeah, that's a very long wall break. I think the only targets that it can target is the CC building and the battle. Remember, wall breakers target buildings, not walls. So they have to target a wall that's behind, to target a building behind a wall, and then they attack the wall. So it did target the CC building there. It does make it all the way in. He does successfully get the wall break, and the Queen actually with that wall break get access to the multi-inferno as well. And then the question that we have to ask is, will she then path north and go to the town hall, or is she gonna go off to the left and avoid the town hall and potentially pull her healers into danger? It's looking like she's veering off to the left right now, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem. But if the healer stays safe, then he might be keeping it under control here.
Oh no, he has already started everything, so he's now really relying on his Queen to somehow turn around and go for the tower.
Healers
So
not under
far,
range. Come on, healers. Stay alive.
double giant bomb. Okay, there's no freeze left anymore. This is really bad news for him, the Royal Champ, with all of those hogs. They have to do something. The healers are now under fire off that town, or the Rage Tower is reloading as well. The Queen without her ability. This is going to be really problematic as the Royal Champ is pathing away from the town. Is this even one-star defense?
Diggy, take a stun. Diggy, take a stun. Diggy, take a stun. There we go. Diggy takes the stun at a critical time, and he shuts down the damage from the town hall, and he is able to take it down, but he's gonna lose a lot there at the poison. There's a lot of super riders off to the left side that are still working on foot, and they can wrap around and get some more percentage with the warden here, but with this Rage Tower rearming right now, and now ready to go off on that multi-inferno again, there is a 0% chance that these super riders are able to pull through, and he loses the warden to a black air bomb on top of that. But it is the high percentage, but it is not a triple. He needed the Queen to go to the town hall there. When she veered off to the left, I knew it was going to be trouble, and it definitely was, as he just struggled to get that town hall down, and he ended up having to put the main force into it when they could have potentially, if the Queen would have taken it, wrapped around the north side and stayed away from the blast, stayed away from the poison, and the town hall damage would have been negated.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe the invisibility spell as well, which he invested to redirect his Queen. If he would have placed that maybe a bit different, it would have covered that elixir storage as well. This could have been a different story, but this in the end, the Queen skipping the town hall made this quite exciting towards the end of that attack. But it's back to Foreign Esporting with their next attack, and so far they have gotten the lower percentage. Can they now collect their first 3-star? And if I'm not... That is, okay, interesting. This is a base which I have attacked already a couple of weeks ago versus Gaku. I don't know if he built that base on Legends or if it's just another base which he copied, but this base is for sure a base which was used in Legends. So let's see, maybe they have attacked this base already at some point, but either way, we have the attack with the hero dive for the town hall going.
I like that he was able to get, like, he got both sweepers and a central air defense on the base there with the battle builder that's relighting. That was a very, very high pocket of value right there with a very small investment. So that's going to be huge that it's that he's able to take that. But not only that, a lot of the bases like to stack a lot of traps in the core of the base there. So if you're able to remove buildings in the very core, then you would remove the requirement for your troops to go in there and get hit by the traps in that area as well. But one of the biggest things what we're trying to do in any kind of a Zapalalo is try to break the ring of defenses here. So we created a hole in the middle of the base there. We need the heroes to connect to the hole that was created from the outside of the base to make sure there's no straggling defenses. That'll make so that the balloons all path around the base on one side in a crescent shape around the hole that was made by the lightning. And it looks like he's able to get that under control. He's able to break it at the expo there. That's the last thing that he need to set the pathing for the Lalo. Now everything will stay to the right, and he won't have it going around both sides of the loop here. But this is kind of weird because he puts the Dragon Riders in for the right side, the Slammer in for the right side. They go into the multi-infernos, and then he sends the Lalo from the top. So it's like a two-prong attack here with the balloons, and it's actually working very effectively right now.
Yeah, I love the idea of going into that raged up area with the Warden ability, making sure that it's not doing any damage, and really you can just overpower it. And then with the Slammer and the Dragon Riders going to the multi-inferno tower damage, the splash damage, and really overpowering that. What a beautiful plan this was, and you can really see like this attack was planned from the beginning towards the end, and everything, every single little step has worked out beautifully, and great finish means the first 3-star in this match is going to Foreign Esporting.
Interesting. I'm like looking for where the traps would have been to be able to stop any phases attack here, but like I'm seeing like a small Tesla farm right above where the Eagle Artillery was. I'm seeing just a spread of the traps there, like no like specific clump to like shut down any specific phase of the attack. So interesting base building here, but a lot of times people like stack a lot of traps in one area to try to mess up one cause attack there, because usually if somebody makes one mistake, then they'll cascade into further mistakes there. But I never saw anything like that on this base here, and he just moved through unimpeded. Every single phase of the attack was able to move through without any issues at all, and he just completely picked it apart. Very, very nice attack here from Alec, and that is a critical triple here as he winds down with 10 seconds to get one more building, and VN Esporting are going to take the lead after they started with a percentage deficit.
Yeah, and you can see like the percentage overall is still close, but we have had this now multiple times today where both teams being close in percentage, but just so little bit different with the stars, like 1 star differences. We had that a couple of times. Now the question is, can Chacha Esports answer this and get their first 3-star? And that would be just so important to really know that they're staying close to a top team like Foreign Esporting is. And well, One Pro King is going to try exactly that with his next attack, and he's going to attack either Demo, Ipro, or Hawk. Let's see, who is he going to attack?
Yeah, there's so many good players in this match here. I think this war could swing in an instant, but let's see what happens here. One Pro King diving in for Cha-Cha Esports, down by, it looks like, only 2 buildings on overall percentage. And so if they can get an exchange in their advantage with a triple on the board and almost any defense, then they should be able to get the lead here and swing this into their favor. So looks like the Warden protects the Headhunters to go after the defensive Queen with that new skin, by the way. Looks pretty awesome. Or was that the Road Champion? That was Road Champion, I mean, yeah. And he goes ahead and drops in the Super Minion Bomb to drop in next to the Town Hall. Now we gotta watch that Invisibility Tower. We need to get some strikes to get the Invisibility Tower triggered, and then we need to have the Super Archers turn around and attack something else, and then go back over the Town Hall. So I think a lot of time to work there, but it looks like he's got it mostly under control there. We got a full CC pull, or maybe, I'm not sure yet. Did he get a full CC pull there?
I'm not sure, but those archers are just, at least a lot of them are going down because of another small bomb. But the most important thing is whenever you're trying that as well, and you're going into an invisibility tower, make sure that you're only using 1 clone, because this means you have 1 more invisibility spell, and you can kind of like outlast the invisibility on defense, and it's just way more consistent. And he did exactly that with his approach, but now the question is, can he get enough value with his heroes? Because going into multi-fire towers with the Lalo without having any support of a Warden or of like any spells is a horrible thing to happen. So he needs to get this multi-fire tower, and if even possible, even maybe the second, because otherwise this would be really bad for him.
Need to start the Lalo to go in from the left side. He will not have any haste, no rages. The Lalo's going to be moving at a snail's pace here, so he needs to make sure he comes in behind the sweeper and doesn't complicate it further. So an approach from the left side to go after the defensive queen is going to be very, very critical. But we have to remember that this CC, we only saw archers come out of it. There's definitely more CC troops in there that could come out and maybe mess up the Lalo. Maybe it's some super minions. It's hard to say what's going to be in there right now, but we'll see what pops out of there as he moves into the range, and the Lalo just swarm across the top of the base there, just trickling in more and more balloons. The Hounds cross into the very top corner, but the defensive queen is holding the line up top, and Ground Expo is picking off his Headhunters up there and stopping the defensive queen from going down. That's a problem, and it is super minions on defense. They're defending the core. Headhunters are going after his queen right now. She goes down. This is going to shut down here very quickly, iTzu.
Yeah, the multi-fire tower is staying alive. The scatter shot as well. The defending queen did such a good job of defending this area of the base that this Lalo is just not powerful enough. This is always the problem, playing Lalo without any spells or any support. When it comes down to the Warden, for example, it's just so hard to do, and it was not enough value which he has gotten in the beginning. And with that, you can see the percentage is climbing a little bit higher, but it's not going to get the 3-star, which Chacha Esports needed so badly. And Foreign Esporting might just pull ahead completely if they get another 3-star in, because this would mean they're 2 stars ahead, a lot of percentages as well, and this could snowball out of control really quickly.
And like I was saying at the start of the war here, I was a little bit concerned about what VN Esporting had for defense, because I wasn't sure the caliber of their bases when we saw that they had as high as hit rates as they have, like every single player pushing above a 60% hit rate, and then they had 2 losses. And so that just the fact that they had 2 losses in the earlier stages of this Swiss bracket had me baffled that they were taking losses at all when they were hitting like that. So I was concerned that the bases would be receiving a lot more triples, but they're holding very, very strong. They're holding back these Cha-Cha players, so they definitely came prepared. And now, as iPro gets ready to go, it is going to be another Queen charge into Lalo, and another, what do you call this, diamond style base? But look at that Eagle Artillery over to the right side, completely exposed on the outside of the base there, and maybe just asking for a Queen charge to go right into it.
Yes, that's right. Starting things off with a funnel on that top side to get that queen into that scatter shot. But we have seen this today many times. A queen charge into a scatter, which is then getting raged up. Let's hope that this is going the right way this time around, and hopefully this queen can be managed and can be controlled as she's entering into this high damage area. 2 expos, this scatter shot, and a sweeper against him as well. He needs to control this perfectly, and if there's one player, iPro might be the player to do it.
Absolutely. The king goes to the outside of the base. He's going to go handle the Eagle Artillery, cut the pathing of the queen out off up ahead. Queen should not have any reason to relieve this compartment, so she should be able to pass right through the wall breaks with the top corner compartment opened up already, and the compartment she's in. The next wall breaker will target the rage tower, but he could just be patient. He could wait until the rage tower goes down and try to get the wall breaker to target one of those battle builders of the queen pad deeper in the base and go for an even deeper push. But he does wall break at the rage tower. He's got 2 more, so he has plenty of options here. But that first wall breaker does give him access to the left side multi-inferno, gets the headhunter down, poison down for the defensive CC, and King doing some good work there. Get the Eagle Artillery down before it can target on and get a shot in the air there for the queen. So very good management so far, and all the biggest, highest damage threats to the queen have been eliminated. The only thing I'm concerned about right now is whether the healers ended up getting targeted by one of these multis as he passed nearby one and maybe passes healers to a little bit close to the other.
Yeah, and when exactly is going to be the next wall break happening? That's the next question. Because he has still 2 more wall breaks. He cannot reach the second multi-inferno tower, and now it's targeting the healers exactly as you said. There are some giant bombs, but the wall break is making it. But the slammer opened up the wrong compartment, and this means this queen cannot take down the second multi-inferno tower. The tornado trap keeps everything in place, but the vulnerability was just perfect.
Wait, queen! Look, she's going back! She's going back! Wait, where is she going? I should go to the warden. What? Okay. She circles all the way around. She takes the warden. She's working on the multi. She takes that multi. Might actually be able to get this base down. But she takes it on her final strike. And the blues will have a bit more safety. But the scatter shot under rage completely decimated them. And the defensive king shuts down his road champion to the ground there. Wait, there's one Dragon Rider here. There's a chance still. Just, maybe not. Maybe not, iTzu.
Yeah, on defense, the air expo with the scatter together, really making sure that they cannot get through that. It's high percentage though, so it's like not the end of the world, especially because Foreign Esporting already, they have the lead anyways at this position, and percentage-wise, they're going to pull ahead even further. And, well, Cha-Cha Esports, they really have to get their first 3-star on the board. We're already talking that with Foreign Esporting having such an incredible offense, their defense is, well, not always the best when they're losing some matches, but this means you need to 3-star against them because you know they will hit high scores. And Cha-Cha Esports so far cannot get those 3 stars in, which would be needed to really challenge them.
Yeah, their percentage is slipping away a little bit here. That's a little bit of a problem. But as we get down to the last couple of attackers here, they need to make a big move and they need to make it now. So if you're playing down on percentage, you're playing down on stars, like this is where you start to maybe think to take a little bit more risk that you may not may not normally do. You may risk an attack that has a higher chance of a 1-star and not play it so safe if you need to close a gap. And with the winner of this advancing to stage 3 into the top 16, guaranteed payout of $5,000 minimum, maximum if they make it all the way and make it to Worlds, then the prize just ramps up like crazy all the way up to $300,000 for first place. So you need to maybe just throw a little bit of caution to the wind here and just send it. But Dig's going to be going in with a Zap into Electro Titan Smash. A lot of times the Zap Electro Titan Smash is going to be trying to remove the threats to get a Town Hall takedown, but He's actually going to be attacking from the right side. Is he going to put Titans through the Town Hall here? He's either going to, if he's going to go in with this Warden walk here, he's probably going to remove the Expo and the Inferno next to where the Warden is, which he is. And then he has the choice to either go north to the Eagle Artillery, which is higher risk, but has, in my opinion, a higher chance of success, or he can take the safer play and go south and go in directly at the Town Hall. And he's going to take the risk here, iTzu. He is going to take that risk, and I think this is the right call right now.
And he has to step things up because he is the person with the highest hit rate on his team. Most of the other players have around this 50% hit rate. He has above 70 hit rate in this first 2 stages. So he wants to get this 3-star in for his team. And as I said, he's taking the risk going from the opposite side. Right now he has the siege drill or the battle drill selected. Maybe he's going to change that to a lock launcher maybe, but right now it seems like that he's going to stay with that siege. Is it going to be placed onto the multi-inferno tower, or what exactly is the plan here? Because for now, he's not placing anything.
Yeah, he put in one wall breaker and opened up the rage tower, but it misses the multi-inferno. He can reach the multi-inferno with the wall that was opened up by the wall breakers. The queen steps through. Battle drill does go in, goes directly to the multi-inferno, but the other one is going to be reachable by the queen as well. But the queen goes down. That's a big, big problem for him. Uh-oh, what does he do with that multi? It's going to wreck him.
Oh no, and he still has to get the town hall. I mean, those super minions now are just firing away on whatever that was. Is it now offensive or defensive? Why would you put your battle drill there when you have super minion in there? I'm a little bit confused right now. Something maybe has not worked to plan, because right now those troops are struggling to get the 2nd star. The town hall is still alive and is protected by that monolith as well.
Okay, well, he's got the Royal Champion making her approach there. She should be able to get stunned with the Diggy. If Diggy's still alive, he ranges the Royal Champion. Has the ability to go off there. Does remove some buildings on the other side there. Got the battle build out of the way, so it's not going to get repaired. But the Royal Champion will secure the Town Hall takedown. And if that's a miss. That's a bad time for a miss here when you're already playing down. They're going to need to pick up a major defense in response to this. But you know what? At least it wasn't a 1-star. It was a big risk that he decided to go with that path, and he needed the queen to stay alive. But the queen got sniped off by the defensive CC troops there. And when she got intercepted and the multi stay standing, then he was just kind of playing, he was just scrambling to try to recover it at that point there. And the fact that he took that risk there, I mean, it shows what they're willing to do right now. But it is going to be at least a moderate percentage 2-star, and they might be able to work with that if they can pick up a defense soon.
Yeah, but I feel like at this point, with being behind quite a few percentage points, it's not even enough anymore to tie on stars, because they would need the lead in stars, which right now feels harder and harder to achieve, especially now with Esporting being up next. They're attacking next, and they have yet again the chance of either increasing their percentage or getting another 3-star on the board. So things are not looking that optimal for Chacha Esports, but Phone Esporting is up next, and they can really now get that 2-star lead with another 3-star.
Yeah, it was I looked at the numbers there, and I think it was 19 buildings down going into that attack there in the favor of VN Esporting. So with 19 buildings more left on the board with an 81%, then I think that if we see a triple out of VN Esporting, they should be up by 38 buildings, and obviously the stars on top of that. So right now, we're gonna have to see some major defenses out of Chacha. They're gonna have to get a big hold here as Demo dives in. And Demo's been a little bit hot and cold lately right now, so maybe that's the chance that Chacha needs. I don't know. We'll have to see how he performs this one, but he drops in a couple of rocket balloons, protects the blimp. The blimp sails directly to the town hall, hits a black air bomb, and out comes, looks like, Super Wizards. You're seeing more and more players breaking out Super Wizards right now, and it is actually a relatively safe way that they are able to do it there with the 9-troop combination in the blimp.
And I'm just so confused. Like, Chacha Esports is just using popular legend bases. Like, I don't know what is going on there. If this is like the plan, or if they just ran out of bases, so they just used some legend bases. I am confused at least a little bit. But let's see if Demo has already attacked this base at some point, as his Electro Dragons are closing in and going for that Eagle, and those lightnings should be really nice.
Getting the chains in the defensive grand ward. The other chain will go to the air defense, I believe, next. Nope. Skip the air defense there, but the next one might go to the air defense. He's got the rage still active, and it takes the air defense down. He's cleared out the entire corner there. If the Edreg takes the arch tower, it's going to be able to coast on the outside of the base there for quite a while and just stay safe, but I think it takes it. So Edreg's safe, and the Super Dragons now have a lane created right through the middle of the base there with the minions chipping away at the trash buildings on the outside down south. He will have the dragons all converge together into the middle of the base here. So this is a very, very cool setup here. And if the dragons clear that, the heroes are still all on standby to sweep out the backside.
Yeah, he now waits for the clan casters to go down, or at least like he doesn't want to run the risk of losing out like a ground-based clan castle. And so far, the Super Dragons are doing a really good job of entering that core. There goes the king, there goes the queen, because there's only 1 minute and couple of seconds left. The chain trap is triggered, but red mines are lured out. Only one of the Super Dragons is getting hit. And with the scatter freeze, those Super Dragons can just move through the base, with the queen taking a lot of damage though.
Delayed the Royal Champion until the CC was about to go down so that she didn't go inside of the range and pull whatever was still standing inside of there out. And so he's got it under control here. He got the Warden was taking some strikes at the Queen up on top of the base there, but he goes to Phoenix, he retargets, he goes over and starts following everybody else there, and he'll die out here. But the Phoenix stays behind and will work with the Royal Champion to get that multi and expo down. So he's actually looking very, very good here. He's still got a Headhunter on standby to help him deal with some of these backside heroes.
Yeah, the Archer already working on the top right gold storage. Headhunter will be placed as soon as his king is about to approach the defending king. There goes the Royal Champion without her ability, but with a new cool skin, trying to lead the charge into those back-end defenses. And most of those defenses are one-shot. And there goes the Tesla. The Wizard Tower is next, but 10 seconds and 3 storages.
Okay, I think he has enough here. The minion or the Archer chipping away for a long time there, weakens up that last storage there. He steps in, takes the final strike at the final second, and Devo locks in a very important triple right there to put his team 2 stars and a heavy amount of percentage lead. I think that puts them 38 buildings in the advantage and 2 stars up. They have this win locked in. All they gotta do now is just play it safe here, don't take any risks, and make sure they get a 2-star in the next attack.
Yes, they're looking really good in this match. And now at this point, TWOB Esports, they have to 3-star and just hope for a miracle, which is, I don't know, like, I mean, they need a 1-star or even a 0-star defense or something crazy like that. But first off, they need to 3-star to even think about this option that this might happen. So everything is relying on the shoulders of that last attacker of TWOB Esports. And he is bringing the Super Bowlers to this base, to this attack. And let's see what he's going to start with. He has the Flame Finger selected. Is he going to use it, or is he going to switch the siege? Is he going to go for the log launcher as this diamond base? You typically see the far side entries, or is it going to be a complete other opening?
He's got 2 wall breakers. He's got a jump spell. He can definitely run the Flame Finger to form half of the funnel. A lot of times they'll run a Warded Walk to form the other half of the funnel. So if they work together there and create a lane right down the middle, then that can work out fantastic. Making sure to deploy the healers outside of the range of the defenses, specifically the air defense. And look at this, the Flame Flicker actually deploys right behind the Warden Walk and will continue on to the Scatter Shot compartment. And the question, like, I would say if I was doing a Warden Walk here, I would attack on the defensive Royal Champion side of the base rather than the Queen side of the base there, because the Warden can outrange the defensive Royal Champion and never actually have that lock on. So the Queen can target the Warden here, so we may have to invest some spells if that's the side of the base that he wants to attack, but maybe he's banking on the other side of the base there being trapped and making so that they won't trap against this entry, but he does invest the Headhunter, he does get the rage, he does get the defensive Queen down, and he's gonna get everything but the mortar there. And I guess the mortar will lock onto the Flame Flinger now and take some strikes, and it wasn't perfectly efficient there, but it got the job done, iTzu.
Yeah, really surprised that he's luring that Warded over that early. Especially we have seen some insane Super Bowler attacks already recently. And they can be really quick. But this is an approach which we have seen quite a bit in higher legends, where versus those diamond bases, you're not sending your queen into the middle of the base, which sounds crazy, but the king a lot of times is just way better in those smash attacks. You kind of let him go down, the Phoenix is getting spawned, and this is protecting all of your healers moving in. The queen on this one, though, is moving a little bit slow, as she's trying to create the pathing, create the funneling, but now we have all of the troops walking inside, and this is exactly where this strategy shines. It's like the queen at this point, she's just funneling way better than the king, and at some point he would support her with that royal champion, and this approach versus diamond bases is just incredibly strong.
Yeah, but like you're saying, the Phoenix can clear a lot of traps there ahead of the healers there, but the Phoenix actually got knocked out by the sweepers after the king went down, so it's way down south, and the healers are gonna start to take traps there, where the Phoenix would have been able to absorb those traps if it stayed center, but now the healers are gonna potentially go through the town hall. But the world champion joins up north. She gets in there and clears that compartment. She has her ability intact. She's right on the verge of going to ability, but the bowlers are just staying put right there. They're not pulling the healers into the poison, and so they are just moving just slow enough to give him the pace that he needs, and it does actually look like he's got it under control here. The queen with ability should be able to finish off the base there. The healers are live, ward is live. There's a super dragon that came out of the flame flinger. All the bowlers are gone, but they did their job. It's a triple for Mustafa with plenty of time to spare.
Yeah, a really, really good showcase of how strong this approach is versus those diamond bases. I'm really hoping that we're going to see that more often in the future. This looks really, really strong. And just so strange, as you normally always have your queen being part of the main strategy, being part of the main push within that core. But on this one, it's all about the queen being the perfect option to funnel and to push those troops further into the base. And the king and the phoenix just triggering all of those traps if it works out perfectly. But hey, he did everything they could to get the 3-star. And now it's up to Hawk. Either secure the win or mess up everything. Let's see what it's going to be as he's charging in with the queen charge Lalo.
All right, well, we got to get the town hall secured here. That's the #1 focus. If you just get the 2-star, then you winning a minimum of $5,000. You're staying alive with the competition still giving you a chance to make it to the World Championship. You go on to Phase 4. You play in the next Swiss stages. You're in the top 16, so just play it safe here is what I would think that he would do, but that's not what he's doing here. He's gonna have the queen go south. He's gonna attack the Eagle Artillery side of the base, and he's gonna leave a Town Hall area with a Rage Tower and a Multi-Inferno for late in the attack here, and this is already making me nervous here, iTzu.
I mean, they're giving us a show. I appreciate that, even though I would have thought they would play just safe. I mean, at this point, they could just, like, put a Super Dragon into the Town Hall and they would have secured the 2nd star, right? But yeah, they're just confident in their Queen Charge skills, even versus those Rage Towers. We have the Flinger on the far right side, trying his best to go for that scatter, while the King is pushing that Queen further into the Multi-Inferno Towers, but she's going to go against 2, or at least 1 sweeper. And then we have the Lado go into the Town Hall, but there's always the possibility of a tornado trap around that area of the base.
I like that the Flame Flinger is almost able to take out the defensive queen. Actually, might actually end up getting her as she keeps wandering back into the fire right there. But she'll lock on, she'll pop it open, and whatever's inside will go finish her off. So quickly dealt with. The queen has solid funnels on both sides. They're now being further emphasized by the Electro Titan and the Yeti up top. King still working down south. Queen with the wall breaks gets all the way through, picks up the Expo, and she doesn't have any more wall breaks, but she's just gonna escape out of the base there and leave the monolith for now. She's gonna keep on getting struck here, but this is where it gets dicey. This is what I was concerned about, but look at all the red air bombs going off across the top of the base there. No siege machine to go in and snipe the Town Hall. He's losing a lot of troops, has to use the early ward ability, reinforces more balloons, has to get the Town Hall down. Oh, come on, take the Town Hall. Don't risk this. Don't throw this now. Everybody steps in, takes the strike, and the Town Hall goes down via Esports, making us nervous at the end there, but the world champion will pick up the healers here, and he's not just picking up that Town Hall, he's going all the way to the triple on this one, iTzu.
Not gonna lie, if this would have been like my teammate, I would have went crazy. I mean, taking that risk of deploying the Royal Champion before the Town Hall is even down, I mean, oh my goodness. This could have been so bad if this tornado trap would have been in front of the Town Hall. But hey, he got it. He got the 3 stars. Everything is great. They are winning with 13 stars in the end and a really solid percentage. They're getting their 60% hit rate again with 13 stars overall. Great match by them. But that last attack, really got me in heart attack.
Yeah, when you got all those traps going off around the town hall, and so much that was like trying to intercept all the balloons. He put his entire Lalo just to try to get that down, but that's never guaranteed. Like those balloons are very squishy. They can go down rather quickly if they hit a bunch of traps there. But I mean, he's able to hold it together there. He's able to power through. He's able to just create this, slowly add more and more layers of balloons to collapse into the area there. First wave clears traps, clears Tesla. Second wave keeps on moving forward, and it was a very dangerous area. But I think that even if he ended up missing the town hall, I think they were still going to win it on percentage regardless. So I think they had such a strong lead right there. They're going to be okay either way.
Yeah, that could be. It was really close still, but let's invite the other two casters back to this and see what they think about this last match. Woody, Carbon, I mean, that last attack was quite exciting to say the least. What do you think, Carbon?
Yeah, it was crazy. The risk you take when you could just get a 2-star and secure the victory is wild, but hey, it paid off in the end. But I just take it away from me is, I am still perfect today, guys. I am getting every single match correct. Remember, I am predicting who's gonna lose.
Oh,
not
right,
who's gonna win.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, my prediction's not going so well. How about you, Woody? What was your thoughts on this?
Well, Hawk came in like a bird of prey, true to his name, to finish that thing off, and I think this might be, in a field of wars that have so far been extremely tight, we finally got a little bit of a decisive finish here from VN Esporting, showing that they definitely deserve that spot in Stage 4. Great variety in the attacks, excitement to the very end. Not only do they deserve it, but I'm like happy to see them moving on and getting more of an opportunity to showcase their skills and prove why they were picked by the most skilled commentators to win this match.
Yes. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I was like, wait, is that me? That was me. Yeah, that was me. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good decision right there. But I mean, the stat line doesn't lie. They were able to deliver their 15-star or their 60% hit rate plus. They hold exactly where we expected them to. And when you set the bar that high so consistently, you're just forcing other teams to cross it and match it. And Cha-Cha just wasn't quite there today. And even though VN Esporting was taking some risks there were some dicey attacks on both sides of this war here. But this one, I mean, he had it under control there. He had the town hall down. He would have had the percentage regardless. But there's the final stat line between the teams. 3 triples on the board there for VN Esporting, and even that 96% as well. So like very strong performance. And Cha-Cha, unfortunately, they're eliminated and their path to the World Championship is no longer available.
Yeah, unfortunate ending there for Cha-Cha Esports. VN Esporting is taking the victory, and they will be advancing to next weekend, which will be another Swiss bracket, another Swiss stage to really narrow it down after that to finally getting down to the top 8. And then eventually giving away the golden ticket to try to go out to Worlds. And it's crazy that if you're just joining right now and one of the teams that you're probably expecting to maybe get a golden ticket through this Clash of Clans World Championship qualifiers, Millis MG, well, that's not the case. They were eliminated. They will not be getting a golden ticket. And so that means we can have either new faces, familiar faces with some other teams that have already qualified. Well, not qualified, but they went to Worlds last year, for example, like Clash Champs and Strut. They're still trying to compete, but we have so much more to come. We have 2 more matches here today, and then so much more Clash Esports over the next 2 weekends. iTzu.
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at what teams already made it to the next stage, because we are filling up those top 16 spots quickly, and there's only 2 open slots available, which are going to be decided in the last 2 matches of this week. The next 2 matches are going to happen really shortly. As you can see, the timer ticking lower and lower. I feel like maybe we can still jump quickly into the prediction as well, because I feel like we should celebrate really like that we had a 50% kind of hit rate with the last prediction, with the last match, and I'm not sure if we could achieve that with the next match, because I feel like we have not predicted again with a split like this, so this could go horribly wrong. But either way, so far a lot of good teams have qualified, and there's now, as we said, 2 more slots open, which are going to be given away within the next 2 matches, Woody.
Right, you are, iTzu, and even though we might be worse than a coin flip on our predictions so far, it is the upsets that make this game so exciting to watch. Let's go ahead and look at the predictions. Never mind, let's get the lineups ready for these next teams as they're going to be tossed into the fray next. It's Terrari Warrior versus X Team Esports. And if I do recall correctly, I believe that the predictions are tilted toward X Team Esports, but it's not a decisive one. And I think that's also borne out in the stat line that you see for each of these two teams here. A little bit of an advantage for X Team Esports with an average of 13 stars against Terrari Warriors 12 stars in their wars. Percentage destruction is 1.4% higher for X Team Esports. But let's look at the Terrari Warrior roster and get a sense for who is going to be lined up for them first. It's going to be Prime, followed by 7UP. Taking a big gulp, and then it's QF Josh R, James, and the Divine Blessy to finish things off. Solid hit rates, and look at Josh R at the 96.6% there, Eric.
I know.
And
That's pretty
650% hit rate for 7UP.
That might be a typo. But yeah, Josh is absolutely tearing up here. But you have a team that played during last year's World Championship with the majority of the roster. Here you can see the three in the middle there played in last year's World Finals in Helsinki, Finland. And you can see that their new additions to the roster definitely are holding strong there. You got Jaga there with a 74.1% hit rate there. Wait, was he in the World? I think he was on the team last year, wasn't he? Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, they're definitely a stacked team here and trying to make a return to the World Championship, and they are the favored team in this match here with an average hit rate of 13 stars across the board. So definitely, well, this is going to be interesting here, and I'm leaning towards X Team on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are all three X Team. I'm the only one that's not, so that means I'm going to be wrong again. I'm going to go 0 for 5, but we're getting ready for this next match, though. Let's see, I believe it's myself and Eric that is going to be taking over this next one to bring you match number 5 here today. And Eric, are you ready to find out the, 15th team to be advancing to next weekend?
Yeah, I suppose we're coming down to the wire here. 2 more teams left to be eliminated. Their fate's still undecided, and the X teams will be sending in. I said team twice. Den in for the opening attack of the war here, going after a blimp to drop in with the super archer bomb, and it's going to be super barbarians to follow it up here. But he does make it all the way in the base there. He did protect it with the ward ability to make sure it got all the way in. And you see, he also has an apprentice warden on his bar here that he can use to actually get the HP boost that he will not get with the Grand Warden and pick it up later. But he's able to claim out everything around that area except for the Town Hall. He's working on the Town Hall, last invisibility, getting distracted onto the defensive CC troops there. Town Hall stays standing, Carbon. We get some drama out of the gate.
Oh no, here we go. Den, that Town Hall. What are you gonna do? You can take a risk and go all the way from the opposite side and go into the Eagle first and end of the Town Hall. It doesn't look like that's the case here. You're going to send your heroes to the top side. Eagle's going to rain down fire on you, and that is going to be so much damage that you're going to try to continue your way through. If you step through that tunnel poison, your heroes are going to die so quick.
Definitely. You gotta I don't even know what you do about the Eagle Artillery right now. Like, do you put the World Champion in to go work into that area early? But there's a lot of damage in that area as well. He's still got the defensive Grand Warden, and you have the Expos over there, but he's not going to delay that. He is going to go ahead and try to attempt to get that Eagle Artillery off of his back and just put this Super Barbs in there to give her some tanky, but they quickly get burned up. Just the World Champion's back on her own again. She'll step in, get the stun, while the King steps in with his ability, able to secure the Town Hall takedown right there, and the Queen will just stay away from the poison, and he's looking okay here. He's actually recovering it to a pretty good way, and he's actually got to give himself a chance here.
With those Super Barbarians provide the distraction, the outside defenses, those cannons going down. King does come back to life with the Phoenix. Queen secures the scatter shot, but the defensive Queen is still up with full health. Picks off his Queen. With an air expo to the far right side, there's definitely not going to be enough troops here to overwhelm the rest of the space, or at least, right?
Maybe.
Right.
Got 38 seconds. He still had to go back for that expo on the right side. I feel like even if he gets through her, he's still got a long track across the base there. And he's...
No way.
She's so close to going down, Carbon. She's so close to going down. 97%. It's not a triple, but he's stacked up some percentage points there.
if you fail, you want to fail like at 97%, 98, 99. That's where you want to be, because that is what's going to make the difference if it comes down to a tie war. So Den, great effort there, especially with that blimp not grabbing all of the value that he was hoping for. He wanted that Town Hall. That was the big difference maker in that attack that he was unfortunately not able to get.
Yeah, the Super Archer bomb value is like the whole attack kind of hinges on the value to get out of that Super Archer bomb. And if you invest every spell, or almost every spell most of the time, into that Super Archer bomb and you don't get the value that you're looking for, and it just kind of makes the rest of the attack there that much more difficult. But I gotta hand it to him. Like, he did handle it very, very well. He made the correct response there and gave himself the best chance. It just wasn't quite enough. But we're gonna see the same attack in response by the looks of it. Another Warden Protected Blimp coming in from the right side, going over the top of the Eagle Artillery area, and he's looking to try to land on top of the Inferno Tower compartment.
He threads the needle. Look at that. Not even needing to use a freeze. Gets into this middle compartment, able to now try to grab the multi, the scatters, and Eagle Artillery potential. Can he get it with these Super Archers? As they are going down, he does activate and find the Tornado Trap. He needs to remove the Eagle. Another Rage Invest, another Invis. Looking to completely gut this whole core and the Eagle. It does go down too.
He's gonna get that Expo down. He got the Town Hall down, jumped over the Battle Builder's gonna go to work to repair it, but this base looks like there's not much left. Like, that's the Super Archer value that you're trying to invest into right now. Like, that's that. If I was making that kind of investment returns, I would be retired by now. This is insane, Carbon. That was an enormous amount of value, and he is set up very nice to just wrap around and pick up the Town Hall later on. He just needs to direct the heroes properly, and he's got plenty of super barbs to do exactly that.
Yeah, with all his heroes still up, plus their abilities as he continues to make his way around with a couple Super Barbarians up to the top side. With an Electro Titan by this King. Queens following behind. They're going to have to make their way to the Town Hall using those wall breakers to be able to pick off these outside walls to try to make it easier for his heroes to walk in towards that Town Hall.
Just need to get him to hug the walls there. The King's right on track there. Ability still intact. Still has Electro Titan. Still can use the Electro Titan to clear any ground skellies that might pop. We do have Teslas around the Town Hall, so I'm definitely expecting that to be happening. But he puts in the Road Champion with all the super barbs. Headhunters in for the left side of the base. We'll go ahead and take out the defensive King, cutting out the path. And he's taking like everything except for the Town Hall so far. But he still has so much in the tank here to be able to take that Town Hall and keep moving further beyond it. More super barbs in. RC ability attack takes the Town Hall down. That is how you get it done. Super Barch with a Swag Royal Champion ability.
Divine Blessing getting the 3-star here, and with a 3-building lead over X Team Esports, because Den got that 97% 2-star. Great job there, delivering a 3-star, and that is exactly what they're looking for here in this match.
And Terrari Warrior, definitely, I've seen them actually getting more and more, getting more and more practice around the scene there, getting more and more into the high ends of tournaments, and I've seen them just slowly grow as a team there. Out of the Philippines, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think they're one of the #1 team out of the Philippines right now, so definitely a rising star of a squad right there. And now, in response to that, we have just slightly down on percentage and down a star. We'll see if Jaga can turn this star around here and get a triple on the border here for X Team as he sends in Electro Dragons, and he's got a couple of Inferno Dragons in the mix as well. Just gonna zap out the sweeper in the middle of the base there and just pick up the air defenses with a couple of rocket balloons, and it looks like he's getting ready to charge right into the other sweeper and go after the Eagle Artillery area with the E-Drags.
Yeah, with these Inferno Dragons down, Electro Dragons coming with this Warden Balloons. More balloons. We're going to see this blimp fly in and drops an early rage. Warden ability typically to protect the balloons. And yes, so he wants to put as many traps as possible, but he finds a tornado trap on this initial entry.
Watch for black air bombs. Watch for black air bombs. When we get stuck in the tornado trap, a lot of people put black air bombs between the tornado and the Town Hall. So the blimp goes right into him, but he is able to get all the way in there. He has a bunch of red air bombs go off, but it kills all the super minions. Wait, it's not super minions. It's... what's in there? There's nothing in there. Whatever was in there was taken out by the red air bombs, and that was baited. He walked right into a trap and he gets shut down by the red air bombs.
The super minions getting picked off by those red air bombs indeed. Unfortunately, he didn't drop that clone early enough because it disappeared before, and that clone spell was essentially all wasted. And now at this point, it's a matter of, can he even have a chance of saving the 2-star? I don't think so.
Maybe he's got... no, yeah, you got a really good point there. He makes the queen invisible, but that's only temporary relief. He goes invisible again. That doesn't save him to the town hall takedown, though. I feel like he's panicking right now. He's definitely panicking right now. He's not going to get the town hall down. He keeps dropping spells onto the defensive queen, and he can't keep his royal champion safe. There really wasn't an answer there. He had to get the value out of the super minion bomb, but the moment that blimp opened up, you see so often people stack all the red air bombs right behind the town hall. There's a lot of reasons that people will do that. There's one, you're trying to potentially take out a lot of them go through the town hall. Two, you're trying to stop super minion bombs that go ahead and just hit all the super minions if you land by the town hall like that in that exact spot, which is the most common place that people like to go through, but also can take out healers for ground smash attacks to go through the town hall. There's so many reasons that everybody stacks all the red air bombs right there, but it's very difficult to get them pre-triggered because you'll notice how all these bases seem to have the air defenses wide to the four corners, so you can never really like path a lava hound to get into the core to clear traps. So it's just a very, very optimal spot to put red air bombs that shuts down so many different attacks, and that's why we so commonly see them in the core of the base like that. And it worked to perfection to hold this 1-star. Jaga is definitely put his team at a very big disadvantage there now with the 1-star 58%.
So even with a 1-star from Jaga, you know, my prediction was that X Team Esports wasn't going to win this. Which means I've been wrong this whole day. They're somehow still going to find a way to win this because I just can't be right. There's no way I could finally get one right. Is this the tie? Is this the match?
Maybe, or they're just executing the script to make this as exciting as possible, and we're gonna see the comeback of the century right now. That would be wild to be able to make a comeback, but it depends if they can get the defense right here to see if they can at least keep the split between the teams at 2 stars. But the heavy percentage disadvantage is also going to work heavily against him, so it's going to be super bowlers, and it does look like he's getting ready to come in on the flank of the town hall. Looks like he's already setting up an entry up by the defensive queen.
And we're seeing 3 super bowlers indeed. Not going to use any... Okay, there's only like 1 storage. I'm surprised he's not going to like use a sneaky goblin to grab the town hall, maybe with an invis. There is the clan castle that is relatively close, so he would lure that out if he's planning to do an early warden walk like this, but I feel like it looks like he wants to maybe use the blimp to fly across to eventually grab the town hall. But if you can use a siege machine or something, your clan castle somewhere else that's not invested on the town hall, I feel like it can be so much stronger.
I agree. I 100% agree here. But the other downside of this entry here is this Expo is locked onto his Warden. And while that Expo is locked onto the Warden here, the Warden will potentially just take enough damage that forces him to ability. But the bigger problem is he never transfers the healers off over to the other troops here. So he can pop the Ward ability and maybe get some temporary relief and maybe get a transfer forward. But does have the Warden just hogging those healers there. The blimp gets protected. It will cross over and secure the town hall, but with no openings in the wall to transition to the multi, he's not going to get, or say the single, he's not going to get that single down, and so that's going to be a potential problem for everybody, but he does path through the core of the base here, and I don't know, this feels a bit dicey. I don't know how I feel about this, Carbon.
I'm wondering, oh, there's the jump. I was like, where? He's not jumping his way into the core there. Finally, they are, but he doesn't have a back end jump. With all this damage here, the King's running around. We do have the healers finally transferring off to the Super Bowlers, but he deployed his Royal Champion already, so this is where she would have been clutch to continue to run around. But look at that. There's a single target on the backside of this base, so once this Queen gets close, she's going to get locked onto and her ability would be forced.
I like this wizard deployed to pick up the wizard tower on the left side of the base there while the king is taking. That'll keep the witches safe on the outside. Maybe they can provide some support later on to get him through the single, but they're approaching right now, and the queen's gonna run out of targets here after the defensive clan castle building, and now it just depends on which wall she attacks, but I think she's gonna attack the wall to the single inferno. If she does and breaks that wall quick enough and can get in there and take it down, he does have a chance to still get through this. She attacks the wall as expected, goes after the more dense area, steps in, but is taken out by the single inferno before she can get it down.
Yeah, that giant bomb there, taking out those archers. He needed those archers to keep the single target Inferno distracted, so that giant bomb played a huge role right there, as the queen could have maybe continued through and reached the archer tower, builder hub, rage tower, single, and it would have just had this king run straight to this right side, and this could have actually tripled if that giant bomb might not have been there.
I have to wonder, like you were saying at the start there, if a different siege machine would have been better. Like the sneaky goblins could have so easily reached the town hall takedown and made so that he didn't have to burn an entire siege machine to go after that. And then he could have had like a battle drill, or he could have had a siege barracks or something to just provide extra punch there. And he came close though. He came close still. He gets a solid amount of percentage, but that is the potential for an opening later on for X team to be able to make a comeback now. Now they have started off very, very rough here, and they're gonna have a mountain to climb here to make the comeback. But maybe they can. They just need to get a couple more defenses and get some triples on the board. If this next attack is a triple, I do have faith in them.
Well, I have faith in Homura. He is such a skilled attacker with hogs. And it's the twin hogs here with the 5 healers, as that queen's looking to help clear this whole bottom side. No recall spell, so wherever this queen goes is the path that she decides to go, with a headhunter to help clear the defensive king. And a very easy king kill here, because there's no other defenses on the queen, so that was pretty simple, as she can continue her way through the Grand Warden altar and eventually grab that Eagle artillery.
I think if you get, like, I feel like if you got that 1-star, like, I'm thinking like the mentality of the team there, like if you had the 1-star, then it is kind of like a demoralizing blow to the team. And so if we see the triple here, I really feel like he could rally his team and just get them hyped, get them back in the game. And I think this is a very big moment psychologically for the team to be able to get back in this. So he does start out very, very solid here, able to push the queen in, going to get the Eagle artillery, can reach the no, he can't reach the multi-inferno from there, but he's got 3 more wall breakers. So if this cannon goes down, I think the next wall breaker targets the Eagle artillery. He does wait for the cannon to go down, and then he does target the Eagle artillery, the storage, giving him the axes in the core of the base there. So very good management of specific buildings going down, so the wall breakers will go exactly where he wants them to go. And he's looking pretty solid here, Carbon.
Yeah, with these ice combs going down slowly, the king comes back to life with the Phoenix to take out that multi, which is perfect to keep these healers protected. But Eric, there's just about 1 minute and 20 left. Time. That's going to be the biggest question mark, as he pops an early warden ability and a blimp going straight to that town hall. If these hogs make their way over the town hall poison, they're going to take so much damage.
Yeah, but the town hall goes down, then everybody will path around it. There's a tornado trap. Yetis are tanking in the core of the base there, keep the damage away from that defense, or the offensive queen. Queen keeps on moving down south. They're taking some traps to the healers, but they're hanging on just fine. Queen ability still intact. He's got freezes. He's got invisibility. Hogs go through the poison as they go around the north side, but they are going to survive there, and they'll toss the riders, but the hogs themselves will keep on moving. World champion stays safe. He's got a chance here, Carbon. He's got the spell support to make it through. He throws in more down south to give the support there. Queen pops her ability, breaks the wall, gets the defensive pro champion down, and not only does he have it, but he has 3 swag spells and a swag world champion ability. It's completely overwhelmed.
Homura, what an impressive attack there. When he comes in with hogs, it's so strong and it looks so clean. What a brilliant attack there from Homura. And they need that in order to have a chance in this match because of their 1-star earlier. Do they have the chance? Are they going to keep 3-starring to bring this match back? Unless they get a bunch of defenses, you never know what happens.
Yeah, but I mean, if they get that triple and rally the team, if they get a defense right here, they're right back in this, Carbon. They're within reach. So it's just about putting some pressure on, and Homura has done exactly that. So now it's just a matter of, can Terrari Warrior handle the pressure of them coming up behind them, and maybe they sat back and relaxed. But they gotta be feeling good there after the defense is held and they established that 2-star lead. But a 2-star lead early in the war here is manageable for the team that is down, and so we'll see what 7up can do here. See if he can maybe, like, at this point, if Terrari Warrior starts racking in triples, like they're gonna take this win. So there is some pressure for them, as we know what X Team can do if they don't apply that pressure. So Queen's gonna charge in as he sets up for Recall and Hydra. He's got a couple lightning. 2 lightning is enough to take out a sweeper, but nothing else. So you can use that to protect whatever entry the dragons are gonna make, which makes me think they're gonna come in from the very bottom of the base and go directly into one of those 2 sweepers.
Yeah, as that Queen's continuing her charge, all this is ranged up, these double expos. Oh, and he pulled, okay, doesn't take out the Archer Tower there. You never know, that could play a big role. It's going to be used for funneling, but Queen's down to the bottom side, some lightning on a sweeper, and the dragons will come in between where the Queen is now and the value that she already took out to send the dragons across, and the blimp will hopefully fly to make it all the way to that town hall.
Concerned about this defensive Grand Warden damage right here. Striking his Queen. She's working. She takes him. Okay, that's good. She has some damage relief there. Thinks she can hold on to her ability, but he needs to have the Warden ability, protect the blimp. The dragons need to be protected, and he needs to have this blimp protected. It needs to cross the entire base. He's kind of putting a lot of reliance on this blimp to secure the Town Hall takedown, but if it's a Yeti Bomb and it turns back around and gets demodeled down, that'd be huge. I don't think that'll be one of his targets, though. Looks like there's a bit of separation. Tornado Trap catches it, though. Okay, blimp is getting dicey here, and that blimp is important.
Oh, we need, okay, they turn around, they freeze at the town hall. Now they go for, the ice
Ice Golems, they're throwing Yeti Mines, ranged up Yeti Mines, Mr. Town Hall, Carbon! Oh no, what do we do?
No, he's got the king. Oh, no, don't give a, don't give a 1-star back. Don't give a 1-star back. Don't give a 1-star back.
It's all scripted, Carbon. It's all scripted. They're putting on a show for us one way or another. But he's gonna try to salvage the tower. But the king is right there. He has his king. The king will take out the defensive king, so the world champion can push in. But everything on the left side has died out. The queen is gone. He's got 1 invisibility. Diggy working with the royal champion. He can get the stun there, and he should hopefully be able to take it down there with the resources that he has. But one way or another, he's leaving a lot of percentage on the board. I think he's got it. It's already damaged up. He will take it and prevent the 1-star there. But at what cost? Because that's a lot of percentage, and that will put this war 1 step back into the chance for X Team make the comeback.
Wow. Well, this is now puts them to, what, 7 here at the moment. But X Team Esports, it's kind of, yes, they did get the 1-star, but they've also got a 3-star, so to bring them back at a 2-star hit rate, and it still can be anyone's match at this point. 7-Up, unfortunately, not able to get it done with the Hydra, and that blimp finding the tornado trap early and not able to make it all the way to that town hall. So this one is going to be coming down to the wire.
Yeah, and you so calm and see that tornado trap right above that town hall, or right on the inside of the base there from the town hall, to specifically drop the blimps out of the sky like that and force them down into an inopportune spot. Not able to secure the town hall, and then you saw the red air bombs go off there again. Like, they're guarding against so many different attacks there all at the same time. It just shows you the skill, the base building teams behind this to be able to shut those attacks down, predict them, and it depends on what your opponent, like, you're also trying to read your opponent. You got to know what they like to attack with, and you need to be prepared to stop those specific attacks there. You can adjust the traps as necessary on the fly. Remember, adjusting traps doesn't cause a base cooldown, so they can do that without, they can do it as soon as they see their opponent that they're going against, and if they know their opponents well, then they can quickly adjust traps as necessary and try to bait certain attacks there. And I don't know that happened there, but it's definitely doing a good job here of having these traps just in a good spot generally to stop a lot of different attacks here. And now pressure's on here for X Team Esports as we see a queen charge recall into Mass Hog Riders.
Indeed, with that queen back to the top side here and try to charge her into the town while the flame flinger is coming to the left. The skellies all out. Oh, nope, they're retargeting. I was going to say, man, they're ignoring that flame flinger. They finally now go back to a drop of Valkyrie to help clear him 1, 2, 3. As the flame flinger will try to grab this multi while the queen is now charging her way into the town hall with a bunch of archers coming out, rocket and super minions. You can't lose this queen. You got to keep her going all the way through this town hall.
freezes up the super minions, poisons up the rocket balloons. That's the typical way that we want to do that. It's a very dangerous clan castle that comes out after you, but the queen taking eagle artillery strikes there. She can't go invisible right now, otherwise the eagle artillery targets onto the flame cleaner instead, and then he loses value over there, so he has to use freezes and rages to protect the queen right now. But now the eagle artillery target over the right here as the king deploys in from the very bottom corner. The hogs go in from that far right side. Warder building nice and early, and he's attacking four different sections of the base there simultaneously. There's so much multitasking going on here. This is very difficult to manage as an attacker, to be able to run 4 different wings of the attack all at the same time to collapse into the core of the base.
As that queen's ability does go off to help secure the monolith, continuing his way through. See there, Air Expo is taking down his king, but the king does have the Phoenix, so he'll come back to life to help clear some more of this. But unfortunately, the Royal Champion, she only has her ability, so it will be forced now, skipping across. But with one freeze, that scattering Air Expo is going to be a big problem. The Royal Champion is going down. The Warden's going to get locked down next. Drops the hog, a giant down south, but it's too late. Not to help the RC, but the queen is
Hogs
still
are inside
going.
the minimum range of the scatter, though. Look at the hogs. They're inside the minimum range of the scatter. Dicky takes the stun to protect the other troops. He's actually clearing the compartment, Carbon. He's just got to get the flame flinger troops to get the multi and get the cleanup done. Oh my God. X team can make this comeback, Carbon. This is wild.
Well, you know, I'm gonna go potentially perfect if they do make that comeback. Will X team do it? As we see the flame flinger, that will eventually open up here. There's a couple buildings left to the top side with storages. With 34 seconds left, X Team Esports is looking to put another 3-star on the board, which means that they will go up to 9. And if Trigger Warrior do not get another 3-star, then they will be unfortunately tied with a 1-star from their opponent, which is just crazy to think about, that you could get a 1-star and then it could swing completely back, going back and forth. Well, X Team Esports, the opportunity is now here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as soon as he got the triple there, he just took his phone and threw it out the window because okay, there it goes, it's finally going in. But yeah, it's completely overwhelmed right there, even with a little bit of network delay, but that's fine. He's got the triple. That's a massive pickup. I don't know exactly where the percent. No, I do know where the percentage split is. It's actually a 20 building split. If Terrari Warrior hits 80% on the dot right now, then we're going to see an exact high end percentage. So that'll be the threshold for them to cross to be able to sustain their lead.
Wow. Comes down to these final few attacks here, and it can determine your tournament life. You lose this match, you are eliminated. And now Prime, good luck. What is the attack going to be used here? Maybe, if I had to guess, Super Bowlers. I could foresee as we've been seeing a lot of dragons. If you had to take a guess, real quick, what do you think? I say Super Bowlers.
I don't know. I'd have to go stream snipe him there. He's the biggest streamer and content creator out of the Philippines, so I'd have to go review his tape over there.
Well, yeah, you just gotta pick one. Pick one.
I'm gonna say I think you'll do Queen Charge.
Queen.
I don't know what's what.
Queen Charge.
Queen Charge. Queen Charge. Twin Hogs.
Sure,
Yeah. I was right. I didn't.
Okay.
There was no doubt. I said Queen Charge. I was right, and that's what he uses.
I see how you
That's
play
what he uses in
game,
Legend League. So.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what Prime can do with the Queen Charge Twin Hogs. Indeed, we got 4 rages to utilize here, as the Eagle is surrounded by Expos, multi, the Rage Spell Tower. As now here comes the Blimp. Not going to go for the Town Hall, but going to go for the Monolith here. Opens it up and not investing that Rage.
Just trying to get the Monolith down so we can use that as a funneling point there. Doesn't even need to take the Defensive King down. If he just gets a little damage on him, that's fine. Making sure to not deploy his healers there until the Yetis go down so they don't transfer forward and try to save the Yetis and get themselves in danger, which is very smart. Just use the Giant to tank for the Queen initially. Gets a Headhunter down to deal with the Defensive King, and the funnel set. The Monolith is down, and he can now make his way forward here with the King working on the outside. One of the biggest advantages of using an all-hog attack is it does free up your King. He doesn't need to be used for a funnel like you see in the miner attacks and the hog miner attacks. He can be used to provide flank support for the queen and get her to go where he wants her to go. So Blimp forms one side of the funnel, King forms the other side of the funnel, Queen diving directly into this Town Hall compartment, and it's a bonus she's finding Teslas, and this is a good spot for her to find the Teslas, because if they're here, then they're not going to be over where the hogs go in.
Yeah, it's that Queen slowly going to take care of this defensive clan castle and then lock onto the Town Hall, meaning the Warden ability can be used perfectly through the Eagle artillery and rage those hogs up. Must save one rage for the hogs. If you don't, then the hogs are going to get slowed down, and that rage is critical to continue through. Watch for the rage and headhunters that will need to be coming all the way across. And you also don't want to lose that Queen, so make sure you're raging the Queen, raging these hogs, and then you got to pair it with that Warden ability.
Lots of multitasking required here, but as soon as he pops the ward ability, he pops the rage, and the hogs surge forward, absorbing traps all the way through, surging as quickly as they can while they have the invincibility of the ward. The moment that the ward ability wears off, he replaces the protection with freeze onto the heaviest pocket of defense he can find, which is the Multi-Inferno and Expo, and then Skeleton Spell comes down on the defensive road champion and Scatter Shot on the backside of the base here. This is very, very nicely executed right now, and the road champion stayed very safe on top of that. He's got a lot of time to work with here. He's looking pretty solid. The biggest threat there is that defensive road champion. He wants the Queen to be the one that engages her, not his road champion, because he needs his road champion to get the scatter shot down.
Yeah, as the RC does have ability, Invis will be clutch here. RC ability will, it has to hit the cannon, unfortunately. The headhunter comes in perfectly, pops that Queen ability with 30 seconds left. It's just a race against cleaning this up. Ground skeletons pop. You can technically make the skellies invisible. Finish off that scatter shot. Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta make sure you do that. And he gets the final building, and Prime gets the 3-star to give them a star lead going to the last set of attacks.
That's a big pickup right there. And like I said, they only needed an 81% to be able to sustain their lead. So it's not over till it's over. But now that triple Prime clutches, representing well for his team. And it's going to force a triple out of X team. And remember, this is elimination. You don't pass this attack right here. You don't triple right here, Melly. And your team does not make a reappearance to the World Championship. So this is a very, very high pressure situation, and a little less pressure for Terrari, where their obstacle is not as high, but it is definitely something that could be held up, and they got it. Just X team just has to give themselves a chance to the best chance they can get.
Yeah, and X team, think about it. How did they qualify last year? Well, they were the first, right? The first team to qualify last year, I believe. And
were
to
they?
get that golden, yeah, was it?
I forgot.
I believe they were.
They were in through the community tournaments there. They won. I forget which one they won, but yeah, they came through in the first couple of seeds there. So by winning one of the massive community tournaments there. But yeah, that was they got. Sorry, we got to concentrate on his attack here. We're getting so focused on their history here. We need to see if Melly can get it done. Look at this. He's putting the Warden with the Queen. They're both going in together. They're charging around the north side of the Town Hall. He blimps to go take the Town Hall down, but the healers are on the Warden, and it forces the Queen to ability. That's the downside of stacking them together, because the healers have to choose who they heal. And so if or both of them is taking damage, then they have to decide which one they want to save.
Yeah, that's the one issue about having that Warden next to it. Maybe you put the Warden on air mode. You know, that is one thing some players have done. But a lot of people have done that by accident and then say they did, you know, on purpose. But
I would do that.
Yeah, it seems like a thing you do, Eric. And me.
Yeah, I know.
Both of us. As a Baby Dragon is clearing the cannon there, Queen and Warden are going to make their way up. And the nice thing is then the Warden can move this and turn this more into a smash-style attack. Since the Town Hall is down, you just have to focus on taking out that multi-target Inferno. So this Warden is taking quite a bit of an interesting path here.
Yeah, that multi it's just an awkward spot right there. What is the plan for that? I mean, I trust Melly's judgment here, but look at the Blues. The Blues pass over. They're inside of the race there. They take the Bowler's actually able to get it through, and the wall break that he had there as well was able to open up a compartment to give him access into it. So actually, he's managing this quite well here. This is kind of weird, but I mean, the only thing that is a major mistake right now is losing the Queen ability, and he's actually able to overcome that quite well here. And she's getting targeted. She's going down. Okay, all right, that is now the biggest problem that he has.
Yeah, the Warden unfortunately goes down. He's losing all his bowlers. and quite a bit left on this base here. And X team will finish, looks to be at 11 stars. And that means Treasure Warrior, all they'll have to do is get a 2-star. And they will be, wait, hold on. There's a World Champion still.
There is, but he has to get past the defensive World Champion. Get the king,
True.
give her the protection that he
queen.
needs to.
Yeah.
Oh, queen. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
The skins throw me off there. It's that new skin.
What?
What skin is that? I'm trying to figure
like
that
the-
out.
I forget the name of it.
Well,
World
either way-
Champion of- Yeah.
It's a defense, though.
It
The
is
defense, and that's a very, very big miss here for X team. They really needed that one there. But you know what? I'm still curious what happens on this final attacker as they go in, because I want to see like if X team ever had a chance in the first place. Like if this would have gone through for a triple, would the next attack end up as a defense that would have been at the right margins to be able to get them through? Otherwise, they would have. This would have been a triple for nothing, regardless. And we just got to see what Terrari Warrior could do in the top team out of the Philippines, looking to advance to the top 16 right now.
Yeah, that is their choice. That's their opportunity. And all you got to do is get a 2-star, right? If you're handed that opportunity, hey, yeah, all you got to do is 2-star and you advance. Everyone's going to take that, right? Like, literally everyone. You don't even need to be a pro player. Like, oh, 2-star, that's it. That's all I got to get. Absolutely. And it's up to Josh. Can he get that 2-star and deliver to advance to the second set of Swiss stage bracket? Well, that will be next Saturday. And here we go with that Queen charged Lalo. Really? Charging this Queen from the outfit? Wow, okay. This could, you know, if you messes up, could be a 1-star. Oh, no.
Okay, well. Pressure's on here. I'm trying to calculate the percentage in my head here of what he needs to get, and quick math here says I don't know. My math is not mathing right now, Carbon. So we'll just see what has happened here, and we'll see if he. Oh, what he says is 71 to win here. So there we go. We got it figured out there. Thank you, Woody. And we have the Queen now pushing into the scatter shot to go after the Eagle Artillery and the scatter shot. And you know, he doesn't have to do anything crazy here. Just needs to play it safe, and that does not seem that play it safe doesn't seem to be in his playbook here, Carbon.
No, it doesn't seem to be, as we're seeing that Queen charging her way down to the bottom with that wall break. Oh, and we can rage. Yes, getting access now to the core multi-target Inferno for this Queen. Charging her all the way through, freezing up that ground expo. Wow, her ability was almost forced, and there it is. But now it's going to
ranged up head on her.
With that Queen just doing some crazy snipes in the head.
Hound.
Oh,
where's she going?
Queen.
No. Carmen, this is bad. They can throw right now. This is not over. If they miss the town hall and don't reach 70%, then this could still swing. And if he has to dump a lot into the town hall, oh no, there goes the Queen. There goes the healers. World champion cuts across, and he'll dive bomb the town hall. But he only has 30% right now.
2-star.
Yeah.
Just get a 2-star, Josh. There's Teslas, which will bring you straight to the town hall. He's still got the Stone Slammer, which he could switch it to a blimp potentially. He rages over the town hall. He's activated it. One ability will be able to take this town hall down, and there you go. They get the 2-star, which is enough for the victory in this match. And whew, that was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, a little bit. And unfortunately, that last rage tower with the 2 multi-infernos around it are going to be trouble here. So he's not going to be able to make it through that, I don't think, unless something miraculous happens here. But yeah, definitely wanted the Queen to go a little bit deeper in the base there. But he had the town. Like, I feel like that I don't know, if I was in that situation, I'm trying to think if I would even try to go to the town hall, or if I would just avoid the town hall, knowing that it's such a dangerous area, and just start picking up everything on the edge of the base there and make sure I free up as much percentage as possible. Because he didn't need to get the 2-star even, he just needed to get a solid percentage on a 1-star, and he could have had it. So he dive bombed that town hall. He was able to take it down, and he's almost to the triple here.
Let's be honest, Eric. You did the stack. You would be like, let's bring 20 witches. And
just put them in a line. Just put them in a line and pray.
Put them all in a line, and there you go. And they'll get the percentage, right? Who cares about the town hall? Just send the witches. We know. We know that's the Eric's classic witches there, right? But hey, you know, I'm finally right. I finally get one prediction right. I'll take it.
Wow.
You know, it's just you guys just didn't know the result of this one, and I was the one that get it. But yeah, all the rest of mine, not so much. Not good for me there. But let's go and bring back in Woody and iTzu here. And what's your guys' thoughts on this 5th match here today, as there's only one more to go? We'll start with you, iTzu.
I mean, it's just a roller coaster of emotions every single time. It's just so enjoyable to watch. It's like, I don't know what happened today, but I think except one match, every single match was such a nail biter. Like every single match had like back and forth in between the teams non-stop, like each team taking the lead for a short time, then they're throwing it away, the other team is getting a comeback, then the other team is trying. Like, it's a crazy back and forth, and I just love it, and I hope that our last final match is going to be exactly like that. Or what do you think, Woody?
I think that so far today we have gotten a perfect reminder that anything can happen in any war. I think a lot of the predictions from the casters, admittedly, definitely for myself, have been biased toward teams that have performed well in the past and have not sufficiently considered recent performance. I mean, seeing a team like Millis MG drop, seeing a team like X Team Esports drop, and not just drop, but like drop hard and kind of in an awkward tit for tat, not really fighting back as hard as we would expect them to. We now have 2 all-star top performing teams from the past not advancing. And that is just completely rewriting the script as to what to expect going forward. We've got 16 teams that are going to be moving on to stage 4 that'll be in the money. But if you want to expect the teams that have advanced previously to do so again, you have got another thing coming. And I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and do a bit more research before stage 4 if I want to get my head wrapped around all the insanity that's been happening so far today.
Yeah, I've seen Prime grinding hard, trying to put in so much practice. Like I've since he's a streamer, I see the work that he's been putting in, and he's just constantly going, just friendly wars all the time. He just doesn't stop playing, and he's definitely was able to clutch that triple there and guaranteed the victory for his team. And that was a very big deal that he was able to get that right at the end and make sure that his team had the margin to victory there to make so the X team was not able to make the comeback. And I mean, they just had good defenses, they had good offense, and it just shows you how that preparation and how just some dedication as you build up to these big events there definitely pays off.
Yeah, these teams have put in a lot of effort to get to this point, and it's paid off for Tutor Warriors. They have now been advanced to the next stage, and there's only one more match here today to find out the top 16 teams. And maybe we can bring up our predictions of how we've been doing today to remind us. Well, not really me, but it's not been too good. So essentially, what we're trying to say is that Bad Zinger is they're jinxed. We're very sorry. We're sorry the team that started went 4-0. But if we select every single one of us casters when we all went the same one, we were both wrong in match 2 and 3. So rip to ETX Bad Zinger. It doesn't look like they have any hope in this one, because we are now the full jinx effect is on this team here, iTzu.
Yeah, and I mean, it is crazy with. It really seems like those numbers which those teams have put up before during the stage 1, 2, 3, they really do not matter anymore. Because remember, Bad Zinger was the team finishing stage 1 as the rank 1 seed, undefeated, incredible hit rate, but yet they are now in this position, having to fight for their tournament life being on the line. They have an incredible hit rate. Yes, they're higher on the average destruction, but in the end, only this next match matters. And I feel like with the last couple of matches which we have seen, we should just remove those stats, because I feel like they're not really helping, because it clearly does not help. We have tried to predict teams winning which had the higher stats. We have tried to do the reverse thing. It has not worked. Like right now, anything can happen. I think this as well has a nice charm to this, because I feel like this is going to be a really, really good last match to decide who is the last team making it to the top 16 for this championship qualifier, as we're taking a look at the roster of ETX Bad Zinger.
Wow.
Well,
That's
let me jump
insane.
in there then. Bad Zinger has an incredible roster that performed very well in the early stages of stage 3, the early rounds rather, but has kind of recently had a little bit of difficulty. So if you want to factor in momentum, that is going to be an issue for them. But I'm still feeling very good about the unanimous prediction for Bad Zinger. Their lineup, Dima, Kadil, Frosty, ND, and Kureshi are all extremely strong players. This team lost to United, same as their opponents in this upcoming match, but with a victory over Millis MG, they have shown that they've gone up against other pro-rated teams in the past and beaten them. No Limit has had a tough run, but has been swinging back up in terms of the momentum. I'll toss it off to another caster now to take it away.
Yeah. So what I find interesting about the stats here is the lowest hit rate player on Bad Zinger is matching the hit rate of the 2 highest hit rate players on No Limit, but their average star count for the wars here in the previous stages has been equal. So it's very interesting to see that they're pushing. They got to be pushing close to a 14 star on average, because I saw a lot of attacks into the 80 or a lot of hit rates in the 80s here. This is insane. But good luck, guys. I'm gonna pass it over to you, and we'll see how these teams play out here as they get kicked into the war.
Yep.
That's right. As
Did it in a duel!
Woody and me are going into the first attack. Woody, take it away as we have Dragon and Dragon Rider swarming that base.
Gladly, sir. We've got Jibuya coming in for No Limit first, and he's going to be striking the center of that base. A little bit of lightning action here. Brought a clone as well to support that battle blimp wherever he chooses to tune that in. But it's going to be the Dragons first this time, with lots of balloons out in front to try to soak an air mine or two. He's going to catch that enemy air defense, as well as a Tesla trap farm at the bottom there, raging up the enemy scatter and a multi-inferno. That's a lot of damage. Block it all with the Eternal Tomes. Battle Blimp floats on in and is trying to make its way all the way to the Town Hall, soaking some shots from the monolith there. As soon as it drops, look for an Invis and a clone.
Oh!
Whoa, my goodness, that's a lot of red bombs, iTzu.
Only 2 super minions are surviving, it seems like, and that town hall has to go down. The clan casters can talk to it next, or how many super minions there are. This town hall has to go down. We have seen this in the match just before. But a couple of the super minions have survived and have taken down the channel, which was clutch in this position. Otherwise, this could have turned really bad.
This was just the most damage I've seen in the first minute, the most spells dropped. If you blinked for a second, you would be confused about what's happening now, and I'm still a little bit shaken by what we've seen so far, iTzu. But we are now going to see the rest of the heroes deployed on the bottom side of the base still just have that weird kind of awkward multi-target inferno toward the interior that could be a little bit difficult to reach, hoping that the RC can kind of pivot a little bit toward the left and help go get that at that awkward angle. But the Teslas, I don't think are going to allow that. Distraction from the skeletons there are going to shake things up a little bit more. Oh, does activate the ability there to make sure that she goes in a little bit deeper and will get the multi-inferno. Still over a minute left, so time's not a problem here, but the left side with that Warden and Dragon are just kind of withering away, and the heroes out the right are taking quite a beating as well. Holding on to that Queen ability, but that is the last offensive boon to drop here, iTzu, and it looks like we are going to get a high percentage 2-star.
Yeah, so with that Queen ability, maybe he can even push through. It's only the Expo. The Expo should go down really soon. With the Phoenix now joining and a couple of Barbarians, he might be able to push through. And it really depends on the back-end traps. If there are like a lot of skeleton traps and be giant bombs, this could be problematic. But right now, it could for sure be enough, because this Queen can reach out of those defenses with the open corners.
Right.
And with being able to get into the next compartment. Queen ability still not used. This is still, I mean, possible for 3-star.
looks like he's got it,
Say
actually.
3-star.
Yeah, I hate calling it too soon, but I want to give him credit. Jibuya has held that ability for the very end, and even though he's losing those support archers, that little Queen in red hit points is going to be the one and only thing he needs to get all 3 stars for No Limit. Jibuya upsetting my prediction and coming in hot. There is no limit to the skill, is there?
Yeah, really nicely done, starting off with a 3-star, and that's exactly what they have to do. Eric has talked about the incredible high hit rate of Zinger, and if you want to have a chance against this, you need to 3-star on your own and hope for mistakes happening. Kadiel is up next for Zinger. He was really known for his Queen Charge hybrid, transitions and over to the Queen Charge Twin Hawks in Legends. Let's see if that's yeah, it's actually the strategy he's going to pull off in this attack, as he is deciding to go in with the Super Hawks and regular Hawk Riders with the Queen Charge combined.
Storming in now with the Queen to start things off. She's got plenty of healers to help keep her topped. And here they come in as well. Top corner is going to get some Rage Tower support to try to shut down this early stab. The Battle Blimp did get quite a bit of value in that top corner, but didn't even really have to commit very many spells to get the value in there. Was that a really important target for him to hit early on, pulling out the CC and getting those structures down? What do you think is the plan for the follow-up here, iTzu?
I think right now it's just to get that Queen into that multi-inferno tower and then keep going for the Town Hall. But with the wall break happening as it actually did, you might run the risk of the Queen running in the wrong direction, but no, she can actually reach all of those defenses, and there is yet another open corner, making sure this Queen can eventually go for this Town Hall, and then you would see the Hog Riders from the top left side. That would be my guess, with the Queen though under a lot of firepower, and there goes the next wall break, giving the Queen the access into that Town Hall section and giving her access to the Monolith.
She is taking a beating from that Monolith, but still holds on to her ability with a Rage up. That healer clump can get her a little bit higher. Barely keeps her alive, though, with the freeze timing just perfect there. She wanders out of the range of that Expo up on the top compartment and will be able to pop down the Town Hall for the first start. The second one will be claimed soon after, as the Hogs are now starting to storm on in the left lane. He's holding on to a few of them for some pivoting later on in this raid, but it looks like most of the supers are going to be paired up with that Royal Champion on the left side, taking down the Eagle Artillery, and he's only got one spell left. It's that Skeleton spell. I thought he was going to try to use that on the Monolith, but he has held on to it late anyways. Think he might use that to help take down the enemy Queen?
Yeah, taking down the Queen, that is good news, but it's bad news that this Rage Up Scatter is having all what it takes to defend this attack, with the healers getting taken care of with the Red Binds and Black Mites. But this backhand, a Raged Up Scatter, Tessa form, everything looks like the first defense for No Limit, and this is exactly what they're hoping for. We have said it, in this last match, anything can happen. ETX but Zinger with one of the highest hit rates so far in this tournament, but they're falling behind early on with an only above 80% 2-star attack compared to the 3-star attack from No Limit.
Wow, good deal for Bad Zinger. Disappoints out in the first strike, and No Limit are setting the stage now for this story, as we are starting to see, once again, our favorite team taking a loss early on and unable to keep that damage high. Momentum has just punished them so incredibly hard, and even with a strong attack style with these dual Hogs, he is not getting the penetration into that base that he was looking for.
That's right, with the next attacker now getting ready for the No Limit side. They have already done one attack, they were already successful once. The question is, can they get another 3-star early on into this match to really put up the pressure high on ETX but Zinger? I feel like, normally the favorites maybe feel quite safe, I would say, but with all of the favorites at the moment, or a lot of the favorites losing at the moment, I don't know if Zinger feels that safe at this point, especially with falling behind early on. So let's see what No Limit can do with their attack, as they're starting off a Queen Charge Electro Dragon attack with the recall spell to set things up and set up the pathing for this troop combination. But always remember, recall spells means that attacks are always heavy on the time, so time is for sure something we have to take in consideration with watching this attack.
Well, he's got an easy snipe on one air defense in the left side. The top side is going to get flame flung down to the depths. Fire's going to burn that up, and as the Queen grabs that Town Hall now with 3 builders trying to take it down, she'll take a few more shots, and with the recall up, here we go for round number 3 against another air defense. There's an easy snipe over in the right side corner if he chooses to get that one. Electro Dragons are starting in this bottom left side as the 7 o'clock push is going to get the Grand Warden to support, and yep, looks like that Queen's going to be walking along the bottom right edge of the map. Enemy Queen on defense now gets some scatter shot support as well, and the pop from the Eternal Tome is going to protect them all as they start to storm on in. But a Rage Tower is going to be a lot of damage to deal with there, iTzu.
That's right, the Rage Tower did a lot of damage as he's keep pushing it through, keep freezing that Rage Tower, and the defenses he raged up. King and Queen joining our forces now, trying to push around this right side as the Monolith starts shooting at those heroes. Another freeze has been invested to take down, or more like try to take down somehow this ground expo, and it should go down with the lightnings. And yes, indeed, it's going down. And, I mean, there's not many defenses left on this one, Woody.
Well, right you are, but what is left is a little bit scary. A multi in the core, difficult to reach for a queen. Scatter shot as well is going to have lots of buildings surrounding it to provide some cushioning. The cleanup is strong, but just kind of awkwardly positioned around this base. 50 seconds left, and there could be quite a bit of running for them to do. Slow troops up in the skies as the scatter shot continues to fire away, trying to take down this RC. If the RC wins, that is just... Oh no, RC loses. Still,
But
this is going to be enough for the 3-star.
Yeah, that was clutch. The queen could have not reached that multi-inferno tower, so that going down was the really important thing, because otherwise time could have been the issue. But now with 20 seconds left, this is going to be another 3-star, and No Limit is just showing off their back-to-back 3-stars. And I mean, in this position, with the entire tournament on the line for ETX but Zinger, and them being one of the favorites of getting a golden ticket, they will, I think, get quite nervous right now on voice chat, especially now with having those two defenses in and getting twice a 3-star, while on offense on their own, only getting an 80-something 2-star attack. They have the 3-star now, otherwise, No Limit might just run away with this match.
Javi says, tie? No. Die! Strikes hard and fast for another triple. And the question that is on their minds right now is, I mean, on everyone's minds, is can they keep this pressure up? Are they going to let those jitters get to them? Are they going to get too excited in that little team chat that they've got going on and just kind of lose their cool? Or can they keep it together against Bad Zinger? I mean, that name just inspires fear in every opponent. We've only seen one attack from them so far. It might have been a loss, but they've got 4 more left to go. And every single one of these strikers can have the potential for a 3-star. So I wouldn't cap anything Bad Zinger could do below a 14-star possibility. It's just up to Qureshi to keep his team on task. We're going to get a Warden walk out the left lane for an early snipe at that air defense. And it looks like another one going up top is going to be annihilated by a flame flinger as well. Couple more healers are held at bay, so we might see a recall over here and a reposition as well.
And I just love the fact that we're seeing more and more recall spells used in those pro matches. It's such a cool spell. The only problem is like time. I would love to see that, like with using the recall spell, like there's getting 5 seconds added or something on your time overall. That would have been so cool. But for now, we just have to make sure that this queen is not going down. Ooh, there goes the freeze, and she's somehow kept alive as this one ground expo is really forcing her ability, and the recall spell is going to be used any second now. And then the smash is going to be pushed into that multi-inferno tower, I guess.
I think this is a really high-tech play from Qureshi to be dropping 2 different heroes at different angles. Oftentimes, you'll see a Queen walk, you'll see Queen charge, you'll even see a Warden walk every now and then. But to see both a Warden walk and a Queen assault a different angle to be redeployed with the recall, Qureshi is at the next level here if he pulls off this triple. Jumping into the base now with that spell right there at the core. He's going to catch some rocket loons coming out awfully fast. He needs to shut them down really quickly. Big damage coming on in, but it looks like the Queen will barely survive. Has already used her ability though, so he needs that support right here and now. Pops the Eternal Tome to keep her safe as the healers are a little bit indecisive as to who they want to take top off next.
The Town Hall goes down though, and I would love to know why he has chosen the Titans, because he's one of the best super bonus attackers there is. And I feel like whenever you go into the Town Hall Poison, Titans are just not doing the job. They're just going down so quick, with the super bonus doing way better. But right now, the Royal Champion has went down as well. The troops in the core have went down as well. And there is no troops left at this stage. There is no troops left. He's trying to pick up percentage. But this, Woody, might be one of the best defenses when it comes down to 2 stars of the day. Below the 70% 2-star mark for No Limit, while on their side they have gotten 2 3-stars. This is looking incredible right now, and I think right now the players of Zinger on voice are getting more and more nervous because this is not looking good for them.
Bad Zinger's battered fingers cannot get the drops in this war that they need. and they are dropping down precipitously with 2-star 69%. That is not at all delivering what their fans had hoped for, what the spectators had hoped for. The whole script today is just tossed out the window as such stellar teams as Millis MG, now Bad Zinger, have just been left in a lurch and unable to compete against the new talent that is rising in the Clash of Clans esports community. Next up is going to be Moro for No Limit, who's brought a La Loon strike and is going to be charging in deep with a lightning and earthquake combo to take down one multi-target Inferno. There's a single target Inferno, interestingly set up just adjacent to that town hall to try to defend against heroes, but he's going to roll a log launcher in there to try to get some more work done as these heroes are diving out the right corner next, iTzu.
Yeah, the king is getting pushed towards the left side where the log launcher then is going to go with that queen towards that multi-inferno tower. That would be my guess. The single inferno tower in the middle of the base should not be that big of a difference maker. There's now some loons trying to take some buildings out as we have the king tanking. The log launchers going in, directed for this expo and for this multi-inferno tower, as the heroes are keep trying to go for next buildings and more buildings and making their way towards the scatter compartment on the far left side.
It's a long way to get to the end there, and the log launcher popping out now has got, looks like, rocket loons, a loon of itself, and a couple of Yetis. Yetis are going to be able to finish off that air defense up the top side and leave these 24 loons still left in tow, ready to deploy and get going. Royal Champ up the top side has popped her ability and did not finish off the scatter shot. Bad news there for Moro. Those two balloons are stacked a little bit too closely, and both will go down. Yetis are trying to get their way in there. They are soaking shots for that balloon up top, and it looks like it will be able to connect. No air defenses to stop it now, and that will finish off the scatter up top, setting up for Moro's follow-up now on the left side. Only a few of those balloons are getting support from the Grand Warden, so he really needs to rely on these spells to keep them safe. Freeze and Rage in, iTzu.
Yeah, but the queen did not get this bottom scatter either, so it's going to survive on the back end. Red mines are popping as he's using the warden ability. Perfectly timed right there. But with the builder huts being around this core, this is still looking a bit tricky. The lava out on the back end is there to distract that scatter shot. The Rage are reloading. The defending queen, though, is keep shooting and trying her best to somehow get those loons out of the way. Another lava hound, though, is waiting. And this defensive queen, she's just staying alive for way too long. There are the headhunters coming in. Are they too late? Are they in time? The scatter is still alive, Woody.
This is just really tough for Moro to have to deal with. He had an amazing plan, and it looked beautiful on the setup. There's not very much at all in the core, but when you leave those builder huts up, they just get a chance to repair. And, you know, coming close is not going to be enough in the end. Moro finally meets his match with this base setup by Kadil for Bad Zinger. This could be a potential turnaround, but it is hard to call it that this early, especially with 2 triples so far from No Limit. And perfect performance up to this point. Moro might be falling a little bit short of expectations set by his teammates, but a 2-star 90% is nothing to be ashamed of, and No Limit will retain their strong advantage through the mid-war now. Finally looking for a chance for Bad Zinger to put a triple up of their own.
Yeah, and I think the main reason why this failed is because, if I saw this correctly, he lost his queen in her ability. He did not use the queen ability early enough because he concentrated on the Lalo going into the town hall. And if that was what happened, then imagine the queen ability would have taken down the scatter, would have taken down the defensive queen. So that could have been all the difference maker. But instead now we have Bad Zinger coming in next. ND is going to be their attacker of choice, and he's going in with a Lalo as well, but this is going to look like a skelly donut, which means we're going to have to take a look at this clan castle. There we go. Rage, Invis, skeletons, everything's placed.
It's a beautiful strike early on. He's got a lock on that monolith as well, popping it down. He did unfortunately have to invis the enemy multi. That would have been a very nice target, but he grabs the CC, gets the multi on the inside, and yeah, that's a nice start. ND spends a lot on that punch into the core, but it looks like he got what he was looking for, and is now set up for a single La Loon push with a Golem and 8 Super Barbarians, in fact. A little bit of a techie choice here with lots of cleanup along the edges. As long as he can just take down the defensive structures that he's really aiming at, he'll be well positioned to finish off. But there's a lot of small, compact compartments on the inside of the space, iTzu. Might be a little bit difficult for the pathing on these heroes.
Yeah, and the Queen was sadly placed a little more like the Golem was placed too late as the Queen is taking the charge, and now the Golem is not tanking. The Queen ability should be forced any second now. The King has triggered the Rage Tower on the far right, which is good for him. And the Queen is now hiding behind that Golem. The Tornado Trap, though, which was most likely placed versus Super Archibald maybe, but having that out of the way is massive for him, because this means he does not need to worry about that anymore. When it comes down to this Lalo entering from the far left side, this Blimp is going to guarantee to get that Town Hall, because the Tornado Trap is already gone. The Queen and the Royal Champ doing an amazing job taking out the Multi-Inferno Tower, and the Town Hall should go down within seconds.
Strong support in the skies, and ground-based expos are going to be annihilated by this balloon parade. Royal Champion looking to continue her push along the center, even though she's distracted now by Skellies and ground-based expos to finish her off. Still, we see quite an impressive blotting out of the sky as these balloons are just making it difficult to look up at all and feel any happiness at all as a defender. Even a Dragon Rider in there is just going to be walloping everything. And I mean, the cleanup is going to be no question at all. ND proves why he is one of the most skilled attackers in the game. And I mean, not a whole lot to say. Just a picture is worth 1,000 words. All you got to do is glance at the screen right now and you'll see exactly how strong this attack was.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Just perfectly done with all of those little steps. It's really, really strong with the Tornado Trap not being around the Town Hall. That could have caused some problems, but in the end, it is the first selection for Zinger and their first step back into the match. But now it's up to No Limit, kind of giving them the opportunity of getting back into the match, or, well, making sure that they're staying out of it, because No Limit are up next. And if they 3-star yet again, but Zinger seems to be in the same position as they were before, being a couple of stars behind. And this is going to be an important one. If this is going to be a low percentage 2-star or a 2-star in general, this match could be wide open, as we have another Lalo happening with the lightning spells in and with the Flame Flinger versus those couple of cannons and pointy fences on the far right side.
Electro Fire, and wow, that is a dense pocket of defenses that he was able to zap on the interior of the base there. Grabbing looked like a multi-target Inferno and a Rage. Also took down the Warden Plinth. And that is going to be a nice strike for Joel here. 2 heroes up the top side will grab another air defense as the Flame Flinger has picked one off on the right side corner. No recall spells this time, so it's just going to be about getting them to charge deep into this top lane, and that is exactly what he's going to get from the funneling thanks to this Ice Golem and Wizard combo. Joel will set up for the triple Lava Hound balloon attack, probably in this bottom left side. Wants to be able to get that Town Hall not too shortly thereafter and keep it safe with that Eternal Tome from the Grand Warden. He's popped down another multi-target Inferno now and only has one left to deal with. CC pull is coming on out, and there is a poison spell ready to be deployed on them as they will likely take down this Phoenix. And oh man, poor Flameflinger over there found an enemy Barbarian King who's now going to get death from above.
But this opening just works out perfectly. First off, he's getting the scatter, he's getting the Multi-Inferno Tower and the Rage Tower. That was his big value points he wanted to get. And in addition to that, it seems to be a Lava Hound, which is inside their clan castle, because there were only 2 headhunters and a couple of archers inside their clan castle, which means there is nothing regarding air inside their clan castle anymore. The Eagle is down from the Super Minis. This plan so far is looking incredible. It's now up to him if he can actually get this right in the end. The Tornado Trap with the Red Mines is behind the Town Hall, but he still has quite a few loons to start him from the bottom side. But Woody, this is where the Rage Tower is, and that Rage Tower is protected by 3 Tesla, a Scatter, a Multi-Inferno Tower, and a Sweeper. This is not going to be any easy whatsoever.
Not at all. He got some excellent value from those super minions at the right side corner. That's what impressed me the most. But Joel still does have a very tough nut to crack into the core of this phase. Balloons take out the multi-inferno, though, and that's going to be the most important thing. Toss the shield from the Royal Champion. The Teslas are down. It's just going to be some ground-based defenses at this point. One little lone builder's hut in the center. But a lot of these buildings have been just firing away and have had a lot of resistance against them. It's getting close just in terms of time for the cleanup now, as 25 seconds are left. We're going to be able to finish off the core, and they're going to start floating up toward the top. 19 seconds. Joel is really going to be cutting it close here. 17 now as we make our way up toward the spell factory over there. Wizard's going to finish it off. 10 seconds now as the last defense is going to be that Wizard Tower. He's going to be able to take it down, but does he have enough time? 5 seconds. He gets the shot off, and there it is. No Limit secure another triple. iTzu.
Are you kidding? That was just so close. The last elixir storage, the last resource bidding went down, and the sneaky goblin turned onto that wizard tower, going down last second. This is incredible. But Zinger went 45 wins in a row during the first 2 stages and this 3rd stage to now facing elimination because they have lost the last 2 matches back to back, and they might lose 3 matches back to back after first going 45 and wins and 0 losses. This would be incredible. Frosty needs to 3-star this to make sure that they're staying somewhat close to the incredible performance No Limit is putting to the table right now.
Yeah, Bad Zinger needs back-to-back triples and an amazing defense to try to get some sort of miracle percentage win in this war. Frosty right now is looking like the left eye of Goliath, just struck by a stone and like tumbling now down as the David by this No Limit has just come from nowhere to make a big dent in his forehead. He's got a flame flinger for this queen charge out the right corner, and we'll be deploying that shortly. Probably expect to see that on the bottom side, I guess. But I don't know, that air defenses are kind of lined up in a weird angle, and I guess, well, those aren't going to be the crucial targets he's looking for. This is a ground-based attack after all. But yeah, I mean, pushed the buildings out to the very edges of the map. It's going to be tough to get a good entry point for that flame flinger. I guess that's what the queen was here for, to establish that beachhead as she recalls now for the next setup. iTzu.
Yeah, exactly. The flame flinger now can go for this town hall as the next target. There's a lot of red mines that are getting triggered nicely by... Oh, that was actually a red mine farm directed to a queen charge to bait a queen charge and get rid of all of those healers right away. Really, really satisfying if those work, but if they don't work, it's kind of like somewhat wasted traps. But either way, the opening so far looks good for Frosty. I think the funnel has worked, the flame flinger works, everything is good for him. It's now all about how much power those troops have to push through the core and around that monolith. As we all know, monolith is a really strong defense to take on any titan out there.
And it's gone. The monolith has been deleted, and just bit by bit, those big defenses are starting to evaporate. Flameflinger has brought that town hall awfully low, and lots of damage over time from those spirits is just going to eventually take it out. Still, the forces in the middle are having a little bit of difficulty trying to get over these walls. Just big hurdles set up in their way, but there's not a whole lot of defenses that are firing at them right now. The only issue right now is going to be time, but I think he should be able to collapse along this top side, and with still quite a few troops left to deploy and 2 more hero abilities left to use, that scatter shot and enemy archer queen are not going to be enough to stop Frosty. Bad Zinger are still going to be in it with a 3-star here. They have got their hopes still clinging to the possibility of a win.
I mean, this match again, I don't know, like we have had today one match which was really one-sided. Every other match so far is so close. But Zinger, the rank 1 seed from stage 1, facing elimination versus in... I mean, you have to say it how it is. No Limit having their match of their lifetime. I mean, this is just incredible. They have gotten so many 3-stars, and they now have everything in their own hands. If they 3-star this next attack, they're going to guaranteed win. They're going to have guaranteed at least prize pool of $5,000, and they're going to guaranteed kick ETX Zinger out of this competition. And it's going to be What is Getty Donut Super Barbarian attack to finish things up? I mean, this cannot get any crazier than this.
It is going to be a 2-star, 66% to win it. For a loss there of no limit. That's all he needs to put his team above and beyond what Bad Zinger would be able to reach. And as time is ticking down now, he's taking every single second to ensure that he makes the perfect move as we get ready for the Skelly Donut to strike at the Monolith early on. Taking down the enemy CC as well. Secures those 2 targets and will be happy to follow up now with the balloons up top side. Warden is going to protect them as well as we start to move in the setup for these Super Barbarians. The Battle Blimp gets the protection. Good timing on that Eternal Tome. Just perfectly set up for Lost there as he moves for the first star against this Town Hall. It's going to pop, and there's no Tornado Trap to stop it. iTzu, this is looking really good.
This is looking like a really good opening. Exactly what he was hoping for. And especially take a look at that Warden now. That Warden, because it's in, like on air, it should be able to take down the Ground Expo, which is located around that area. I mean, that is crazy. Are you kidding me? There is no air defenses around that. I mean, what is going on? No limit. Everything is going in their favor. And we have now the Queen going around, going for the eagle with the king going in front, tanking everything. The only problem now, though, is that multi-inferno tower. I think he has to place the Royal Champion, and that's exactly what he did. Let's see if he can turn this into a 3-star.
He's working awfully hard, but he doesn't even need the triple for the victory. The 66% 2-star is going to be enough, and No Limit is getting very, very close to it. I don't see any way for that to happen, even if he just dropped his device right now. Those troops are on the path to victory. No Limit Lothar is on the winning side as they will defeat Bad Zinger. Such a huge honor for them to be moving on now in the money into stage 4, having kicked out a stellar team. No Limit says the sky can't even keep them down. That's not a limit for them. And there is nothing left to say but congratulations. Missing the triple here in this final strike, but still just surpassing all of our expectations once again. Casters are completely dumbfounded as our predictions have fallen by the wayside, unable to keep up with the new talent rising and showing once again that Clash of Clans Esports is all about skill, preparation, and upsetting opponents who might think that they can go 45 wins in a row, but just 3 losses at the wrong time will mean that they will be eliminated. And Dima will get one more chance to show why he is so skilled on the main stage, but it does not matter, iTzu. Bad Zinger have been knocked out.
It's just crazy to me. Just imagine how many teams we have lost today. We have lost TWOB, we have lost Millis MG, and now we have lost Expert Zinger for this year's World Championship. So many teams considered being favorites for those last 4 golden tickets, and all of them are dropping out of this competition, which is crazy. And Dima is in with his last attack. It's going to be a Blizzard Lado, it looks like, or like a Blizzard Super Hawk attack, it looks like. And there are no traps, and those Super Wizards should get a ton of value.
Well, this is going to be a stellar day for those golden ticket teams that have already qualified and might have been preparing for matches against Bad Zinger and Millis MG, among others. All that prep is going to be going out the window because they're going to instead have some different foes to keep on their radar in the coming weeks as we narrow this field from 16 all the way down to 4 golden tickets which remain. Dima strikes at the heart of this base and grabs the first star with a quarter of the base destroyed as he sets up for these heroes on the outer edge, pulling those ice golems out where they can cause no more problems as there's not even any defenses firing away at the Queen.
Yeah, and that Queen is taking her time, taking this ice golem out, and then is going to charge into that multi-inferno tower. At least that's what Dima tries her to do, and so far the funneling looks excellent. And now we have those Super Hawk Riders unleashed versus those defenses. We have the Rage Tower, but it's not surrounded by any multi-inferno towers or scatters. I feel like splash damage is just working so well with the Rage Towers. Point defenses like Esports are great as well, but the scatter shot could really be a big difference maker, as we have one left on the back end trying to shoot everything, but there goes the freeze, and he has 2 more freezes to use, and this attack just looks really overpowering.
Freeze dropped on the scatter in the bottom, and those hogs cannot be denied. They are storming in super hot, and even though there's some skelly traps trying to shut them down, those bony brothers are not going to be able to stop this force. Dima, one of the strongest attackers in the game, has yet again dropped in the triple and shown exactly why No Limit had to work so hard to get to the top and ensure that those early hits would be enough to keep Bad Zinger down. With this 3-star, Dima's going to bring Bad Zinger's overall destruction up to 91% on the 13 stars, but even though they are tied on stars, No Limit will take it with a 4.8% lead over Bad Zinger and will advance onto stage 4 with Dima's strong hog showing just being a note for the history books.
And after today, I don't know anymore, how are you even somehow able to predict any of those matches? We have tried to go for the stats, for the hit rates. Like, hit rate wise, some of those matches were super one-sided. Like this match, ETX but Zinger have done so incredibly well over the rest of the tournament, yet No Limit just having an incredible match, stepping things up for them massively. And well, they are just kicking ETX but Zinger out of this tournament. Well, let's hear from Carbon and Eric, as they have watched this last match closely. Carbon, what do you think about that last match?
I just think it's crazy how we picked every single match that we all were unanimous. We were all wrong. Every single one here today, which is mind-blowing that Bad Zinger started like, what, 40-0, undefeated, going so far, and then back to back to back, all these losses for them. And that's it. They made equivalent to people that didn't even play, to think about that, right? No prize money for them. But on No Limit, they are taking home at least 5,000 plus more if they're able to finish a little bit higher. Mind-blowing stuff today. Our predictions completely thrown for a loop. But what about you, Eric? How was your prediction day?
I mean, I think people are not giving credit for No Limit doing as well as they did there, because remember, they also were very high on the ladder. They were also, I think they were number 3 in the world, right behind Bad Zinger and Millis MG. So like, they obviously were one of the top teams as well, and they just kind of slid under everybody's radar. I feel like they just kind of snuck out, and then they just come out swinging right here. And it's also kind of crazy that the top 3 from the ladder all ended up in the 2-2 bracket, and now or I guess 2/3 of them are eliminated. So that's pretty crazy in its own right there. But then this whole war, this whole day has been absolutely nuts there, that we've had so many big name teams go down. It's the day of the underdogs here. It's pretty wild to even think that a lot of teams who I had pinned for making the World Championship and making return appearances end up getting picked off so early.
Yeah, it's just incredible day today, and it's gonna even get better next weekend, where another Swiss stage between the top 16 teams will commence again on Saturday and Sunday to find out the final 8 teams that go to the double elimination, and then eventually getting that golden ticket. No Limit getting the victory on percentage. And the percentage at the end of the day, that 69-86% on Bad Zinger, is what brought their percentage quite a bit down. All the 3 stars coming in, but you got to finish in the 90s if you're going to be tying on the star count, ITzu.
Yeah, and I'm actually a bit out of words, because take a look at this. I feel like a lot of those predictions felt like kind of really safe. I mean, just stats-wise, some of those teams were really far away from each other, yet today every team just stepped it up. So huge shout out to every team, winning or losing. It was an incredible day of close matches, and was just an impressive showing by every single team, every single individual player. And
wait,
that's just crazy.
Did everyone just only get one right?
Yes, everyone got one right.
Wow. Everyone got one right only? I don't think that's ever happened. Like, that's insane. That is
4
what
out of 24.
Yeah.
Wow, that is. I'm just blown away. Yeah, that's kind of. I'm kind of speechless there. But Woody, I guess we're gonna have to try to do better in the upcoming weeks. You know.
We can try, but I don't know what else to do at this point. I mean, learn from our mistakes as best we can. But really, that last war was so super close. Joel on No Limit got a 3-star with only 4 seconds left. So that was the make or break time frame to decide the winner of that war. If Joel had missed that triple, it would have completely gone the other way, and Bad Zinger would be moving on to stage 4. But with that done, we've already looked at our caster prediction fails yet again. Thanks for that production. We will now move on to take a look at all the teams that are going to be advancing to stage 4. Remember, this is a multi-week competition, and these teams, despite having topped the ladder from a 5,000 field squad, from moving on through a double elimination bracket of 128 teams and persevering in the Swiss stage now in the top half of it, we have 16 teams that are having to go through another Swiss stage next weekend, where we will have only 8 moving on. Take a good look at these top 16 teams, though, because along with the 4 teams that already have golden tickets, they are now in the money. Every single one of those teams that you saw on the screen are going to be cashing out, and they are among the few fortunate squads that were on top here in those green boxes that you see here from the current stage, which is now closed out. Oh, actually, this is going to be stage 4. It's another Swiss bracket coming out, so this is going to be prospectively looking ahead at what we have for next week, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. So now this is very important that they are able to make it through here, because even if you went through 3-0 or 3-2, it doesn't matter exactly where you end up making it through as long as you made it through. So now it's a reset. The last 16 teams are going to be redeployed into another Swiss bracket, where they will once again have to get 3 wins before they take 3 losses, and we will cut the field in half again. And once we're through this next week here, we're down to the last 8, and half of them will make it to the World Championship. So they are coming closer and closer to making it to Worlds. But every stage that they survive through here now has the prize money ramp up and up and up into a max prize of $300,000 if they get to Helsinki and win on stage.
Absolutely. That's what they're going to be fighting for at the end of the next several weeks. Not at the end of next weekend or even the weekend after. Actually, no, the weekend after. That's when it will be the double elimination. They're trying their best to get that golden ticket, because there's 4 to be given away once the double elimination ends there. So much is on the line. Like you mentioned, $300,000 first place prize with a $1 million prize pool. It's been an absolute pleasure being here, being able to cast it. I want to share my thanks to the production, to the Supercell, to the players for bringing on such amazing performances, to all you at home, and of course my fellow co-casters. I want to open up the floor to them for any final words. We'll start with you, iTzu.
I mean, as well, like, thank you to you guys, the production, and obviously the players. I mean, they have put out an incredible show, and as well, like, a really big group, which I feel like does not get enough love, and that is the base builders behind the scenes, because there is a huge team for every single organization out there who is putting a lot of work into the bases, testing them, trying them, different stuff in general, like different approaches and so on. So really, really good job. And for us, I think it was an incredible Clash Day, and I really hope for many more over the next couple of weeks, because we're really far away from the golden tickets, and there's more Clash to come over the next weeks, right, Woody?
Right, you are. Echo the appreciations all around, and definitely want to say commiserations to the teams that have been eliminated today, especially if I've been a little bit rough in my commentary. It's all from a place of love and inspired by the great performances that our winning teams have enjoyed today. Thanks also to the all the players at home who have been tuning in to watch these matches. If you think that you've got what it takes for next year, I hope that you're learning from the excellent strategies and beautiful bases that have been designed here. Might want to deploy a few of them yourself, so keep an eye out on social media for any base links that might get posted. But follow us here and make sure to set a timer, because we will be back next week with Stage 4. As you saw, there's another Swiss bracket where the best teams are going to be battling it out for that $1 million prize pool. Until then, it's been a great pleasure, and I'll let our last caster close it out. Eric, what's the last word?
So I do got to reemphasize what you're saying there with anybody who's trying to get into it like the next year, because you saw so many teams up there that were not the repeat tenders to last year's World Championship. You see a lot of teams that are coming out of the woodworks here and giving a really good fight. You see No Limit. Like, this is a team that we haven't seen in the end stages of a lot of these big tournaments here. And so when you have all these, I guess you could call them underdog teams, but they're definitely making a name for themselves here. All these teams that we know and love and are super, super popular and got signed by big esports orgs, they all had these moments that these other teams had, and they were able to then make a name for themselves, and now they are the most popular teams in the world. So we could see a shift into the guard here if some of these other underdog teams think it through. So this is very exciting to see so many new names in the hat, and I gotta say, I'm definitely excited for these next couple weeks here to see who ends up making it the Worlds.
Absolutely. I'm very excited because to echo what you guys talked about, Woody and Eric, in terms of the teams that, you know, you can make a name for yourselves, especially next year, because the team we saw up at Zinger, the #1 seed who went 40-0, they got eliminated. But on the complete opposite end, the team, the very last team to make it in from the ladder stage, VNAs, they have made it. They qualified to next weekend. So to think the #1 seed is out and the very last seed is in, just mind-blowing stuff here. And that is what Clash of Clans Esports is all about. Anything can happen, and everyone has their chance and opportunity. It's been a pleasure. Cannot wait for the next stage, stage 4, which is going to be yet again another Swiss bracket. That is going to wrap it up for today. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you guys next weekend. Till then, Clash on.
What are you doing?
Big Woody! That was insane!
Thank you.